You did not achieve your dream of becoming a Pawnee police officer. But you did create Bert Maximus, the character who exemplifies everything that is great about law enforcement. Take a look.
For most of my life, even as a young person, I was a news junkie, and I'd watch wall-to-wall coverage on local news every single night. But we were setting the honest easy things as kids to be that into, and the only person to go to parties and do that, with 11 o'clock at night, and people were like, hey, let's get ready to walk down the line. Can we watch the news before we have 11 years? Rigorous county deputies that have been shot. We have no updates, but as soon as we get them, we'll have those for you. It's a very serious story, very serious situation. There's a ton of law enforcement out there, and a lot of ambulance and fire trucks as well. The one sign I don't like is at the emergency room, there's a cop car in the entrance to the emergency room with the doors still open and crime tape around the entire emergency room. It's a really bad sign. I hope to God it's just the cops being very cautious about not touching anything there because there's an active crime scene. But there's also an ambulance with crime tape around it as well. Two really bad signs. So yeah, I hope to God it's very definitely very cautious here with this deputy fight. Any more information, we'll have that for you immediately here on KFI 840. Commerce Show. Right now it's closure in KFI 24 hours. Later, Nevada says the city is not planning to relocate homeless people to a village in Mondale, which voted Wednesday to oppose any homeless village in the area. The school superintendent of Indiana says they were told of a possible weapon in the possession of a 6-year-old before he shot his teacher last week, but none was found when they took his backpack. The American Cancer Society says the 5-year survival rate for pancreatic cancer gone up 5 percentage points in the last decade, to an all-time high of 12%. Cancer slowed Anna high.
Now it's time to celebrate Andy Myers' greatest creation, Johnny Karate. And we thought the piece of Johnny Karate
Imperial
stay
Highway
here.
all the way to the 60s. Also on Anaheim, the 918 sound backed up from the 57 freeway. It remain on the Great stretches all the way to Adams and Riverside. There is one moving out of Burbank for the 5 northbound. Much faster for a very slow drive away from Buena Vista. It remain on the Great stretches all the way to Calbro. KFI in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
That Karate Eve will stay here forever.
This is Doug Allen. Here's what's trending to the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by the Play Forward Foundation.
Your divorced couples work
John,
on
the thing
problems.
about today, he'll stay on
But it'll be some
Former Cy Young Award winner Trevor Track. And the Dodgers kick off against the Jaguars tomorrow in their wild card game. Wide receiver Michael Williams will be out with a non-surgical fracture in his back. This foundation now for Play It Forward Foundation, creating opportunity.
This report is sponsored by iAccidentLawyer.com.
iAccidentLawyer.com. Are you their millionaire client? Hear from that millionaire client at iAccidentLawyer.com.
To learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how languages learn. Earn your bachelor's, master's, or nursing degree in the classroom or online at Vanguard University, ranked as a top 10 university in the West by U.S. News and World Report for 12 consecutive years. At Vanguard, your story matters. Visit vanguard.edu to learn more. I'm Dr. Erica Klein with the California Department of Public Health, reminding you of ways to help stop the spread of COVID and other viruses this winter. Boost your immunity by staying up to date with COVID boosters and flu shots. Wash your hands often with soap and warm water for at least 20 seconds. Cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. And protect others by staying home and testing for COVID when sick. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH.
Attention Southern California. If you've ever thought about going solar, you must go solar right now. The benefits are about to change. Time is running out, but it's not too late. You can go solar right now with several dollars with no money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. Imagine having no electric bill and bill payment for all of next year. Keep your money in your pocket and go solar American style with Separate Solar.
Great chat. You should be like, cool. You just look up the year it was. And
call 877-211-5591. That's 877-211-5591. Separate Solar is local and veteran owned, so they'll get the job done with esprit de corps and honor. Tesla Powerwall and Enphase batteries are in stock. Grab the 30%, 0% interest, and zero payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit separateSolaris.com.
Everybody's not about fight. It's about knowing who you are, being kind and honest while you're kicking for the stars. Yeah, that's Johnny Karate Way. Keep karate in your heart and aspire to your dreams, and always remember
You find yourself asking questions about technology? It's the hero here. Join me for Rips on Tech Saturday, so what is the latest? If I am 6:30 at Commerce, we're keeping an eye on Riverside here and find out if there's any more with the sheriff's department. A sheriff's deputy was shot in Riverside, south side of Lake Elsinore, and I was pointing out one of the bad signs that I've seen here is that there's police tape around the police around the officer's car, whoever transported that officer to the officer's car or the police car that probably transported this officer to the Inland Valley Medical Center. Now, so I called Steve Gregory and I said, Steve, can you find out what's going on? And he is already making some calls, but he told me something that made me realize that this may not be the big deal that I think it is. He said that Riverside works differently than LAPD. And he said those are the LAPD works.
They use more tape.
Riverside works differently than
Riverside uses more tape.
So, we're keeping an eye on this and find out any more information, but it's amazing breaking Gregory is on it as well. So, we also flipping over to on the other hand here, we have a promotion that we do where money is given out and we have I guess it's secret password, or is that what they call it? It's called bonus word, secret password, word, on our website. Hey, that's A-P-A-Y. Enter it now at AFI-640.com. Accident attorney. Every password is free. And that was the word, right? No, Saturday, and then Sunday, he said, this guy's kicking ass, let's get another hour, and right? I was an hour was taken from me, usually 4 hours, and it was being short. So the last night, I was getting ready to come out with you. Well, my wife, she's purchasing 2 exterior patio filters. I was staring at them. He didn't put parameters
has been pleading with the county to crack down on the illegal lots. He was thrilled to see the police.
I live to tell the tale, but I'm telling you one day. One day, it's going to be on my tombstone. What the top of my tombstone going to say, realize the house was
This resident's property owner is being arrested for allowing big trucks to illegally park. Residents in the area have complained about the trucks for years.
So what is the power that will grab with that 220?
Carry
You know
on.
what? Here's the thing. Everyone. You know what these the voltage on those, when you look at the but the average is like little.
So, in light of a number of comments suggesting that I try out radio in their hometown, I thought I would give you a crash course in radio that you didn't ask for. Radio 101 about how radio plays in some little ways. Now, you probably heard that next year, radio doesn't pay well. That's kind of true. Obviously, people like Howard Stern, Brian Seacrest, there's money to be made. But it's all kind of set up. They're on a national level, so national level, you're making money. But it's also market size. So market size, and of course, the cost of living in that state. So the top markets, New York is number one. It's huge. New York City, much higher cost of living. Chicago, not as high cost of living, but still a large city. And San Francisco, that's 4 or 5 is Dallas, I think 6 is Atlanta, I think Seattle's either 12 or 13. Anyway, the smaller the markets, the less you paid, unfortunately, and also the more jobs that you have. So like super small, probably not going to come here. But I appreciate the offer and sentiment, but I am supposed to pay. So there's that. The other thing that takes into account is what day part you are. So the big, there you go. Radio primer that you didn't know that you
Yeah, pro cotton quarter of a million. Oh, yeah.
finest details of everything in the case that's going to be very famous. This is Mr. and Mrs.
Hello.
So, so breaks this. If you'd like to, I think you trade your advice with your Did you take it out because I can see a bunch of people so because those people take your time they're usually desperate for money. So they negotiate a price with you. They have a kind of title. Stop playing they knew that the right title because you told them that they were going to take the money that they paid you and go to pay you the title. So they provided for you, paid you the title, and they were going to take the money with you. So the issue is this is the title. Sometimes it takes a couple days. Everything is digest story. This is the gist of it, and this is only you take it from Mr. and Mrs. Wonderful, and are you for the radio drop down when you sign up? This is the title. This is the ship that they can't register the car. Now they come back to you and say, what happened? According to you, you say to them, I gave you this car for a really good price. Why don't you just give it back to me? And I'll give you back your money because I can sell it to somebody else. And they say, no. I have your title. That's what you say. Oh no, you do for a living, Mr. Tansy?
Hi, Dad. No problem. That's nice. I'll just store this on.
Say the douche. Skeptical of your interest is sincere. I can understand that. Shock jock, DJ, mayor. Keep it open mind. An important Western. Trying to rise the football and great things for themselves. It's gross things to use the city hall. Thanks for coming in. I'm just, let me know.
Looking to win $1,000 every hour weekdays from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Claim your cash window on KFI AM 640 for stimulating talk.
You should be mayor. You're the best person to do. Plus, this would erase ice cream.
KFI AM 640, Conway Films. We're still working on trying to get more information out of Riverside and the Inland Valley Medical Center on the deputy job south of Lake Elsinore.
My oral
The south shore of Lake Elsinore.
I'm going to turn the mayoral office into my oral office.
Dean Sharp's you can hear every single weekend here on KFI AM 640 on Saturday, 6 to 8 a.m. and then on Sunday from 9 a.m. until 12 p.m. Dean, did you go to the CES show or you just you got all the information and these products from a good site? Yeah, we didn't go to CES because we're actually going right back to the exact same building that it's in 2 weeks for the International Builder Show, which has that's gonna be a cool show. Oh, it's the best. It's absolutely cool, and we'll be doing, you and I will talk about what I learned from that. But we got all operatives at CES, so they give me the inside scoop. One of the things that you sent us, and I'm always fascinated by it, because I don't think any of them actually work. It's a real fancy insect repel. Does this thing work? You know what? I am dying to try it out. Okay, good. Here's what gives me hope. It's non-chemical, and it isn't just, and this is what got a lot of attention to it. In fact, this one particular one, I repel insect repellent, actually won one of the innovation awards at CES this year. And here's the thing. They are using a whole smattering of technologies in order to repel all sorts of insects, bugs, rodents, pests. What they do is all ultrasonic, so you can't hear it. It's not just that classic, like, oh, it's an ultrasonic tone that brass pink. Yeah, it doesn't really apply. But what they are doing is they have managed
really glad you're here to help us.
ultrasonic versions of predator sounds.
Pretty
Oh,
cool.
excellent.
I'm cool.
So we can't hear them, but what the pests
I'm a cool
hear
dude now.
are their
Hey,
working
speaks
nightmares.
to
me. And you
Wow, coming off your patio. And as
Hey, there's
apparently, this thing has like a 200 square meter effective range.
Call us up.
to it.
So,
Oh no!
Okay.
Really?
You
It's because
can't
I
hear a
said
thing,
it's
but it
time.
is
no, but
sending
that
out
never did.
predatory signals. It also
Grab
learns,
Rabbi,
adapts,
yeah.
and so we're oh, that's great. You guys send me more information on that because I've been forced. It's sponsored by Cal Recycle.
James Bond right now.
There you go.
Yes.
Cal Recycle is gonna fire this one up. I'm always, I hate mosquitoes, and if I hear them at night like buzzing in my ear, I gotta get up, turn the lights on, and kill that mosquito before I go back to bed.
That's what I do it
Sometimes I'm up
all
here for 20, 30 minutes.
When are we
But one
doing
of the
our
things I saw on Twitter that I thought about you is, how ridiculous this is. But I saw an RD a couple weeks back, and in the RD is one of those fake fireplaces. Like, that's not bad, like a fake fireplace in an RD, I thought was pretty cool. And then I was sitting on the couch looking at it, and sitting right next to me, I'm not kidding you, a remote. You are never more than 4 feet away from that fireplace, and you have to have a remote inside of an RV for a fireplace. You got to be kidding me. Yeah, I was talking to Handel about that, something similar. The idea of what he's got a new Tesla, right? And apparently something about, and I don't know Tesla that well, but something about his sound system. He can basically reach over towards the screen and like do a hand motion to turn the volume up and down.
Okay,
The
I
actual
wasn't
volume knob is like a
listening, but who's going to be the mayor for the next 2
there it is,
months
right there. That's good. That's all you need. What stood out? What else stood out?
Very
good. That I sent you. Yeah, so
First
the
date.
faucet, the kitchen faucet, there are no handles at all. Which is a really clean, cool look. And I'm like, all right, I think the Minority Report faucet.
Unsurprisingly,
This faucet, for kitchen, is one you reach over the top, move your hand, turn it on, and then you've got, by moving your hand to the left and to the right of the faucet, you can control the temperature and flow of the water. Now, is it just useless tech? And believe me, when it comes to home, there's a lot of useless items, smart tech. But as somebody who spends a lot of time in the kitchen cooking, there are oftentimes, I put some chopping and chicken, and I gotta rinse my hands. I don't want to touch the faucet with my kitchen hands or that are covered in dough. There are a lot of good reasons in any kitchen sanitary to be able to turn a faucet on and without touching. And so, you know what? This one, there you go. That is Minority Report starting to come into our world. When you walk into a house, there are certain signs that at least I pick up. You probably the same thing, where you feel like you made it. Now, this is something we don't have in our house, but when I go to somebody's house and I see at their stove they have a pot filler, I think that they've made it. That's such a great idea. It is one of those things. It is. It's one of the I'll tell you my pot filler story one day. Okay. It's right on the stove. You don't have to transport that water. It's a great idea. It probably saves lives. Well, I just want to be clear. Everybody who is thinking about getting a pot filler should understand one thing. It's
Sorry about
only
the
a one-way trip. You still have to take the pot off your stove and carry it full over to the sink. That's right. That's right. So,
No, we
and
were
I
right to
imagine it
change
does
course. It was
probably
perfect, and
present,
there's still a
another
very big
faucet that could be
celebration
for
in
another
waiting
pipe
you and
that
your
could be in your
fiance.
house. Yeah, but it's a
Probably
cool
wants to
vibe. I mean, let's face it. It's,
See you later,
I
Jennifer.
like it. And I
Extra
also,
on the side,
I
Tom Graham,
got
juice.
to,
Hey, not
I
bad.
gotta, call you maybe off the air because I still cannot
Hey,
get
babe.
hot water
Tom got
upstairs. It takes
Oh, that's
sometimes
awesome.
15 minutes of running water to get hot water. But I don't understand it. I don't think there's enough pressure going through the tankless water heater to turn it on. I think that's, what do you have to do? You gotta go down to the stream and operate the pump for a while there, Tim? You know, soak up the fire under the pump. It's fine. I got to then open up another valve or something to open up another valve to get more pressure there. But we gotta get you set up with a temperature sensitive bridge valve. Yeah, can you tell people what that is?
Well,
Yeah, bridge valves are something that every single person, regardless of how your house was plumbed originally, or the condition of your water heater, everybody can start to do this. They're actually wired. They're so effective. But a bridge valve, those valves that you can actually buy yourself, mount yourself, because it goes outside the wall, underneath your sink, where the three stages come And then you would run this grid valve across those two and then reconnect the
Of our
hoses.
beloved
What's
Mayor
done
Gunderson
is
marks the end of
it
an era.
allows hot
We are
water
about
from
to
the
begin
hot
a new
side
chapter
to put
in Pawnee's
into
history.
the cold water
Ladies and
side.
gentlemen,
Okay?
the
And
new
the key to
mayor
that
of the
is
great city of
in
Pawnee, Indiana,
combination with a
Gary
pump
Jurgens.
on the water heater that is activated by the valve. The valve basically says, hey, you know what? The hot water just dropped below 95 degrees here. Turn the pump on. The pump forces hot water to the house's line, and the valve opens up and allows that not hot water to pass into the cold side until you get above 95 degrees and then it shuts off again. This is the second of the furthest bathroom in the house, and that brings the hot water, pretty much to everybody everywhere. And the key is, we're not wasting literally trillions of gallons of water, which California does, just waiting that 2 minutes for the hot water show, because what you're doing is you're pushing your not hot water into the cold side, but still your water. Okay, I got 30 seconds here. I got two questions. A, can I install it myself, and how expensive are they? Yes, you can install it yourself just with a crescent wrench, usually, or a pair of channel locks, and they cost about, on average,
Hey, great. Gary Jurgens, we're now mayor again.
Going to Home Depot on the way. But I love
That
having
in
we
these
get great
corporate states
response
of America,
and
it's
looking
the
forward to every
entrenched
Thursday
powers
you
of
call in.
all the cars.
No problem. All right, thanks, man. All right, there you go. Dean Chuck, let's do this weekend on KFI AM to 640. Saturday, 6 to 8 a.m. Sunday, 9 to noon. In fact, we'll check in with Mo Kelly later with Mo Kelly. Comes up at 7 o'clock. We'll find out what's going on with him. And we're keeping an eye on what's going on in Riverside as well with an officer, deputy being shot. If we have any details between now and 7, we'll have it for you. After 7, Mo Kelly will connect. We're live on KFI AM 640 with everyone on the iHeartRadio app. More now exposed to KFI 24 hours. Forecasters say no rain is coming for the Southland beginning tonight through Monday. Holiday, we're going to see today with the highest and heaviest chance tomorrow during the day. After Kevin Spacey pleaded innocent, 7 more charges of sexual assault while artistic director of the Old Vic Theatre in London is now facing a dozen charges related to 4 men.
Will now be
Apple
given
CEO Tim Cook
the
said he's taking
Indiana
a 40%
Notary
pay cut this
Society's
year.
highest
It's going to go from 99.4 million to 49 million after shareholder feedback and recommendations from Cook himself. We'll take a look at the 14th free laws next. All right, let's talk about Morongo. I'm done here. I can go to Morongo. Hey, I just thought about that. Hey, maybe I can get myself an Apple TV 4K. If I earn 1,000 points on my rewards card on January 17th, that's coming up fairly shortly.
Okay,
And that's how Morongo
house
stays
for a
the
headline.
best
Still
in
swinging.
SoCal.
Art
That's what
scanning
in
reunites for
SoCal.
one last
Chris
bang.
Kirkpatrick,
It's a little dirty.
my friend
Well,
Marcus
it's
Brown,
headline shot.
Ryan
Sex
Cabrera,
sells.
O-Town, and LFO live January 28th. Get your tickets now while they're on sale. Morongo is the best in the Southland. Go to Crest Casino and Resort in the Southland by LA Times Readers. Cocktails, footballs, and more cocktails. Get draft or craft or domestic beers and 22-ounce Bloody Marys at special prices on game day. Swipe and win. You go $100 in cash when you're in 500 points on your reward card on Wednesday and Thursday. Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Good time for everybody. From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center, they look great places. Not Santa Clarita because there's a crash.
On the 14th northbound at Newhouse Avenue, there was a motorcycle wreck that all been stopped for a few minutes to clear it to the shoulder. All lanes are now open. Traffic's looking a lot better, opening up just past Placerita Canyon Road, only to hit the brakes again as you make your way towards Via Princesa. The driver may slow ahead. Looking a lot better by the time you make your way towards Florida Canyon Road. It's also very tough in Pasadena. We're looking at the 210 eastbound delays all the way from Lincoln, very heavy and slow in stretches to the 57 freeway. And heading upland, more slowing from about baseline as you continue into Rialto. But if you're making that 15 north connection, that drive is loaded away from the 210 freeway all the way to the 138. KFI on this side helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
John McDaniel announced today he'll stay on as the Rams head coach. Former Cy Young Award winner Trevor Bauer became a free agent today after he cleared waivers. Julio Urias avoids arbitration with the Dodgers, according to a 14.25 contract. And the Chargers kick off against the Jaguars tomorrow in their wild card game. Wide receiver Mike Williams will be out with a non-surgical fracture in his back. This report is sponsored by Cal Recycle.
Intelligence runs in
Let's
the
take a walk.
family. Innovation runs in the
Cute little
family.
park.
Extraordinary runs in the family. The Mercedes-Benz range of SUVs. And remember, it's waiting to impress. Learn more at mbusa.com.
What do you want to do now?
Are recycling smarter to help save our planet. Check out your items before putting them in your bin to make sure they get recycled. For more tips on proper recycling, visit irecyclesmart.com. Do your part. Recycle smart. This holiday weekend, ViralRabbi makes its triumphant return to theaters. See the film critics are calling groundbreaking.
You are powerful.
Viola Davis gives a stunning performance.
Say no more, you big softy. I'm gonna spend every waking moment. Want to stay for dinner? How do you stay?
Now playing in
But we're
theaters.
also no
Silverados and Suburbans are now arriving. Even the all-electric affordable 23-volt EVs with incredible range are at CarlChevrolet.com. Find your road to Carl Chevrolet, the first Caddy original since 1964. Josh and Ben. Don't miss the LA Chargers and Jacksonville Jaguars tomorrow on KFI AM 640. Countdown to kickoff starts at 3 p.m. Hey, Neil Sabadra here.
Superintendent
Replace
of
your old
retired.
leaky windows with new, affordable,
Sparky
custom-made
transfer.
windows. Not one,
Point is,
do
someone
it
needs to
right
take care of
with
this
American
business.
Vision
Lucky
windows.
you.
In my house, when it rains, the water actually stays on the outside now. Because we replace our first windows with American Vision windows. They use some
Walk
major
around for your
technology prevents
And at the
dust,
same
mold,
time, you've
or
always been
moisture,
there. Work outside,
bacteria,
you talk to bears.
excessive
That's
sound from getting into our home. Units that have maybe starts replacing
Might
their
be
own
annoying, but
windows
they'll get over
decades
it.
ago.
As far as your
Get the
qualifications,
value you
you're
deserve.
Ron
Through
Swanson.
January, zero interest
Stop
and
being
zero payments for 12 months, plus free installation.
Oh, today.
PSLB number
I already said it
778-326. Trust the window company that I trust with daily friends trust American Vision windows. Call today. Get that
Bonnie,
free.
You and your kid is Bobby's movie and Heartbreak got different options. Engaging 60 minutes of physical activity every day. A crystal dance party. A walk around the block. Or this yoga kid all time with Cowhouse Moments. It's brought to you by cowhouse.org. Let's be
Hopefully not too fine, because I'm not looking for any.
Worry is protected. Cowhouse Health. Access Cowhouse free and secure mental health resources.
There are some homeowner headaches we fix together. Wizard Rejuvenation, where we help you prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $1.3. And that one is more on drains for just $80 with a 30-foot drain space. We're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearance service is just $80. So nice and satisfying. They'll care conditioning and money. TCL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. All the radio stations you love, every playlist to match your mood, the podcast that everyone's talking about.
We considered every decision that we've made over the last year, and I think we can stay on forever.
The news that you've been rushed to the hospital is one thing I was listening for. Whenever I hear everything. Now, live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Yeah, closing time till Monday. Close up shop here. Storekeeper on Riverside deputy was shot contained at the Inland
I
Valley
think I'm
Medical
past
Center.
that point.
If we have any more news on that, you'll hear it tonight on KFI. And also, we have some rain coming in.
As
It's
usual,
raining on
there's
Saturday
only one
and then
rule.
late Sunday
No shop
into
talk.
Monday.
We want to
Another
discuss
big story here
politics.
in
You're
Southern
going to have to wait
California,
until
Thomas
after
Day
dinner.
is remaining the
I'm
head
looking at
coach
you,
of the Los
Leslie.
Angeles Rams after his
As long as we get to play
Mega
charades.
Millions in about an hour and 8 minutes. They're coming home.
Joe Biden
Yeah,
knows
it's
his
being
way
a
around.
wild card game tomorrow.
You said
Jags
that before.
versus
Anyway, the
Chargers.
point is, yes,
Starting
I
at
do
3
like
p.m.
working
with the
with
pregame
I love it. But
kickoff,
I'm
or
always looking for new
pregame
challenges.
show
It's
kicks
like
off
that.
at 3 p.m. And then the actual kickoff is at 5:15 p.m. That game will be played in Jacksonville, Florida. And you can listen to it right here with Malcolm Smith and DJ
For governor,
on AFI AM
someone's
640.
been reading my
Starting at 3
kindergarten dream
p.m.
journal. So
tomorrow.
what do you think?
And then we'd also like to thank
Okay, great.
the Artist Excellence today.
Exciting.
Sharp,
Let's take this
energy.
Steve Gregory
Crushed your
came in.
life insurance.
Steve Gregory, by the way, is
Dr.
working
Jill,
on getting information
let's
from
fix it.
Deputy Scott in Riverside. He has more connections than anybody I know.
Move the
Jason Hixon, of course, Alex Michelson, great program. And then Victor coming in and filling in for Bellio. Closure, of course, best news guy in the game. Angel and Stephanie.
Local heroes,
Just
government experience, blah, 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 blah,
an
blah, blah.
outstanding team
The
here.
only potential problem is like that is gonna be very
Big story. But the big story is going to be
I'm sorry, but it's
obviously
the ninth
football
highest selling
weekend
multiplayer
in the
video
race.
based
The
strategy
rain
fantasy
is
sequel
going to be
game.
coming down heavy tomorrow night. If you live up in the Foothills areas or any of the Burnsville areas, tomorrow night is going to be a night where you will be awake and listening for the torrential downpour that might be happening up to an inch an hour on your roof. You'll be listening with the TV off and the radio. Okay, mine turned down a little. You can hear it on the roof. And then start to work.
It's just
Hopefully it won't be as bad as last weekend. And they're saying that last weekend storm, or the last storm we had, was much worse than this storm coming. So we had Saturday, Sunday,
right. Yeah,
it's
no,
dry
obviously.
for the most part, and then Sunday night, another storm comes in. So if you're a big horse racing fan,
Okay, pros, you
so
run
a
a
lot of us out there,
You would be a great
they
go.
ran today at Santa
You
Anita.
make honey or
They're
space.
dark tomorrow. They're not running tomorrow. In anticipation of the
Guys,
12 inches deep. But I guess these
So
new
we've solved it.
fragile horses,
Look, going back to Connie and Lee,
not into it.
I don't think just talk
But
about
big story is the rain, and you have about 45, 40 acres to buy your ticket. I get on the way home. On the way home. Last night I had Chinese food, and I got a fortune in my fortune cookie, and it had 6 numbers on it. So I was going to play those 6 numbers, and then I got up, realized that my wife had cleaned up the living room and threw that away. So you know the numbers that in your dad passed away. Were you with him? Well, here's the thing. In 2019, we went
Oh my God, I'm happy right now.
never get recover from that. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah.
Man's
It's
here.
part of stuff they had to use with
Man's here.
Oh my God. It's up to the kitchen, and I passed the secret out of mother. The phone to 911. So like, I don't know how long it was, but when you see the light go out of someone's eyes, it's amazing that
Hair
dad
is
had
amazing,
history
by the way,
with
like a
that.
cartoon
Yeah.
princess.
And also, when something like that happens, it seems like every minute that goes by where the ambulance is not there seems like an hour. Yeah, so fun.
Well, it's
A great
confusing
job.
because they're delicious.
And then talking about how,
Because my first book
she
was
was,
so
she was the only daughter. There's only one person on 7 billion people on the planet that could say Elvis was my dad.
Love it. Not
And
everything.
just
You
the
properly
pressure that
yourself
comes
out there.
along.
Yep. In a matter of speaking.
You
So
know,
and I spent most of our time on the foundation.
I have a little less pressure
I can't believe it.
on me.
I mean, I love you.
Dorf
You're
on
one of my
auto
best friends,
racing
but
and
you
Dorf
have
on
betrayed
golf.
me in everything you stand for. You changed.
Well,
I take it all back.
here's the thing,
That's
Terry,
why
the
I'm
name
done.
is-
Gimme, 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 gimme.
Thank you, Brett. Well,
Hey,
that's not-
Oliver. Hey,
that's not
Leslie.
good, Vickers.
Hello.
Well,
Your kids are like surprisingly
Well,
awesome.
Thank
you. Did you use the egg donor or
But
give
also,
Chris a
one
call
place
last
is from the vantage point
Again,
of the
they
school.
are my biological children.
Once again, I don't believe you.
The teacher.
And you rainbow
Yeah,
infused
he's sort of been in
space.
the background.
And
But
you
he's had to
beautiful,
manage
sassy
all of this. He had
mannequin
to
come to
manage
life.
the passing of Elvis, to manage the passing out of her daughter.
Leslie,
And you know, it's one thing to lose a child, but there's also a child.
compared her to a nutrient rich. She is
Yeah, there's the loss of Brazil has gone through. It's unbelievable. Unreal.
You are
So, all right, so, and then big football weekend this weekend. I know you're a big NFL fan.
Aren't you
Yeah, but my
afraid that
team is
they
not
might
in it.
give you cancer?
Rams, yeah. But we had a great year last year.
There he
When
is.
you have a Super Bowl, that whole
Chip
Super Bowl,
Gregory.
they go. They really go. Even though this year's team has the worst
Is it?
record from any team that previously, or that won the Super Bowl the year before.
Hello, Jack.
What would they have remember more? Super Bowl?
Strong handshake. Well done.
All right, I'll be watching, and the Chargers will be right here. Sorry, I'll be here at KFI. All the quiz shows will be preempted, but definitely tune in KFI for all the action. Excellent. All right, great job. We'll see you Monday. All right, thanks. No, Kelly now here on KFI AM 6.
It's a common misconception that the
Stimulating
audience
talk.
is all it's actually the lamplighter.
It's happening. Everybody, our kids are falling in love.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Everywhere. On the radio app.
Yeah.
Deputy Brown. I'm Amy King-Butt from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A Riverside County Sheriff's deputy has been shot during a confrontation with a person in Lake Elsinore. It happened this afternoon on Hillvale Lane, just east of Grand Avenue. The deputy was taken to the hospital. The sheriff's department says one person has been taken into custody. Family members of a man with schizophrenia who was shot and killed by the LAPD say they plan to sue the city. Mark Smith's wife went to the police station earlier this month after he showed up at her home violating a restraining order. She says she was hoping officers would help get the man into mental health treatment.
I wanted the police to help me. I gotta go recover. And they failed. And they really failed me. I never knew by going to the police that they would not help me. And they just let me down.
Smith's wife told police he suffered from mental health issues. LAPD chief Moore says he's concerned
Bueno,
mental health
simplemente
unit
parten más.
at home. LA County will begin the governor's care mental health and homeless plan a year early.
Providers to ask the judge to order a clinical evaluation and, if necessary, implement a plan for treatment.
Whoever runs
With a
is
public
going to
defender, but allows a third
and
party
whoever
to make the
doesn't
first move. The governor
right
signed the Act into law
alongside the other
last year, says it will help
offering
slow
advice
homelessness.
or
Critics
whatever.
say it could
So
violate
it doesn't
the law
matter.
and cost taxpayers billions of dollars. LA County didn't have to start until next year. Some local lawmakers have said they're afraid starting too early may be too much too soon. Gregory Picoftheday.
The CDC says this year's flu vaccine matches well to current trends. ABC's Brian Hart says fewer than half of them.
First of all, I just have to say that all of you in the same room at the same time with your children here, it's like, it's the greatest thing that's ever happened.
About 170 million doses of flu
Secondly,
vaccine
Ben and I
have been
have been
distributed in the U.S.
Leslie's running for governor of Indiana.
The district founder of SPS has spoken up a third time since he was arrested
Yeah,
on
she got
federal
much
counts
better
of fraud and
DNC, and she
conspiracy
has a great job.
related to the collapse of his
Indiana
cryptocurrency
native,
fund, a
extremely
currency platform.
qualified, and she
Sam
wrote that she
Jenkins
wanted
Reid
to be
posted a
governor.
2,300-word rebuke of the charges against him on the website Substack yesterday.
Telling readers he did not steal customer funds and blaming a tweet from a
So I'm running
rival
for
company
governor.
CEO said he would sell all of the
Ben
stuff
seems
he
to be
sold
running
into
my
the extra run of the company.
ABC's Dave Packer says Bankman-Fried also
Right
blamed
now,
the
it makes me
downfall of
just-
FTX on
when
its
we were
inability to meet demand for
together.
customer withdrawals.
We fought
Bankman-Fried was released on $258 million bail last month.
people's
It was
lives
released
tiny
by
better.
his parents' home in
That's what public service is all about.
The White House says President Biden will deliver the State of the Union address next month. ABC's Karen Travers says the
Far and
President
away,
Biden's first
best
address
that
to Republicans,
makes
Democrats, and
work
the country
worth
about
doing
working to continue
is getting
building
to
the economy, boosting competitiveness,
I started my career more than 30 years ago in the Parks and
Biden will
Recreation
deliver
Department right
Capitol
here
Hill
in Pawnee,
Tuesday,
Indiana.
February 7th, to a
I've had
divided
a lot of
Congress.
different
House
jobs,
Speaker Republican
including 2
Kevin
terms
McCarthy
as a
says the
governor.
American
And
people
soon,
sent them to
a
Washington
new
to deliver
unknown
a new
challenge
direction for the
awaits
country.
me. Definitely
Yeah.
is.
Graduation, maybe.
But that's not why we do it.
Safe or cutting
We do
board.
it because we get the chance to work hard at what we're
Environmental
doing
and biological science
alongside a team of people.
The study measures the
So I
prevalence
thank
and
those
degree of cross contamination across a variety of kitchen surfaces during a consumer
And I
meal
thank you for
preparation
this
event. We have not seen evidence of site consumer contamination before. Yet we know they are finding it. Something rivers can pay a 5% chance of rain after midnight. Low to be in the 40s to low 50s. With a chance of rain tomorrow morning, then rain is likely for the afternoon.
The
Low
campus
times
library
50
will
to about
henceforth
60. A wind
bear her
advisory
name.
will be in effect for the Inland Empire and Antelope Valley tomorrow afternoon and evening with gusts up to 50 miles per hour. Mostly cloudy for Sunday, and rain developing again Sunday night and continuing into Monday.
Swing is
It's
fixed.
54 in the centimeter, 55 Temperature, 57
There you
for
have
the
it,
east,
sir.
55.
No,
Another problem
vamos a
solved.
pimp.
Report the Dow ended the day up 113 points, the Nasdaq gained 78, S&P 500 added 16.
Yeah, that's
The
about right.
average price for regular unleaded in
Okay,
California,
well.
$4.42 a gallon. We've got a
Dude, I'll
soft and
give
high in the
one.
heights,
I'll give
16
Hang on,
to
fucking back.
It's causing a bit of a slow
Good
down.
idea.
It's traveling
Might
right
be
now
a
just before Hacienda
billionaire.
Boulevard.
Fighting's all wrong.
Billionaire.
I'm gonna say you'll never shot
Lanes
this
are
Photoshop
not
you
from
later.
a
I'm gonna show up in that
Keep
picture
on
anyway
phone,
because I'm a
pretty much
vampire.
that same stretch. County Spring at 57 northbound place from Lambert all the way to the 60. Also taking a look at Fairbanks on the 5 southbound.
Where did you get
The
that?
ways crawling along from Olive,
What?
all the breaks and
Salute.
scratches all the way to the 605.
Oh yeah, that's stuff.
Into the Cajon Tower. With the top drive, 15 northbound Sierra to the
Oh, you
138.
remember this one?
KFI in the sky. Hope
Yeah,
that you
this
there
one.
faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
This hour is sponsored by Advanced Trail Restoration. How would you like to be driving if you have a Model 3 this year without following $60,000 price tag? And I'm not talking about a scooter. I'm talking the CEO of a company where you can subscribe to a custom Model 3 for just $1,000. Subscription and it only lets you add the trailer package. This details at ROTHSCHILD.com. Identity threats you may miss on your own. And if you become a victim, LifeLock will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at
My
all.
friend was like, dude,
LifeLock
you are
has
such a
launches
sick motherfucking dog.
protect your
I'm gonna fuck you.
Join now and
I was like,
save
dude,
25%
what the
off
fuck?
your first year. Go
Did
to
you just say you're gonna fuck
LifeLock.com.
me?
Follow code
Oh my god, I'm so
This
sorry.
is the type of massacre that turns again. New details into what was uncovered at the gruesome crime scene in Pike County. Accused murderer George Wagner faces the judge and jury.
No Wagner family DNA was found at the crime scene.
Will he face the death penalty or will he walk free?
This case is about wild.
Listen to the Pike massacre. Season 4, trials begin on Friday.
Enrolled in the Senior Executive Service Development Candidate Program at the Department of the Interior. So, my promotion is official. We need to find a place in DC because we're going to be splitting our time. I guess now is as good a time as any to make my announcement. John and I just closed on the Austin City. Oh my God! Cheers. This is about people who are moving scary. Not everyone's about you.
This later was most on KFIA
Well, look at this
640
way.
live
That
everywhere
news comes
on the
in threes, right?
iHeartRadio app.
We're
Some
leaving,
big
April and
stories
Andy are
that we're
leaving, Donna's
watching,
leaving.
probably
That's three.
heard, and also returned in
That's
news
three.
breaks. Then it just boils
But we're
down to
probably
this.
due for some
Rain
good
is
news.
coming. Rain is going
I
to
come
be
to you
here.
tonight
Rain
with
is
some good
coming.
news.
Going to arrive tomorrow. Or
It's
maybe
not
just
said
tonight,
I will be
tomorrow,
saying
and
right
Sunday.
now,
But we're going to have
because
rain
beloved
all
Audie
through
Mayor
the
Walter
weekend
Gunderson
from back to back
sky.
storms all over Southern California. So just anticipate water during your weekend. Also, Rabbi, the daredevil son of people, died of cancer today at the age of 60, and we continue our remembrances of Lisa Marie Presley. And I know that people have different memories or different associations of her. I heard from a lot of you yesterday regarding my commentary about her passing, and I want to thank you for the notes you get me on Twitter at
And
Ms.
as
Marcello
per
and
his
other
final
places.
wish,
But
his body
I
will lie
understand
in
why
state
people
in the city council
feel
chambers for a
very
day,
close
which is just
to
a
celebrities,
real
because
cool thing for a public
oftentimes
space.
they may
Also, he
be
sent us a brief
constant in
video
their lives. Like
message to
if
be
there
played
is a
for this
musician
event.
that you like to hear,
Hello,
you may listen to that singer or musician
my time.
when times are difficult in your life. You develop a closeness and intimacy, if you will, with that musician. And I understand how
Much I wasn't
Lisa
paying
Marie
attention to
Presley, and by extension her father Elvis Presley,
the citizens of Pawnee.
served that for a lot of people. And so the loss of Lisa Marie Presley
Credit
may hit you in a way you may not be ready for. You weren't expecting. And I get that. And I understand that. But there's also something beyond celebrity that I always want to look at. I mean, celebrity is definitely a part of the conversation. You can't talk about
Moving,
Lisa Marie
retiring.
Presley and not
Too
talk
many
about the
endings.
celebrity
Not enough
aspect
beginnings.
of
We need
herself,
something to
her
begin.
father, her
And I
mother,
have just
her life in general.
Underground?
But I usually try to think about
And realizing
them
we
as
know nothing
human
about
beings
logistics about
at
starting
this
over
point.
in conditions.
And I
But
understand
someone here
the
will.
human cost of what's going on. Not that you don't, but I'm saying I don't want to lose sight of her. And someone who I believe has been less talked about
Why don't you just
for whatever reason.
You're basically
And I
running
use this in a historical sense.
I was a mayor once
And
before.
to dovetail on what I was saying
Oh yeah,
last
you
night about
really
a
disgraced yourself
lifetime
and
of
destroyed an entire
pressure
town.
and pain
Yeah,
and
I
burden
should.
is Priscilla Presley. Yes, we're going to hear about all the stories of Elvis and his passing.
Fine,
Yes,
whatever.
we're going to hear about Lisa Marie Presley and the difficulties in her life. And you know who has to hear them all again? Priscilla Presley. Priscilla Presley is the one who has to field the phone calls and deal with the press requests Answer questions about how Marie Presley died, when she died, what was going on in her life.
Yeah, you're right.
Was there anything unusual in the time between the Golden Globes
How was your
and
trip?
now?
Amazing.
And I
A lot of
get
great
the
meetings.
need
Plus, Lucy and I
and
had the best
desire
time. It's
to
for
go
real,
ask
Leslie.
those
We
questions
went to
and
the
want
toy store and looked
answers
great.
to them.
Yeah.
But I
Sure,
think
look
about
what hell the
specifically
jewelry
in
is,
this
by the way.
moment,
Man's really
having
fun
to
calling.
deal with
This
all
is
those.
perfect.
Who knows
But
what
with
types of
everything
memories
ending,
are
it's nice
evoked
for the happy beginning that we all
by
need.
all these
You should
discussions
right now,
about the
here.
pain
What
that
better
her
place to
daughter
ask
went
woman to
through.
marry you than an
But
old
let's
man's
not forget,
public
we
memorial?
talked about
Yeah,
how
I
there
think
needs
I'm
to
probably
be no
gonna wait
greater
plus.
pain
Maybe
than
not
a
now.
child, the father, her daughter,
Nice. You gonna use your spit? Yeah, dog. That's good stuff. Spit shining this motherfucker.
She lost her grandchild 2 years ago. And
Led by her body's natural decay by those younger
had to bear witness to all of that. Last night I was saying Lisa Marie Presley's pain is over. Her burden is over.
Yo, dog.
Suffering is over. But I can't
Damn.
tell her.
Fuck. Almost too clean.
She's still going through it. She's still dealing with it.
Yoshi, your family's like, hold on, baby.
There's no way in the world that there's any television that she can turn on and not have the station on radio or music station that she can turn on. She can have a brief respite from the reality that her daughter is gone. Now, she did make a statement, or I would say there's a quote in the New York Times, which speaks to how she said earlier in the day, Lisa Marie Presley had been receiving medical attention, but she didn't elaborate. And we can glean something from that. We can glean that it wasn't necessarily
This lady's on it.
a larger issue. And again, I'm not going to speculate. We will get that information in time. And I'm sure that as soon as we have that information and we verify the report, we'll give it to you. Some things we don't need to know right away. I love that man. And not just because he was a dynamite leg. And from what Priscilla Presley has been saying, there was
Hey, that in the beginning it comes on the website show the fucking website and after this back was being echoed because neither here nor there. No, anyway. Bill fucking Murray was center of the universe, and you know the fucking Mount Chavez Mashiach and center of the multiverse, perhaps. Why? As anyone knows, anyone could be Mashiach and center of the multiverse, perhaps, logically with adequate lineage and righteousness. Let's go.
And who knows if she's been battling other health issues. That information will come out as well. But I think about it, I wonder about Priscilla Presley specifically. I wonder how she deals with all the issues that she dealt with since she was 14 years old.
Bill Murray.
Listen, if you can't trade 200 white doves in the next 4 hours to spell out Lucy, will you marry me? Then you have no business calling yourself a pet. Why can't everyone share basic concepts about race? I don't know, Tom. I really don't. Hey, Ian, I need a gigantic banner that says congratulations to Lucy and Tom that I can buy tomorrow.
I'm quite sure that's probably
Over the
more
past
than most
50
of us
years,
have
I've
ever
spent
gone
nearly
through in a given lifetime.
$100,000 at your banner store. I have ordered banners for every personal and professional event that I've ever organized. My credit card company told me about it. Not to
Probably deal
question
with
the
the
charges,
arrangements of
but to
burying her
sincerely
daughter.
ask me if I was meant to
I
be
wouldn't wish
saved.
that on
See that
anybody.
Rolex up there on
Absolutely
your wrist, bro?
nobody.
That's
And
just
there's no, take it back where I was at the beginning, there's no amount of celebrity
Hey, Bobby, thanks for coming in.
that reality.
Good to see you guys. It's been a while. How's
And
Leslie?
many of us would love to be celebrities in the sense of what we perceive the lifestyle to be.
What was the thing we were talking about? City.
And I've been in this business long enough, it's probably not what you think, and it's probably not what you want.
Choosing food.
Because I don't know of anybody
We needed
who wants to trade lives with Priscilla Presley, especially right about now. This is Radio Remote Kelly, KFI 640 here live every day on the iHeartRadio app. Now let's go to the KFI 24-hour news on YouTube.
This moment a couple minutes ago, more rain in Southern California is expected to arrive overnight.
What up, pimp? And then my friend was like, what up, pimp? And then we started slapping each other. He was like, dude, oh my God, only 47 minutes to you're a billionaire. It's like, dude, Texas, man. 47 minutes to you're a millionaire.
More than 100 homeless people accepted housing as part of Rapid's Inside Space program. A whopping $1.35 billion is on the line for tonight's Mega Millions drawing. It's the second largest prize in Mega Millions history. Odds of winning, 1 to just under 303 million. The drawing today. Like cans of rain after midnight, rain likely tomorrow with 40 to near 60. This report brought to you by Stand Up Cancer, that's falling in sundown number 5. The northbound side, so delays are filling in right around Sheldon, taking you ahead all the way to the 14. Also loading up is the 210. Westbound delays away from Harvard all the way to the 5 merge. And the 405 northbound Pistol, and that's out of West LA, leaving Santa Monica Boulevard all the way to that 5 merge, rolling into Delmar. Also traffic Anaheim Hills 91 eastbound from the 55 and stretches all the way to the 15 in Corona. And the 15 northbound in the Powell Path. Well, it's going down at Duncan Canyon all the way to the 138. Hey, FI in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Joe Buck and John Smoke welcoming you back to the City Center Convenience Mart. Oh, she's looking at her cigarettes, but she just cracked the gum off the counter. Stand Up to Cancer and Rally want you to reduce your risk for cancer. Go to
Okay, Tom, there's your marker.
sponsored by
Front, Ted, are you going?
I think so. There are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of
Quiet on the set.
education or jump out to help their families put food on the table. You can help change their future in
Hello.
a single moment.
We'd like to see
How
some
far
green
your support
sister identical.
Let's get one line.
What? 2
and
minutes
boosters
in a row.
provide better protection from COVID-19.
Hello.
Two,
Like to see some gorgeous jewelry? We have the most rare diamonds in the world.
And three, the risk of getting very sick from COVID-19 goes up with age. And boosters can help you lower the chance of hospitalization and death. Find a booster
Oh,
near you.
look at that.
Get them, or just for fun. Or let it go. Make it easy to get started. Stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 Better Self languages for 40% off. Visit BetterSelf.com today and save 40%. Continue their dream of education.
Do the wrist. Okay, everybody in the van. We're headed to the next location.
Payments going up, credit
You should
harder to
totally
get.
do it.
If you need a one-day final transformation, or you've been shopping around and waiting for the right time, well, now is that time. Honey Dental is offering a new in a day. Custom hybrid zirconia teeth with favorable competitive terms that will be beat. Locking your payment plan and get a beautiful, natural-looking smile in just a day. Call Honey Dental 888-640 Smile. That's 888-640 Smile. Nutrition supply. This is hard to admit, but when I was in junior high school, I was bullied so badly. I cried. Hello, I'm Jonathan Williams, founder of ROTHSCHILD. I was so dominant after my grandfather. But as a kid, I was for having that name. So I changed it to John. John is the English version of Obama.
My dad, no
The
problem.
honors of
That's fine.
my
I'll just
family and
destroy this
heritage
all.
are important. But staying true to myself and Rooter Hero Plumbing are important. Staying true to Rooter Hero Plumbing means being true to you and delivering world-class service. That's why my cell phone number is on the back of each picture, 377,
that a morning
and
shock
we'll
jock
your line
DJ,
for
the mayor.
$77.
But keep an open mind. I went to Northwestern, worked on 2 political campaigns, and I spent all my time communicating with the public.
You don't have to insult the degree.
Well, I think we have our answer.
Nice.
There's a lot of things that I would do.
You know that I despise you and that I want you and all the
Weird things like you.
You should be mayor. You're the best person to do it.
Or with Neil
Plus, this would
Severa.
erase
Tomorrow
ice
afternoon at 2 on AFI AM 640.
My famous name, though.
This lady was located in KFI
My oral law.
everywhere on the iHeartRadio.
I'm gonna turn the mayoral law into my
Treasury
oral law.
Secretary Janet Yellen says
Thought of
the
it as I go ahead
U.S.
and pop back.
run out of money, as they say, and possibly default on our debt. We need to do something before June. Time to rest. He's married. Why? I don't know. But he's married. It's still so my question. A woman who, from what I read, is an employee of this company, and she looks like he's married from the pictures I've seen, someone who's a spitting image of Kim Kardashian. For the video on that, just shaped like that. Shape, hair, facial features, everything else. Kim Kardashian. So, congratulations to the
I'm on the Frisbee champs.
newlyweds. We win. just minutes. What time is it on? Is it 7:30?
No, it's right.
That's what it is. Okay. See, I never actually watch the live draw. I always just check like after the fact the next day or something. Yeah. Or in actually to tell the full truth, I just wait for the email from producer Michelle.
Yeah. So what it does is it feeds Michelle to get it done. And she gets to do the call. And Lord, that money is getting recirculated.
This is that. Michelle, I'm not in on this. I agree with this.
No, but I never did.
All I'm saying is, in the years, plural, in the years that I've been donating, I don't know, what we
It
do.
was good. I'm trying to do this shit. About 5. No, she lit it up.
But we have never.
We got you everything you asked for.
There's actually a breakdown on the sign on to the dollar line.
Yes, of course.
I want to know how much people are actually included. And it grows exponentially because we don't look. I was like the original 20, and it has really grown in the past couple of years. But I assume there are more and more people every month. I assume. No, it doesn't work like that.
Sent me on this
I don't know. You're not going on.
my job to less
Like, you know that. Every time there's a hire,
Okay, I wasn't upset, but who was going to be the mayor for the next 2 months then?
This is going to sound bad, but I'm going to say it anyway. It's like she grooms folks for the lottery. Michelle, new hire. More money for the poor. So if you really want to work here,
But it's all
you
good.
start tipping them out.
Lounge.
Like, I gotta get my foot. You want
First date.
you want more hours, you can get me the price.
Like this.
Which now, you know,
And after that,
anyway,
we ate late night
$20
pancakes.
oh, we want to do
While
that.
we're there,
So
not
it's
a
going to diminish more and
and I
more
tried to
and
show
more.
you a Mac drink.
Yeah, you want to live for $40. I would be very upset. And I have to look at the lab. And Michelle will be in Dubai. When he said, no, let's think about this. We don't see the actual ticket. Sure. Remember that. So Michelle,
Yes. Really? Yay.
no, photocopies of something.
So just
We don't verify.
how married are you?
We need to trust but verify.
Yeah.
Those are things like that.
Hells, baby.
It's possible that Michelle could
Donna, this is crazy.
so many
Type
tickets
of
and say,
art in
no,
the human head is this
how would we know?
Just listen. You're gonna cut the man's
Other
hair.
than
You're
her
gonna charge $8. It'll take you 4 minutes. So just shut up
Get it?
and make it look like
Michelle
this.
is one of
Okay.
the honest, first while.
So,
You know, to take you with her, right?
I'm writing a opera about Red Deeper. And I did single design for my friend's drag
Or
show.
Rob.
Like the warehouse
Right. Seriously, we actually take the law school real serious. And she will say, I need you to pay for you.
Oh my God, I
I need
had the
you.
worst time
And usually
last
do it
night.
annually.
Everything
Make
was
it
like
easy
stupid
because
life.
you do like a Venmo or whatever. But you never really considered
More about how you hate
how it would handle if you want any significant sum.
Sorry about the audio. I just realized Lucy doesn't care
I
about
don't know.
it.
It's literally detailed. Exactly how it would be broken down.
No, you're right. Thank you.
Especially if this is how you are. I mean, yeah.
Still very big celebration.
Man.
What's the problem with the evacuation plan?
See you later.
Yeah.
Got some inside, some granite juice.
Check out this book.
And basically quietly, slowly walk to the center.
Oh, there it is.
There's going to be a lot of dead air.
This is the orange stuff.
Now throw it out. Okay, you didn't want to be on call 24/7.
Everything that's
Check
okay,
out
right?
the high stakes world banner.
Man, we're playing a game again. Ready, yours? 10, 9, 8, 7. Yours. What's this one? Yours.
Happy inauguration day,
Yours.
buddy.
Oh, my God, that was fuck.
Passing of our beloved Mayor Gunderson marks the end of an era. We are about to begin a new chapter in Monty's history. Ladies and gentlemen, the new mayor of the great city of Pawnee, Indiana.
Now, she all of a sudden calls her sick. If she plans a vacation,
Wiki needs the greatest pins of all time.
do not let her go anywhere unsupervised. Especially, at least she needs to be quarantined for the next week.
Pumps of all time.
The show will not be out of anyone's sight until we
Like,
can
butt
confirm the
fucking?
veracity of those lotto tickets and
Like
that people
gaslight?
getting
Like shoes?
ripped off. You know, money does strange things to people. Really strange things. It does.
Man,
When we come back, we'll find out what's going on
what's
around town this weekend with Nick Elliott. Keep it right here. Later with Mo Bella, KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app now and the team in the 24-hour KFI newsroom.
The Riverside County Sheriff's deputy has been shot in Lake Elsinore. The deputy is in the hospital. The shooter has been taken into custody and was also taken to that same hospital.
Which brings us to
The shooting happened late this
2005.
afternoon on
Circle
Hilldale
Park
Lane, just
renovation.
east of Grant Avenue.
And a young
Several
man
deputies
named
have entered
Thomas
the home
Hammer
on Hilldale Lane, but there's no word on whether they're looking for anyone.
Perhaps we could skip
Illinois
ahead
Mayor Karen Bass says her new Inside
I
Pay
planned a
program has
comprehensive
housed almost 100
retrospective, but I
people
guess I can
who have been
show
living in homeless camps in Venice.
Debate about getting a
This is one of
pod-based
the
hobby.
largest homeless camps
Gary and I
today.
wrote a
Bass
music
said there isn't funding to support them for a few months.
Like, can we just quickly shake hands, pretend we like each other, and get out of here? No, April's not. We
Organizers
need to
started
celebrate
offering
everything that
temporary
we've done
housing
together as a
services,
group.
services
This is our last
rather,
day
to people
here.
living
Who knows when we'll all be together like
a
this
jewelry
again?
heist in Garden Grove played out in broad daylight.
It is stop the light. We started to take this best silver bands and all red stops in front of the person with the suspect got out of the car. The suspect that ran up the victim's vehicle
Let's make a new one. Let's fix this swing.
know what they were looking for
One last ride with the Parks and Rec gang. Who's in?
Sheriff deputy who was shot in Elsinore has done. At least 18 reported
Someone
tornadoes
died.
in homes and businesses in Alabama.
Who died?
With the twisters tore through the car wash where he worked.
Everything. A cop?
Okay, so what is our first step on our quest to help this man? Does anyone remember?
Parks and Recreation,
A woman in Sacramento just received
Correct. 5
dozens of
points for helping.
mysterious
well, everything's
their
paperless
front
now.
door.
None of us has a
Amazon
login,
says
so
a third-party seller had been sending returns to the wrong address for weeks.
I think it's
Trying to
a
this
person.
packages she didn't order since around Christmas. I called attorney, post office,
Like you always do.
carriers that were giving us they thought it was
Imagine
Confidence. You want to be a crazy story about you.
if you were like for your family to say, never say or like never say cover shop. It's how hard they go. Just in a place like what is it, Long
I
Beach?
know.
Nothing even fun. Downside weather from KFI cloudy with rain rolling back on Sunday.
Oh man, I don't want the guy to die. Over ACAB. I just
It's
wanted to
53
retire.
in Lake Forest, 56 in Huntington Beach. We've got going for no weekend crash in South LA on 110. There's 110 northbound at Gage. Planes that the drive is loading up all the way from the 105. And then beyond the scene of the crash, the drive remains pretty heavy and slow all the way to the 101. Up, rolling into Outer Sun Valley on the 5 northbound, is slightly improving. And you're on the brakes away from Sheldon all the way to about the 14 freeway. It's 10 westbound, also pretty jammed up still from Hubbard to the 5. And The 405 northbound emission note loads up at the 118 all the supplies merge heading into Stonewall. Now the Cajon Pass remains a mass 15 northbound from Sierra all the way to the 138. And you're loading up in Northern Hills 91 eastbound from Imperial Highway all the way to Green River. KFI in the sky. Help
Hey, what do you want?
I'm Angel Martinez.
And this is the
Hey,
DJ
y'all,
of
it's
the
Sharp. Let me tell you unfiltered truth about water softeners. They don't
Yeah,
filter
that happened.
anything. As they
Look at this. Hey, how's
it's perfect for areas banning
some
software.
dog
Like
here now?
does more than a software and better. Put yours by calling
Donna is going to take some of the money
800-803-2696 or visit
trips and establish a
likeforlike.com.
education program.
Life Source, taste and feel the difference. Giant feature liquid fluid.
Seriously? You're just
This is
Your job is to go to the wrong place for car repair.
and honestly, it's your belief that should
This
This is what I want.
So don't risk it.
I've had a lot
With
of
your car's
adventures.
expert
I single-handedly started that door knocker
Double A,
theory trend.
and
I
yeah.
keep it nice.
Check engine light on. We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions at likeforlike.com for complete details. Hi, Tim Collins here of College Chevrolet, Costa Mesa. Silverados, Tahoes, and Suburbans are now arriving. Even the all-electric, affordable 23-volt EVs with incredible range at CollegeChevrolet.com. Brand new roads at College Chevrolet, the Orange County original since 1964. Wild cars.
Here's a man who loves his children. And I thought, oh wow,
They'll
he's
let the LA
intense.
Chargers and Jacksonville Jaguars tomorrow on KFI AM 640.
Yeah, that's
The kickoff starts at
But
8 p.m.
I just think you've come so far. And I'm so glad that you're keeping the first part in your hands.
Having to stop it and stop by the regulations can save you money, prevent flooding inside your home, and remove all unnecessary road from your life. There's $99 uninstalled related to visit all 5 Ford areas.
Nice for buddy.
Schedule a photo today and my team will show up on professionals that smell better than a new car rack index. You will be able to get back to life later, but also things that really matter and avoid the unsanitary properties of some of the drivers. Nobody can help during reference at $99 stoppage page. Smell good plumber.com. I guarantee my plumber will show up on time.
Tax breakers,
House call is free. The best is water and dental care. Dentist, LA Dentist Group. Now pound $250 on your cell and say dentist. For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. Stimulating talk.
Okay, April and Andy, I need to file this. Would anyone like to accompany me to the 4th floor?
One last journey to the weirdest place on earth? Yes.
Take the elevator. Call it. Yeah, I know.
There is the 4th floor. Disturbing girls.
We really don't have a whole lot of information.
Jack
The
Hannon
shooting
pictures.
happened this afternoon on Hildale Lane, just east of France Avenue. Apparently, one person has been taken into custody.
Hey, you done?
And that person is
All of those things.
hospital.
Maybe.
Police cars
All right.
residents and
You're done. Good, Yoshvik. Put a cock in the corner. Gonna be a trillionaire. Man.
Andy, that's a story that is still developing. It is to offer or information. Right now, I'm joined on the line by Nick Hollywood.
They love to make
What's
bold
going to be
and
happening
about.
this weekend, as we call this weekend with Nick Hollywood. Nick has doors at Southern California. Now, we're not visiting snow, but given all this rain, we've been
Look, we have to go.
plenty of stuff.
Put all the candy in a bowl or
As a
something.
posting pictures put on my position, I would check that out this weekend with Nick.
And you?
On
Yes.
Instagram.
Yeah, I'll see that.
I hope that now we're about 5:30 and the snow was coming down. We got out of the car and the
I don't know,
snow
yeah.
was 6 feet high. It was
Yes.
It was
Yes.
wild. So I
With
cannot
love,
wait to
all the
connect.
awesome
The sun
stuff
was
your
down,
body
the
can do.
everything at that
All
point.
it meant was
But it's pretty
puking
epic. And
and
this is
getting weird
genuinely where
stretch
a lot of
marks
people
and
from Southern
veins
California
everywhere that signed me
get
up.
out of the car and they
But
head
at the
How
end,
deep
we
is
brought a
that?
child into the world
this
that's
is the big thing, getting out for winter activities and being able to snowboard and ski and hit the YouTubing and tobogganing and all that stuff. So it wasn't a
Hey, hey,
just like
That's really
Shannon
cool.
Stay Cool and Bert Macklin in the mix.
Who are you guys from?
One Sandra D. O'Connor. Get it? Sandra D. Plus Sandra Day O'Connor.
And I haven't completed that character from my new
I can see how she
Codes of Dunshire, Flora, Gameplay Magazine.
It looks like it.
Hey, where the kids at? I want to say hi. Rest all 3 at once. Oh, they're trick-or-treating.
What is the last thing? What's the level of temperature like right now? We are, I think it's 28 or 27. I know it's definitely below 32 degrees. But yeah, it's in the 20, first definitely when we pulled into town. So it's cold. It's real cold, and we're expected to have snow throughout the weekend. So that'll be pretty amazing up here. Hopefully, it doesn't look like it'll be nearly as much snow happening in the little places in Southern California, but there's plenty of snow right now. So if you wanted to head
All right, go ahead.
Brightwood,
What? You're gonna lecture me about how Andy and I should kids. You're gonna be like, they're so great, they change your life. And yes, they drive me nuts. It's all worth it for the beauty and the majesty and the glory of their little faces in the morning. Blah, 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 blah. You know why it's so unfair? Because you have got so lucky. You had sex one time and you had 3 kids, and they're all like smart and great and healthy. And now your lives are perfect. But our life is pretty perfect already. And you know what? Kids act the opposite of their parents. That's why your kids are so cool. But Andy.
I love this actually. Wow.
Going into later on Halloween. Did I get a warm towel? Get that makeup off.
No, I want it on. That's the whole point.
I can see that. Really? Yeah.
Wake up the godchild.
Guys, I know it came out unexpectedly early. He was born in 20.
And just run around naked and make people respect. But what we're going to do is go to breakdown, and then hopefully we can pick you up on the other side with a better connection. It's just that, you know,
There's like a tunnel here. So dog, I'm gonna pretend right there. Holy shit, I'm not safe at all. I'd be riding that shit out though. Really? Whenever I see this shit, I'm gonna pretend I'm right there. Holy shit. Really? Yeah, I'd be like, George, I'm right there. I'm cool. Actually, it's not that bad of a spot though. I mean, it's better.
Fortunately, Elsinore staff sources of potential KFI.
What's going on? You're not here?
You want canals everywhere. That's what you're gonna have. We got canals everywhere. Little kids.
I mean, so what program designed to help people who are severely mentally ill will roll out in LA a year ahead of schedule. The care force can compel someone suffering from mental
Two
illness
horns of
to
cow.
part of a court-ordered care plan for up to 2 years. Back-to-back storms will help inform our Western California that water volume at Isabella and Kern County will over 3,000 acres. Kern County River, or Kern River rather, is running
Oh boy.
2% of normal, making it the biggest water year we've seen since the 1980s. But a slight rain after midnight and rain likely tomorrow with highs to 40 up to about 50. This report brought to you by 1-800-NO-CUP Criminal Defense. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Exploding their tourists. all the way to the 605. And if I know it's loading up on that 91 inbound, think it's about a very highway.
Not true.
I'm attorney Gary Capanosa, founder of 1-800.com, reminding you to exercise your right to get back. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800.com, because no one will keep hands up. Unless you're into that sort of thing, 1-800.com.
This report is sponsored by calhope.org.
Look at this fake airman right here.
Order last Friday without one more year of gratitude.
Oh.
Don't worry, Tommy will solve this problem.
You've come so far. Now you're so successful.
Don't get well dressed.
COVID treatments are free. Listen by pill medication to stop the illness from getting serious. So, treat yourself. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 8 for treatment today. Again, 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
On the podcast, Hey Dude, the 90s called, David Lasser and Christian Taylor, stars of the cult classic show Hey Dude, bringing back to the days of split dresses and sugar necklaces.
We're getting to Hey Dude as a jumping off point, but we are going to unpack and dive back into the decade of the 90s.
And then we're calling on all of our friends to come back and relive it. Listen to Hey Dude, the 90s called on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Usually it's 60 minutes.
I'm doing it. Over the next 5 years, there's going to be 20
Gold are you saying?
chicken
Chicken.
Why are you at work? Oh, thanks for visiting, Dad.
Mommy, you gotta
This
stop
word
calling
here's my heart. I
Like,
become a
yes,
world
possible.
It was decision
That
time.
you
What's
made.
more important? Families can run their
So
payroll
much
and
money.
which gives more
More
time
people
to
are
Today.
family.
drawn
Go to patriotsoftware.com. Use promo code
stock
radio and
market
get 2 months
credit
of
dried
payroll
up. We'll get
processing
a prediction
free.
in the country.
That's
Well, you
patriotsoftware.com.
just gotta move on.
Get you and your kids a shopping trip and hot rate stuff to burn off trees. And do 60 minutes of physical activity every day. A Christmas dance party. Almost around the block.
What could go wrong? Nothing. I got here.
Calhope.org.
I want started an entertainment. Sales 4 months. I hope you're building great.
That's how quickly it happens.
Restaurant empire.
Everything's
Don't
cool.
fail. But the story of America is about
Oh,
Reward card is easy to get lower than low prices. So they're winning. Earn fuel points on every
and
trip and
civilization.
$1 a gallon
that's how
at the
long
pump.
failure
Sign up now
and
at
American
Ralph.com and
success.
start saving. Ralph, fresh for everyone. 32 days of free fuel to the
Finances with LifeLock Identity Theft Protection.
A Leslie,
LifeLock detects identity threats you may miss on your own. And if you become a victim, LifeLock will work to fix it. No one can prevent all.
Gary.
Join now and save up to 25% off your first year. Go to LifeLock.com.
Hey,
Promo code
thanks so much for coming, guys.
my friend is in here. No,
everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And if you're not heard the recent breaking news, we are following the story regarding the Riverside County Sheriff deputy who officially lost his life today after a shooting confrontation with a suspect. The suspect is in custody, but we don't necessarily know about the event leading up to the confrontation. But the Riverside County Sheriff deputy, as you probably know, is
CJ, calm down.
just over the past month as it was.
Oh, hell.
So we have sources who are letting us know the information that the Riverside County Sheriff Deputy has passed. Because you need to do that and other media thereby
Thank you, Mayor Curtis. You really
Remember how long it takes?
As we have more information, we will pass it along. We always want to make sure that we vet it first.
I can tell you that it happened in Lake Elsinore, Hillsdale, this afternoon, and officials are asking anyone who doesn't live in that area to stay away from the area.
Okay. Yeah, here we go. Same shit.
As president of City Council, I, Councilwoman Brandy Mount, star of more than 11,000 adult films, declare Gary Gerges, Mayor of Concord, Indiana, for the fourth time.
Gary Gerges, you are now mayor again for the 10th time. And in the footprint states of America, it's entrenched power all the time. Thank you.
And you can find the ice fishing from there, rainbow fishing in Anaheim, like where the ribeye from it, even higher in West Texas, the ice is an amazing thing. It still kind of stays in that winter activity situation, but we have a big science program, which is clean for free. So it's trying to use the ice or on the ice, if you will, to mini emergency session that are basic tooling, how to spend line, marching and gliding, and you'll be supported by the professional training staff afterwards. So that's also on this weekend with the Airplane Off, which is more information for staff. Here's something for you to really go look at, it's a little bit different. What about there's a new thing with this labs that are doing now, so they're doing the weekend. So there's a lot of activities happening around the weekend. One week of 2 events going on tomorrow at 10 a.m. on the 50th annual MLK Junior Croatian celebration happening so at the corner of MLK and Junior Boulevard and Line Street downtown Long Beach at 10 a.m. That's where it sets off, and the price celebration from 3 to 5 at MLK Junior is going to use that same urban style. So really impressive venue, and they're also having a volunteer event on Monday for that. Last fall for Regional Empire, Sunday, January 15th, so this Sunday, September 4th, there's going to be a full concert.
Dude, look how clean your desk is, man.
So I will not be participating in these activities. I will be
Not showing that, bro.
the possibility of obviously walking.
What up, pimp?
So I want to try to get back into glad the connection's being better with a little bit of Wi-Fi at this point. These are the activities that happen a little bit close to you and a little bit close. I'm curious, was the drive difficult? Did you have to change? I wonder about how difficult it was. So, getting with this guy, which is, 30 to 40 minutes outside of Mammoth, maybe 25 minutes. Everything is great. It's beautiful. But once you started making that great, and October, the snow was coming down, and our team was finally grand. Our team is what we talked about, depending on how close it to home, for the family leaving mountains, or things over on mountain. So, where there's those things out there running in hot out, cold, snow coming down, put them on, it's amazing. If you have the opportunity to get out of the mountains this weekend, or any kind of small town, we're still having this unusual
Yeah, you can experience yourself and sort of an entire town.
They do 180. First thing, learn your degrees.
the hotel ship cars kind of how we should look. Sometimes we have Sarah's over on it. I see you guys after and the worst thing I see people do is don't remove this inside. That's not your job. Just wait for your super. This is where your super solids go. Like so, like that. This is where you grab your super solid and serve pick up the plate with the soup and remove the space. During the soup is in the bread butter line on the table if you want some. That's the food that you use, and that is the food that you use. The knife is more fun. You're always going to start on the outside where you're using your knives. Usually, like I said, they'll either have a super solid you'll pick from, and then you'll soup and you want your soup spoon.
The judge in LA has ruled a lawsuit filed by a man who said he was shot in the groin with a rubber bullet during a protest in 2020
outside.
and had new facts and name another cop of the defendant.
Then you're left with your dinner knife,
Was
your
over
dinner
the
fork,
short
and a
story.
plate or a
After
charger.
the record,
On
civil rights
top, you'll have your
violations,
dessert
assault,
spoon.
battery, negligence,
And
and
next to it, you'll have
intentional
your cup for
infliction of
water.
emotional distress.
And if they're really
The
fancy, though,
California National Guard has been helping with storm threats in Montecito. They cleared debris
you'll
out
have
of a
two wine
catch
glasses,
basin
one for red
that
wine
was
and one
built
for
after a
white wine.
deadly
When I got
mudslide
invited to
5
go to
years
fancy
ago
restaurants,
in
when I
order
worked
to
in some
divert rain.
restaurants, people
The
tell me I was
return to
actually
the
so
Santa
scared.
Barbara County today
Who
asking
is this
people to be
service?
vigilant.
This is where the literal server bring $10,000 prostitutes as their customers. These are the same
Santa
plates
Barbara
that they have
County
a
found
goldfish
major
as
damage
their
from
napkin
recent
when that
storms.
people
More severe
love
weather is
looking at
expected
Instagram my full experience, but still I
Russia
wanted to
says
post.
its forces
These are the
to
same plates
capture
that they
the
have a
fiercely
goldfish
contested
as their
salt
napkin
mining
with the
town
news.
of Soledar.
Love looking at Instagram for my full
Because
experience, but still
Ukraine
I
said
wanted
the
to
fight
make
for
sure
the
they don't make
town
me feel
is
uncomfortable when I go
ongoing.
It's time for me to lie.
Okay, Tom, there's your mark. You'll
The
enter from
Teton River
front
says
10
the
when
Russian
you're
Defense
rolling.
Ministry swiftly claims over 700 soldiers from Ukraine were killed
You're a
in
millionaire,
the
man.
past few days.
Why all the names are in
Like I did when I was a negative
the
100,000.
characters?
But yeah.
And the
So, yeah, but-
extraordinary
Sister,
Treasury
identical.
Secretary Janet
But
Yellen
you have
says
one
her
line.
actions will buy time until Congress can pass
Hello.
legislation that will
Like
either
to
raise the
see
debt
some
limit
guards
or
of
suspend it again
jewelry.
for a certain
They
period of
have the
time.
most rare
This
diamonds
failure to
in the
meet the
world.
government's obligations would cause irreparable harm to the U.S. economy and the livelihoods of all Americans.
Oh, they are.
Today is National Rubber Ducky Day. The bright yellow floating duck was first designed in the 1800s. The duck toy was
Rubber ducky, you're the one.
Ernie sang his Rubber Ducky song on Sesame Street the first time in 1970. California weather can clarify 20% chance of rain after midnight, lows in the 40s to low 50s. Chance of rain tomorrow morning, rain likely for the afternoon.
You're
Cooler
sweet.
highs in the 50s. A wind advisory will be in effect for the Inland Empire and Antelope Valley tomorrow afternoon and evening. Frequencies west up to about 55 miles per hour. Most of the time for Sunday, then rain developing late
Okay, get
Sunday
ready in the van. We're
and
heading to the
into
next
Monday.
location.
Any chance of rain should
You
be
should
found
totally do it.
Tuesday.
You'd be amazing.
It's 53 in Marina Del Rey, 54 in Burbank. It's low in Santa Clarita on 14th. Away from the 5 Hall Avenue, two custom projects of heavy traffic continue towards Soledad Canyon Road. Now, even heading to the 14th, it's still very busy on the 5. This is northbound, getting away from Osborne all the way to the 14th. The 210 westbound, still slowing down from Harvard to the 5, and in Mission Hills, the 405 northbound sound off the 118th about 5 Merge. Now, to take a look at Orange County, we're doing all right. It's a little crowded in Santa Ana on the 5 southbound. Getting away from just about 17th Street as you roll towards the 55 freeway. Santa Ana is going down 91 eastbound from Imperial Highway and stretches to the 15th. If you're heading into the San Bernardino National Forest, well, as of 15 minutes ago, the 330, the 18, and the 38 are all open without restriction. Hey, up on the time, help get you there faster. I'm just lucky.
Morning shock jock DJ, mayor, keep it open mind. I went to Northwestern for a political campaign to pass my all my time here.
Get all the information
I
at
could do some great things for the city. And some gross things with those
About your
juicy
kids
city
today,
hall
what to expect when you're expecting a teenager, learning the lingo.
Thanks for coming in. All right, baby, let me know.
Joey is a shorter, better way to say Joey.
Well, I think we have our answer.
Joey, I am like so Joey of the
Okay.
You don't have to
I despise you and that I want you and all these honors. You should be mayor. You're the best person for the job. Plus, that's what a race is now.
and the ad
Country
council.
used to be 18 years old. And if you became mayor of Pawnee, you could live forever.
My moral office.
An active healthcare provider is an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at picoftheday.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer. This is Jake or Jacob. More stimulating talk.
Radio station.
This latest on KFI AM 640 are live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and you continue to follow the story of the Riverside County Sheriff Deputy who was killed tonight after some sort of confrontation with a suspect. I am going off of what the Riverside County Sheriff's Twitter feed says. They announced the passing of Deputy Darnell Calhoun, who was killed in the line of duty this afternoon. There is a press conference tentatively scheduled somewhere around 9
Mikey, you're a millionaire, dog.
They give a physical location for those who can
Okay.
point. Riverside County Sheriff Department is announcing the passing of Deputy Darnell Calhoun. And
Darnell Calhoun said Darnell Calhoun will get him back. Damn, look at this bitch. She's just being normal.
regarding the circumstances.
Where's that show we shot? Where's that shot we shot?
I don't have anything new leading up, but regarding the
Really glad you're here to help
circumstances
with all
surrounding
this.
the shooting, there was
Opportunities
a
to
governor
do
and we were
I guess we're
Good, good, dog.
I'm cool. I'm cool. I'm a cool dude that.
Well,
Hey, pizza time.
And you fought.
No.
getting less than he was.
well, if you think about one sheriff
Call us off.
department
It's all wrong.
Oh
going
no.
through so much
Really? It's because I said
in
pizza
such a
time?
short
No, but I
space
never-
of time.
What's happening?
Grab that route, you know?
Morning, one decade. We all know about the just intangible of the job itself.
No idea what's happening. I'm very scared that
All
everything's
my
falling
friends
apart.
in law
We're seeing
enforcement,
James Bond
they
right now.
told me
Yo,
many
yes.
times, you don't know what to expect from day to
Tommy
day,
T, we got
but
you
you don't
everything you asked for.
necessarily expect this within the same short amount of time, same department. I don't know if it was similar circumstances
All
or not,
the time.
but
When are we
But
doing
the other one was
People waiting for us.
during the traffic stop in Florida,
Fine.
a 32-year-old Isaiah Cordero
Good luck.
years ago. And before that had happened, Riverside County has not lost
Yes, of
a
course.
deputy for
Get already.
15 years.
Don't follow me.
and yet here we are.
Now we have 2 in 2 weeks.
Information is sparse at this point. We need to increase that, but we are following not
Do
only
you really consider yourself one of the greatest
law
pimps of all
enforcement
time?
saying, but also
I know I am.
is obviously chasing down leads as well. Now, the name of the deputy at this point is Deputy Darnell Calhoun. We know that Sheriff Bianco will be leading a press conference somewhere around 9 o'clock. And when they say 9 o'clock, I don't expect necessarily it to begin right at 9 o'clock, but that's the time that they're promoting it to
Okay,
get
I
people
wasn't
in place.
listening
And I
to
guess
what you
it's
said, but who is going to be the mayor for the next 2
to get
months
to that
then?
location and set up accordingly. We still don't know the circumstances which led to
Very
the shooting. We don't know if Deputy Darnell Calhoun was conducting a traffic stop. We don't necessarily know if he was serving a warrant. We don't know if it was something else. We still find out eventually at the press conference. We just don't have that information at this point.
Oh, what you do know is the shot team then went out to
While we're there,
home on
hold on to
Hillsborough,
every car.
and several sheriff's deputies entered the home with guns drawn.
Unsurprisingly,
So apparently they were searching for something, but we're not sure if it was if they're looking for someone specific or if they were just going out and had their guns drawn out of the car.
I have a question. Was the SWAT team there at the same time as Deputy Darnell? Do we know that, or did they come some moment later?
Do not.
Yes.
really?
Well, usually when you have a SWAT team on site, that says to me, and I'm speaking perspective, but that says to me that there was some sort of barricaded situation.
Why are you like this?
With the SWAT team on site. But again, we get all this information at around 9 p.m. So we're going to keep following the story. And my heart breaks for the Riverside County Sheriff's Department.
That makes a man look like this.
can't imagine just losing one of your brothers. And then to lose two
Typhoon,
inside of 30 days.
what do you like to do for fun?
I'm writing an electronic
Yeah,
opera about
his,
Ridley or people.
Deputy
Editing
Sheriff
still
Funeral
design
was
for my friends
held
trying
a
to
week
do the
ago.
show.
No further questions.
Probably
I mean, what do you say to that? I mean, what do
like the other little warehouse
you
racer.
say? What do you say in the grand scheme of
I
things
like that.
where
It isn't
we
just garbage
understand,
con.
or maybe you don't understand, we
Oh,
acknowledge
I thought I had the worst time
the
with my
level of
classmate.
danger that all members of
Okay,
law
guys, I was
enforcement
unsure what we were talking about.
on any given days
Please talk more about how you hate Europe and vice
But
versa.
then to have tragedy strike not once
Sorry
but
about the
twice,
auto. I just realized Lucy doesn't care about all that flashy
it's
stuff. That's not
pretty
hard.
hard to
Frankly,
describe.
I'm stunned she's still even in
And I
it.
don't
No, you
necessarily
were
know
right to
what
change course.
they're
It
going
was
through,
perfect,
and I can
and
only
you,
surmise
there's still a
what
very
they're
big
going
celebration
through. It's
awaiting you and your fiance.
Heart goes out to not only the Riverside County Sheriff's Department, but
See you later, Jennifer. No bad.
and you
Catch
have
a
to
flip side,
imagine
pomegranate
it,
juice.
it doesn't
Hey, not
just
bad.
impact the department, and it impacts the families. If you
Hey,
were worried
babe.
about the Riverside
Tom
County
got
Sheriff's
you.
Department
Oh, that's
yesterday,
awesome.
think about today.
More good news.
Think about
I
the families who
found
are
someone
going
to be
to be
mayor.
even more concerned
Gary.
in the coming
So
days
glad
and
we're leaving.
weeks. This is
You know what?
has been a random
I
occurrence.
just had an
I have
amazing
no
idea.
reason to believe that it was anything other
Just
than a random
under the
occurrence. But at the same time,
Ian,
for
thank you so
a
much.
single
It's
department to
great.
go through
Now
this
throw it out.
once or
I
twice
need a new one.
is a lot. Is a lot.
Look, if you didn't want to be on
And it
call
doesn't only affect
24/7
the
for
Lowest
emergency,
speed, that should
if your
be
cigar
your house.
got into the high stakes
Really,
wall,
Dog?
they don't
funeral will see the processions where officers come out from departments from all over.
Yeah, you are a millionaire. You don't even know. No, I do. I know it's that favorite someone.
Happy inauguration day,
My
buddy.
brother-in-law is law
Ah, thank God.
special forces, retired Army Ranger. And he was trying to explain to me where it is so very difficult when working as a soldier, it was much more clear to me as far as how you proceed. It was much more black and white. And here, with the general public, as he was describing,
Of our beloved Mayor Gunderson marks the end of an era. We are about to begin a new chapter in Pawnee's history. Ladies and gentlemen, the new mayor of the great city of Pawnee, Indiana, Gary Gertz.
And I admire putting themselves on the line and in harm's way for people most of the time they don't know. People they may not have anything in common with in neighborhoods and communities in which they don't live, but at the same time they are there and
Look at this pimp. Yeah, okay, so look, man, I'm fucking whiskey. This fucking bike.
time and time again. And it's only unfortunately in moments like these that I think the general public understands, one, how dangerous the job is, how much that not only the officers and deputies, or later tonight for that matter, doing the same thing with the same level of enthusiasm, the same level of commitment, and the same level of service that we all sometimes, I would say, take for granted, sometimes expect there to be. And in many ways, it is a thankless job. I don't know. You have to be a special person, and I mean that you have to be a very special person to be able to
Mayor
want to
Gary
serve the
Gertz
public
died
and protect the public in that
in
way,
his sleep
given
on his
not only
100th
the
birthday.
environment in which we live,
Pulling the
but
hand of
also
his
the level
beloved
of
wife.
violence that we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis in our society.
So
So if you're just tuning in, we're talking about the
will now be
passing
given
of Deputy
the Indiana Notary Society's
who
highest
line of duty this afternoon.
21
We will have
steps.
more information over the course of the evening when we get back to what we were talking about, just in a general sense, but we'll have consistent, continuous updates throughout the rest of the evening. So here, right here. This is later with Mo Kelly, KFI 8640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app now to any team in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
As Mo's just been discussing, a Riverside County Sheriff's deputy shot during a confrontation with a person in Lake Elsinore has
Houses
died.
for a headline. Still
Riverside County
swinging.
Sheriff
Parks
Kathy
gang
Uncle is
reunites
holding
for
a
one
news
last bang.
conference
That's a little dirty.
less
Well,
than
it's
an hour
headline, Shauna.
to
Sex
the
sells.
south today for deadly shooting of
Make
deputy
yourself
sheriff.
useful and hand me that
The
question.
rural community in Lake County has been trying to figure out what to do about mountain lions who've been taking out
Alex?
groups of sheep,
Hey,
lambs,
steps
and
on the
goats.
rising box crust.
Some ranchers are requesting permits
Really?
for illegal lions, which is leading to livestock. So far, they
Why don't you go? Why don't you?
Also, enjoy playing to focus on the gate as you stick in with your own. After winning the Super Bowl last season, the Rams finished with a 5-12 record. That's South LA, a crash on the 110.
Despite the recent financial crisis,
Making the way along the southbound side coming up on Gage. Now, last check, we were watching the express lane, taking a drive back from Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Now, we're also heading out to Philmar. Got some work happening on the 210 west as the 5 traffic connection remains off limits. Traffic's pretty slow moving, getting away from Polk Street. It's also slow in that area on the 5 northbound, which is still slow from just about the 118 freeway all the way to the 14. The 405 northbound is at the Mission Hills from the 118 to the 5 merge. And if you're making the connection into Santa Clarita, that 14 northbound remains pretty heavy, leaving the 5. You're looking a lot better once you make your way past Solita Canyon Road. Some road work in Cascade, which is on the 5 northbound coming up on 10 line. That is where only the left lane is open, and that's why traffic is just loading up from just about the lower crossover. Hey, Avalon in the sky, help get you there faster. I think to Martinez.
This report is sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years.
So, Ron, what brings you here?
Cancer support at Crohn's Colitis Foundation.org. Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it. But what if you had access to everyone listening to you right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the number one audio company in America,
Think of that.
you access to all of us who you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, radio, and social advertising. Get started today. From yourself,
Man, I think it's pretty tight to him about it. I didn't even know. Really? Yeah. Hey, Mega Millions. Remember when all your friends were like, hey, Mega Millions? Mikey, hey, Mega Millions.
Joe Wagner's family DNA was found on the crime scene. Will he face the death penalty or will he walk free? Listen to the Pipe Masters season 4, Kyle Jim on the iHeartRadio for the
Spend every waking moment.
Can you imagine how embarrassing that is for your guests and
Want to stay for dinner? Have a
Hello,
steak.
I'm Jonathan Williams, founder of Hill Farm. You're hosting a party, the water's on the floor, and your guests have to tell you that the toilet is backed up. And worst of all, you have to tell your guests that they can't use the bathroom. I shudder when I tell this story because it happened to me. Can you imagine? I own Hill Plumbing and my toilet overflowed. Talk about being humble. Well, the truth is it can happen to anyone. And the solution is to call 866-DRAIN-77. That's what I did. And our plumber was here within the hour.
Want to run it?
Because I'm the owner, but that's just what we do.
Superintendent is right.
So confident that you'll be satisfied with our services that I put my cell phone number on every business. 866-DRAIN-77. That's 866-DRAIN-77.
Jobs, walk around the land.
Traditions make holidays places important to
Work
help
outside,
reduce stress.
bears. Next
Some tips include going to sleep and waking up at the same time every day. Creating a complex space that is full of life and free of distraction. This telephone moment
They'll get over it. As far as your qualifications, you're Ron Swan.
Google TV is about to get a remote that never runs out of power. Very cool.
Oh, today. I already accepted. Let's go meet your staff. Pawnee National Park Rangers. This is Ron.
Your job and mine is to walk this land and make sure no one hurts. You show up on time, speak honestly, and treat everyone with fairness. You get along just fine. Though hopefully not too fine, as I'm not looking for any new friends. End of speech.
The Jesus Christ Show, Sunday morning at 6 on KFI AM 640. Oh, it's stimulating out.
Laugh with me, but just with me. Don't let her get the best of me, but
KFI AM 640.
don't ever
This
let
radio
me
is most
stop.
we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and we're continuing to follow the events in Lake Elsinore, with the death of Deputy Darnell Cal, who you will have more information at the top of the hour, we suspect, when the press conference should begin. So
Hey,
keep it
I
right
don't want
here.
to seem
Know that we
dramatic,
are
but I
following
just
the story.
reconsidered every decision that we've made over the last year, and I think
Very
we need to stay
important
upon
people. I would say that they are friends, as a matter of fact. You know me.
When is this group of people ever going to be all together again? That's all I want. All of these people in the same place at the same time.
You don't already know them. They're the rhythm tribe. And not only are they great musically, they are legendary in terms of Los Angeles, and they have more than 100 years and 4 generations of history. Going back
You say that every time we hear.
Hey, folks, welcome back.
and I would
Great
say
to have somebody
the
good
leader
friends.
and the patriarch of the group. Is that fair?
As usual, there's only
Okay,
one
all right.
rule,
But
no
he also
shop
has
talk. So
his
we wanted to make you,
Okay.
Leslie.
Hey,
As long as we get to place
got
your
the
rate.
deal.
brother Mason Fraser.
You know what I'm calling. Hey, okay.
You're just managing your boss.
Go ahead and lead into those microphones.
Damn.
That's right. That's right. So,
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Joe Biden knows his way around. You said that.
Okay, that's hilarious.
Anyway,
There's some
the point is,
camera.
yes, I do like material. I love it. But I'm always looking for new challenges.
My grandfather in Puerto Rico
There's a
have photos of him in the 1920s.
and my friends at the DNC
He was actually born when
as a
the
candidate
president.
for governor.
And he happened to
Someone's
be
been reading my
at a point
kindergarten
in Puerto
grade
Rico at
So
the beginning of an instrument called a quattro. And he was one of the guys who developed how it was going to be played. And so he was a professional musician.
Crush
He
Joe
did in
Biden.
his 20s. My
Niger
grandfather,
facts.
Let's
who
take
I was raised around, and we always had music in the house. He was on the radio in San Francisco through the 50s.
Chad, I didn't know you
And
were
then
here.
myself, starting with Rhythm Tribe, we signed in 1989 on DMG.
Local heroes,
And
the government
we
experience, blah, 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 blah.
toured,
But the only potential problem is that
and
devastating
then
radio
by
touching
90s,
everything. That's a problem.
my wife and my wife worked for
selling
and
multiplayer
we
figure
took a break
strategy
and we
fantasy
decided to have a
single game
family.
in
And
history.
so Mason and Teresa are part of that family. And so 5 years ago, after hearing Teresa singing in the shower,
So I ended up
and
taking
my
her
son
to a
playing
dinner.
my son taught him
She
stuff.
said the governor won't quit. Set me down.
And
And
then my
DNC
son would
thinks that I should run
have
for
great
governor.
argument. If it wasn't a video game, he wouldn't touch it. And so one time I was passing it really,
Right.
the air the song, Here's in Heaven. And he played it instrumentally. I can't play that. How to do it. He showed me things called
Oh.
and that's when I showed him this family rhythm that my dad invented, a way of playing called the Wanacha.
Right. Yeah.
And
No,
I'll be darned with him,
obviously.
he almost had it perfectly. And that's when I said, you guys want to try and do a thing? And they said,
Okay. Pros, if you're running for governor, you great governor. Become your home
I
base.
would imagine in this world, when parents say, hey, why don't you come apart and be part of the family
Pros
business,
of being
as it
running for
were.
governor are
You know, most kids and
same list.
successive
The only
generations
con
say,
of you
no, that's
running
good.
would be that I don't get to
That's okay, I'm good.
And
I
vice
got
versa.
my own thing, make my own path, go my own
Good.
way.
So we
But you
solved
guys
it.
ran to it.
Look, going back to Kanye.
Well, you both are, we're retired athletes, and he's, well, you're still your personal trainer, so
No,
he's still
but-
Mega Millions
we're
right now.
both kind of like, it was kind of like personal for me. I
Hey,
speak
I'm
for
gonna
myself,
eat
my
my
bad, I
food
mean,
because I have to
but,
start.
for me, it was definitely
Do
going
I have it on
into
both these fucking things?
this project, like, it was kind of exciting.
You know your
and,
Powerball,
you know,
whatever,
we
was
weren't really
22.
sure on how things would end up sounding. We just wanted to enjoy ourselves and enjoy the family time, enjoy the bonding, and then
Remember that one that was like delayed?
hybrid
You lost.
About this governor
music.
thing.
So
Maybe we
it's
can
passionate.
fresh eyes. Fill other people to weigh in.
So,
We
yeah,
should
but
talk
you will, and you're going to hear from him and everyone else. So just want to make sure everyone knew that we have a lot of people in the studio right now. We have what I would say a shitload of people in the studio right now. You're banging on the wall. It's a good time. But the reason I bring that up is music and family go hand in hand. And you
We're
may not
all
know this,
here
but I'm
together in
the
the
son
same
of
room.
music teachers. My
And that's
true.
He's no longer with us. He was an instrumental music teacher.
Oh, that guy could be happier right now.
A vocal music teacher. So they're doing playing all these instruments.
Oh, man's here.
And I'm going to
Man's
listen.
here.
I have a level of appreciation for music and how it could be done. Maybe other people don't have. So whenever I see people who love music, they usually exude
Hair looks amazing, by the way.
quality
Like a
about
cartoon
them
princess.
where I probably like being around this conversation.
I saw that. I was about to like do anything. They kind of have
I
something
think
stuff.
musicians
You're
tend to pay
supposed to
closer
crack
attention
them like your hair
and
overnight,
they're
but
more
you know.
sensitive to just
Well,
how they
it's
interrelate
confusing
with
because
other
they're
people.
delicious.
If I'm right or wrong.
Because my
I agree.
first
I agree.
book
Rick
was
is
such
very
a
overly
smash. I had to go
meticulous
for the
and
paranoid.
paranoid.
Then it hit there's no doubt. Love it. How's everything? You properly treat yourself out there in Seattle?
But yeah,
Matters
I feel like
maybe.
we all.
Joe and I spend most of our time
You're the lead vocalist, right? Okay, so you're going to do most of the talking at the
I mean, I love you. You're one of my best friends, but you have to trade me in everything you stand for. You change.
Rich, I got to ask you, how old are you? 24. Okay. And Mason, you're how old?
That's flat out.
Are you married to Mr. Vocalist?
I take it all back.
No,
That's
no.
why I'm coming. Give it.
So,
Hey,
we're
Oliver.
going to have
Hey,
an Instagram
Leslie.
live a little bit later
Hello,
on
man.
to see them.
Your kids are give Chris a
We
password.
said that Mason was pretty
Once
good
again,
on guitar.
they
You
are my
didn't know,
biological
but
children.
did
Once
you come
again,
by-
I
did you
don't
come
believe
by
you.
it honestly?
No, he hid it.
Rainbow
He hid it from
infused
him, and
space
he would close the bedroom
and
door,
you
and then like
beautiful,
freeze it,
sassy
and
mannequin
acting like as if a door is enough
Oh,
space
my
to like
God.
create sound.
Leslie, you are
Like a sound barrier.
Yoga. Oh, yo. What's wrong?
This guy, even reverse like any intimidating.
I think this plastic is not 50 times a day. Really?
Terrible, don't ever play again. But he's like, still be better. Like, so that kind of guy. But when he would open the door, Nathan would like put his hand on the screen and look at him like, yes. I try to come in.
All right, so Mason, tell me, what was that moment when you said, okay,
That's not going to be working out for anytime soon. Hey, millionaire.
yeah, this is something I
I don't know if I'm
something I'd like to do, this is something I would
Oh,
like
it's
to
a
do
common
more
misconception
of.
that the audience will
Are you taking your own tables from here? A million? Oh, you already are. So I guess. Hey, millionaire.
I know. See, I think I'm funny, but Devon, my technical director, he doesn't give me any type of anything. It's nothing. No more.
Great to see that.
Aren't you though, like,
But Paul, he's been
I was thinking about it. There was a moment where I really
trading
approached
Wolverine.
Jack, and it was just like,
What's this month again?
this is what I like doing.
Acrophobia.
So one day I was walking around and Jack had the guitar. And he's like,
I'm usually down, but sometimes
instead of me
I'm
being
down.
like, I'm good, I was
Last time I
like,
took it, I was
it's
in
just
top.
that, like, if I picked up one of his acoustics and we just started playing, and that's when he actually taught me our
Take it
family
again.
play
I gotta go
style.
recalibrate the quiz.
And I think I picked it up in, I don't know,
My dad was almost insulted by the fact that this
whole life to learn and perfect. And it's not no thing.
Here's what I
10 minutes later, like, I got it down. All right, when can I go on tour?
Plus, one of us
If you're just tuning in, I have all the members of Rhythm Tribe. We're going to talk about their grand musical legacy, their connection to Los Angeles, their Latin roots. And before the night is over,
I
we're
mean,
going to
let's
hear them
literally
perform
because whoever runs is gonna do a great job, and
now
whoever
on the whole
doesn't
daily
run
session.
is gonna be right alongside the other
Come
one.
in, and it's already named it was going to be going forward.
So it doesn't matter.
We are in a tiny desk room called this monthly session. There you go. It's rated for both sides. KFIA Victoria, we're live everywhere on the iHeart.
A Riverside County Sheriff's deputy shot during a confrontation with a person
So
named
let's go tell
Elsinore
everybody,
Headshot.
and they can participate. They
Deputy
can sign
Darnell
the coin, and
Calhoun
then the
shot
will
this
eventually make its
afternoon
way to
on
the
Hillsdale
Smithsonian.
Lane just east of Grand Avenue. The sheriff's department says one person
Okay,
is in
everybody,
custody.
gather around.
It's the
First
second
of all,
time
I
in 2
just want to
weeks
say
the
that all of
Riverside
you
County
in the
Sheriff's
same
deputy's
room
been
at the same
shot
time
and
for your
killed.
children here. It's
Deputy
like,
Isaiah
it's the greatest
Cordero
thing
was
that's ever
killed in
happened in history.
December during a traffic
And
stop.
secondly,
Troubles with
Ben and I have an announcement.
We are expecting
Leslie's running for
press
governor of
conference from the
Indiana.
sheriff. We will bring that to you live.
Social
looking for a man who's been attacking cars with a pipe in Glendale and other areas.
The man has let drivers take it up with the attack. This man tells KTLA the attacker hit the man's car with a pipe on the tube. Shortly after hitting another car with a pipe. Maybe it's a pattern, maybe he was just having a bad day. I don't know. Echo Park. It's pretty hard to find the attacker because his dark gray Tesla doesn't have license plates in LA, but solely KFIU.
A man who was caught on video crossing his dog over a fence at a cell tower in Riverside County has been arrested. He's been charged with animal cruelty and abandonment. The County Department of Animal Services says there's video of him hurling a pit bull mitt over a fence last month. The dog has been adopted from a shelter.
Teddy Roosevelt once said,
More rain is expected in Southern California as crews continue to work to clear mudslides and repair roads damaged by storms earlier in the
I
week.
would add
The rain
that
to start
what
as
makes
early as
work
tonight
worse
is expected off and on through Tuesday. The storms aren't expected to be as strong.
I started my career more than 30
Overall
years
rain
ago
totals
in
through
the
the
Parks and
weekend are
Recreation
expected to
Department
be
right
about
here in
east and
Pawnee,
most coastal
Indiana.
and valley areas to
I've had a lot of different jobs,
Several
including 2
members of the
terms
LA
as
City
your governor.
Council have supported a motion to remove
The new
gender
unknown
from the
challenge
city's
awaits me,
municipal code.
which
Council President
to me,
Paul
even
Corey
now,
created
is
a motion and 5
because
other
I love
council
the work.
members signed on
Not
to
to
it.
say that public
Darren
service
Bass
isn't sexy,
and City
because it
Attorney Mike
definitely
Soto
is.
both became the
But
first women
that's
to
not
be
why we
elected to
do
their
it.
positions.
We
Sentences
do
in
it
2
because we
sections
get
of
the
the city
chance to
code
work
for
hard
filling
at
those
what
jobs
we want
will
to
be
do
held by men. Mr. Corey's motion
alongside a
also
team of
cites
people
references to
who
the
love
chairman of Council Committee.
So I thank
Motion
those
says
people
that language is
who
inaccurate.
walked with me.
After Andy Dick has been arrested
And I
in Lake
thank you
Elsinore
for this
for
honor.
public intoxication and
Now,
failure to
go find
register
your
as a
team.
sex
Get to
offender,
work.
he was directed to team to wait for a call regarding person of the drunk, so that there is a registered sex offender, he was not
In addition to Governor
registration.
Rose's honorary doctorate,
General services are pending for Lisa
Your
Marie
recognition
Ashley, a representative for
all she's
Besley's daughter, says Lisa Marie will
The
be buried
campus
at
library
Graceland.
will
The
henceforth
54-year-old
bear
daughter
her
of
name.
Elvis Presley died at the hospital after suffering cardiac arrest at a home. Southland weather from KFI. Friday with a slight chance of rain overnight and tomorrow morning. Rain on the way by afternoon, highs in 40s to low 50s.
There you
This is
have
dry
it,
for
sir.
Sunday with rain
Another
rolling
problem
back in on
solved
Sunday
by
night,
the
heavy at
hard work
times.
of
The rain
dedicated public
continues
servants.
Monday, and then we'll get some sunshine Tuesday for the end of the week. It's 48 in Westminster, 49 in Rancho Santa Margarita. We've got flowing in Mid-City on the 10th.
The man has let drivers
Hang on,
That's
Gail,
fun.
maybe
How about
promise.
that?
Good idea.
Downside, that is where delays are filling in right around
Lighting's all wrong.
Louisiana.
I'm gonna send you a
We're
glamour shot. Just go to
going
shopping.
into downtown
I'm gonna shop in
LA.
that picture
Hollywood,
anyway
now
because
right
of the vampire.
slowing down at Santa Monica Avenue straight to Los Feliz on the 5 South
Where
and
did you
Los
get that?
Feliz Boulevard all the way back to the Wine County Freeway. Now the tide heading into the 210 or into the Philmont area and also Newhall Pass. The 5 northbound lanes flow from the 118 to the 210. The 210 westbound
Yes.
is pretty packed up still away from Cold Street to the 5, and the 5 south connected from the 210 west remains off the limit. Hey, up on your county. Get you there faster. I'm blocking
over that time they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why the folks undergo rigorous training and certification. So they can protect, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology. After 60 years, there's nothing they haven't seen or said. It's how real cars inside and out. Chevrolet, yeah. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Johnny here. You've heard me talk for years about Southern California's premier dental practice. They're pioneers of the small on-board picoftheday procedure. Plus, they can handle all your dental needs from bridges, braces, fillings, cleaning, root canals, cosmetic dentures, and more. If you're scared of the dentist like I was, don't worry. Plain Dental can put you in a gentle twilight sleep with full anesthesia. I've been going for over 20 years. Call now for free exam and x-rays, 888-640-SMILE, 888-640-SMILE. Restrictions apply. With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Wow.
To an additional 12 months of their service. I called the vendor to explain the accident. Nope. They pointed to their ironclad contract, told me to pay or else. I will pay them, but after 12 months, I'm gone. I've been in business over 30 years, and I've never made my customers sign a long-term contract. Never. And now, my fifth successful company, Bakery Software, offers payroll to business owners with 1 to 100 employees, and there's no long-term contract. And if you need help with your payroll, we will help you for free. Here.com. Contact your license number 39917.
Will you tell me how much to unstop my drain? Just voted the LA Times 2022 Best of the Southland. I really like that you're upfront and everything. I mean, I just called a guy named Bubba who wouldn't tell me the cost over the phone.
No Bubba's here, man. Just for medical coverage, for sale on time, no bills, and no cost range for $99. Call us 1-800-446. For emergency backup power, there's only one thing you need to know.
Amado Cadillo Fuentes, Señor de los cielos. Qué pinche Álvaro, venga para acá, mijo. Usted también le toca abrazo. Señor. Presento. ¿Es suya? Cualquiera para nosotros, ya sabes. Vamos para la casa. Hijo, ¿te gustan las margaritas? Claro que sí. Qué toda madre, porque ahí te tengo una margarita. Y te vas a hacer como carne seca, cabrón. Welcome to Mexico, motherfucker. Vamos. Saquen el dinero. Dejen el avión.
What I was saying. Really? Yeah. Wow. Fuck. Even that.
First off, Senator Martin, I'd like to thank you for having us down, Ambassador. But we got to know what's going on in Washington. Folks are wondering, I was proud of the work you guys did to bring down Escobar. And it's particularly an honor to meet you, Agent P. But cocaine continues to flow, and the American people wonder if Colombians share our enthusiasm to take the spread headlong. Our colleague, Senator Helms, tough language on it. But we wanted to come down here and get the real from you all. See firsthand what's at stake, see how, and if we can get you all the support you need.
Let's extend the senators every courtesy while they're here. Their mission is a priority. They ask, you answer. Thank you.
Money makes the world go round. Legal or illegal, good guys and bad guys, we all chase money. For the DEA, it's about budget meetings and kissing the right ass to keep the funding flowing. But if you're a trafficker, getting the money is easy. It's holding on to it that's hard. In the early days, cash was flown back to Colombia on the same.
What up, pimp? You ever know you were a pimp? I was born a pimp.
like yes, it's fun to work with other musicians. I've jammed with other musicians, and meeting up and everything is a great experience.
Fuck yourself. You should always have this shit playing.
Yeah, like I feel good. I feel
able to play and do this type of experience with your children. It's the most awesome blessing you could imagine. I wonder though, the role is.
Ever known somebody be no?
Then I can help guide.
The answer is no. I've never known somebody be such a pimp as you are.
So that is
You're the pimpiest of all the pimps. One time I was like, oh, it's fucking. Yo, dog, I was so cool. How cool were you? I was fucking ice fucking cold. I'm the coolest motherfucker you've ever met. I'm ice fucking cold, pimp. Oh my god, am I ice cold, pimp? I mean, ice cold, pimp. What up, pimp? Hey, people, man. What this bitch is like, hey, people, man.
Jazz music objectifies America.
What's the thing gotta be in there? What's your game?
It's an art form that can give us a painless way of
Younger.
understanding ourselves.
He's the son of one? Him.
The real power of jazz and the innovation of
What's his name?
jazz
Look
is
at
that a
myself.
group of people can come
Okay.
together and create
What myself about that? What?
improvised art and can negotiate their agendas with
What
each other.
myself?
And that negotiation
Amazing.
leads to art. Like you hear all the time, Bob improvised, and he did improvise, but he wasn't gonna look at the second viola and say, "Okay, let's play I'm Feisty Bird." They were not gonna do that. Whereas in jazz, I can get together. I go to Milwaukee tomorrow, and it'd be 3 musicians. I walk in the bar at 2:30 in the morning and say, "What you want to play, man? Let's play some blues." Well, all 4 of us are gonna start playing, and I might say, "Do do the lay do," and I'll say, "Bo bo bo do bo do the lay bo do ba da ba do do bo bo do the lay bo do the do bo do the lay bo do 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 do." Everybody will just start copying and listening. So that's our art. The 4 of us can now have a dialogue. We can have a conversation. We can speak to each other in the language of music.
It is America's music. Born out of 1,000,000 American negotiations. Between having and not having. Between happy and sad. Country and city. Between black and white. And men. That could only have happened in an entirely new world. It is an improvisational art, making itself up as it goes along, just like the country that gave it birth. It rewards individual expression, changing, but nearly always rooted in the blues. It has a rich tradition and its own rules, but it's brand new every night. It is about just making a living and taking terrible risks, losing everything and finding love, making things simple and dressing to the nines. He has enjoyed huge popularity and survived hard times, as the drummer Art Blakey liked to say, washes away the dust of everyday life. Above all, it swings. Jazz music celebrates life, human life, the range of it. There's
absurdity of it, the ignorance of it, the greatness of it, the intelligence of it, the sexuality of it, the profundity of it, and it deals with it. In all of this, it deals with it. You know, it's the ultimate in rugged individualism. It's going out there on that stage and saying, it doesn't matter how anybody else did it, this is the way I'm going to do it. You see, jazz musician playing, you're looking at a pioneer, you're looking at an explorer, you're looking at an experimenter, you're looking at a scientist, you're looking at all those things because it's the creative process incarnate. Every walk of life, on the spot. A sometime pimp and full-time ladies' man from New Orleans, a pianist of startling originality, was the first to show that it could be written down. The pampered son of middle-class parents who turned a whole orchestra of extraordinary musicians into his own personal instrument. Wrote nearly 2,000 pieces of music for it to play. And in the process, became America's greatest composer. A Russian Jewish immigrant's boy from the Chicago slums was taught the clarinet just to keep him out of trouble, but who grew up to teach a whole country how to dance. The troubled daughter of a Baltimore housemaid whose distinctive style of singing transcended the limitations of her own voice and routinely transformed mediocre music into great art. The son of a Polish chef from Kansas City, Missouri,
hey baby,
came to New York to launch a musical revolution. Proudly led it for a time, and then destroyed himself at 34. A Dentist difficult son from East St. Louis, Illinois, whose lifelong search for new ways to sound made him the most influential musician of his generation.
Damn bitch.
And then there was the fatherless waif from the streets of New Orleans, whose unrivaled genius helped turn jazz into a soulful instrumentalist. Every artist who came after him, and who for more than 5 decades made everyone who heard him feel that no matter how bad things got, everything was bound to turn out all right. After all,
this one's gonna be big. Have you ever considered yourself just to be just like put on your business card straight up? Yeah?
How should we ever know until we are willing to consider everything which it sweeps across our path? Ralph Ellison. People from all over the world came to New Orleans. Pirates, adventurers, gamblers, exiles, criminals, Frenchmen, Spaniards, Germans, Irishmen, Indians, Chinese, Africans. In the hundreds of tenements in the rear of Front Street buildings, there were people of all nationalities side by side. There was a lot of intrigue going on. Jazz grew up in 1,000 places.
You like what Marcel's?
But it was born in hundreds. The most cosmopolitan.
But you can see I was really happy
was
to see
also
it.
a major center of the slave trade. Still tolerated in a country that had just proclaimed that all men were created equal. And the descendants of the human beings who were its living currency would eventually create the most American of art forms, jazz. The whole conception of improvisation is a part of all of American life. If you were a slave, you had to learn how to improvise. When you came on the land, couldn't speak the language. You had all kind of foods and stuff you weren't used to eating. You had another whole system to deal with. If you can't improvise, you're going to be in the world of trouble.
Still alive?
You're not going to be able to survive.
He better be. Like he's a big guy.
Jazz is about freedom.
Good. He's in Black Panther.
About a certain kind of liberal
Did he
states
say
who
that,
have gone
dog?
through brutal treatment in the United States.
It'd be there. If you
Only
would be Michael
African
Jordan,
Americans were
like this thing,
enslaved. Only African
it'd be
Americans were
good.
legally a people who have a legacy and history, historical consciousness
Is this
of
really
having
burn all the books?
been unfree in a free country.
Beginning in 1817, slaves in New Orleans were permitted to sing and dance every Sunday afternoon in a place called Congo Square. To the curious whites, who sometimes turned out to see and hear them, the slaves' music, filled with complex percussive rhythms, seemed to provide an authentic glimpse of Africa. Never seen Africa. Many words of the Caribbean.
I see the sun.
Other slaves had been brought to the city from the interior of the American South. Response of the Baptist Church.
Son of the gunman. Son of the gunman. Son of the gunman.
New Orleans was also home to a unique and prosperous community of free people who called themselves Creoles of color. Many were the light-skinned descendants of French and Spanish colonists and their black wives and mistresses. They identified with their European, not their African ancestors, and they looked down on the darker-skinned blacks around them. Some owned slaves. Many Creole musicians were classically trained and prided themselves on being able to play music for every kind of dancing. There is a mania in this city, the New Orleans Tribune reported in 1838, for horn and trumpet playing. Citizens of every color and nationality marched to the music of brass bands. City streets led up to Mardi Gras. In the decades before the Civil War, New Orleans had 3 flourishing opera companies and 2 full-fledged symphony orchestras going on. At a northern visitor called New Orleans, one vast waltzing and gallipating hall.
It's a romantic city. All the vendors in the streets will sing arias. People are really integrated in the way that they live. One block, you have an Italian family, various types of Negroes, you have Creoles, you have Germans, you have everybody all intermingled. Like gambling and people showing their behinds in different various ways. But you also had a lot of church now. And you have people who don't like each other, but they have to deal with each other because they're living together and they're sharing this culture. They're sharing all of this like gumbo. You know, everybody's going to eat some gumbo.
New Orleans theaters also featured minstrel music. So-called plantation songs, written by white and black songwriters, performed by whites blacked up as blacks, and sometimes in later years, by blacks blacked up as whites playing blacks, simply to reinforce ugly racial stereotypes. see, it was the most beginning in the 1840s. It produced the first body of serious pop songs, Stephen Foster, James Bland, others. Songs that we still all of us to this day know. It produced a national humor that we all know. Why did the chicken cross the road? Who is that woman I saw you with last night? Because you had minstrel troops very much codified, all doing the same kinds of songs, same kinds of humor, crisscrossing the whole country, not just into major cities, but to all kinds of towns, any place where there was a hall where they could perform. It was like early television. It was the first entertainment form that everybody in the United States knew. Everybody heard the same songs. Everybody heard the same jokes.
Over racism, the minstrel show was a blend of lively music, knockabout comedy, and sophisticated elegance. A bizarre and complicated ritual.
I think that there's something that was so resilient in the black people, and everyone in America could recognize that resilience. And even though it was masquerading, farce, comedy, and dance, and a form of music, and it seemed like it was uncomplimentary, actually, there was something that was centrally American about it. And that was the beginning of a long relationship between blacks and whites, and black entertainment and white appropriation of it, and this strange dance that we've been doing with each other since really the beginning of our relationship in America. It's too shit. We have to do degrading things so that you can live with the tremendous affront to humanity that slavery was.
The first by a white man known as Daddy Rice, who said he'd first heard it being sung by a black staple hand. Rice named the tune after the man, Jim Crow. On January 26, 1860, but just 15 months later, a federal fleet steamed up the Mississippi River and forced New Orleans, the largest city in the Confederacy, to surrender. Union occupation signaled a new birth of freedom for the city's black population. Unleashed a burst of creative energy.
Who are outside of something, but in the middle of it. These are people who are American in the realest sense. Because, but that doesn't alter the fact that they are American, and the fact that they have access to all of the information that Americans have access to.
For 12 years after the Civil War, in the period known as Reconstruction, federal troops occupied the South, enforcing civil rights and overseeing America's first attempt at integration. But in 1877, in a corrupt backroom deal between Northern Republicans and Southern Democrats, the troops were withdrawn, and Reconstruction collapsed overnight. White rule was brutally reimposed. Sharecropping replaced slavery. The Ku Klux Klan was ascendant, and lynchings became routine. Every aspect of daily life for African Americans became segregated under a system that someone named for Daddy Rice's minstrel hit, Jim Crow.
All the shows I've watched.
For a time, cosmopolitan New Orleans escaped the worst of it.
Which is your favorite? It's such a big thing. Yeah, I like to see pictures and I watch it.
Twitched is still charged with electricity.
But
and betrayed a considerable and rather dangerous desire to jerk me from my seat.
Full House,
Gustav Cool.
Boy Meets World.
In the 1890s, two new styles
That
of
one,
music reached New
Step by
Orleans.
Step. It was like 4
Two styles without which there could have been no jazz. The first, created by black piano players in the city, it drew from everything that had gone before: African American spirituals and minstrel songs,
So it started in
European folk
1989.
melodies, and military marches, all set to fresh, consistent, syncopated rhythms.
Webster Mr. Belvedere did it. I don't want that. Original Family Matters. Perfect Strange. I love this show and I love this girl, and I thought that
And it would be America's
she
most
and I were
popular
made
music for the next
for
quarter of a century.
that's the wrong show. Wait, that's the
Spread first by itinerant musicians.
No, you
and
thought
then by
that
singing
was
sheet music.
Small Wonder.
It was instantly popular
Really?
with young dancers
This
all over the country.
He's like a
Loved it all the
robot.
more
Dude,
because
this
their
picture
parents
has moved.
did not. Ragtime is sheet depiction gone mad. And its victims, in my opinion, can be treated successfully only like the dog with rabies. The dose of lead. Whether it's simply a passing phase of our decadent art culture, or an infectious disease which has come to stay, like leprosy. I'm alone who can tell.
I hope this is ugly and fuck. Really? Yeah. But I was. Fuck you. Anyway.
A steady stream of refugees from the Mississippi Delta was now pouring into New Orleans, in flight from Jim Crow
Anything else to say about her?
People for whom laboring on the city docks promised a better life than
Oh,
anything
how
they
much
could
I love
have
that show.
back home chopping cotton
Why?
or cutting cane for
I
someone
love
else's
that
profit.
show and I love
The blues
oh
was
my
part of
god,
their
and I
baggage.
love
Out of a situation that seems to
me.
defy
Really? Yeah. Why? Because they didn't know if it
to
was
such a
like a real
point of
thing.
steading that will
People
free
back in
them
the day
of
did not.
minstrelsy. Freedom of the burden of
Really?
minstrelsy. Freedom of the degradation of minstrelsy. What
In fact,
emerges
it's pretty
from
solid to
that
do like
is a form called the blues.
Why?
And it's a very useful form. It's elastic. You can do a lot with it because it's simple.
The blues is an
How about
utterly
Alf
American
Leakey?
form, built on
Who
just three
was Alf?
chords, most often arranged in 12-bar sequences called choruses, that allows for an infinite number of variations.
No, it's not bad. But you can get it.
You create this kind of basic language through which and on which they can construct all kinds of things.
I don't know. I just want
It's like the roux in a gumbo.
Where's
If you
that
don't have roux,
lady?
you don't have gumbo. Now you might have a soup.
Really?
The blues was the profane twin of the sacred music of the Black Baptist Church, filled with call and response, shouts, moans, exhortations, and signifying.
But yeah.
One was praying to God, and the other was praying to what's human, a New Orleans musician said. One was saying, "Oh God, let me go," and the other was saying, "Oh Mister, let me be."
There was a big difference between having the blues and playing the blues. Because playing the blues was a matter of getting rid of the blues. The lyrics may have been tragic in their orientation, but the music was about having a good time. So the music was really a matter of stomping the blues away.
The blues could be about anything. A beautiful woman, a mean boss, the devil himself.
What you gonna do when your devil be like mine?
But they were always intensely personal, meant to make the listener feel better, not worse.
Gonna stand in rain, gonna rain my lazy pride.
And each performer was expected to tell a story.
Oh, we don't want my, she won't do nothing, she said.
When we sing the blues,
we're singing out our feelings. Maybe we're hurt and just can't answer back. And we sing or maybe even hum the blues. Yes, to us, the blues are sacred. Blues are about freedom. There's liberation in reality.
Really? Yeah.
When they talk about these songs, when they talk about being sad, the fact that you recognize that which pains you is a very freeing and for other cultures where you spend most of your time trying to pretend like you don't have any of these problems, any of these situations. When I hear the blues makes me smile.
Word, Martin, my friend yells, she's like, oh, yeah, you know what?
Came along and said, now,
Careful, Miss Straight.
the lyrics said, I'm gonna lay my head on some lonesome railroad track. And when the train come along,
I'm playing it on their horns. We have musicians playing their horns. They have all these instruments that are left over from the Civil War. Like military instruments, and the trumpets are played in a militaristic style. Bum, 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 bum. Then all of a sudden, instead of playing in the straight military style or the hymn or beautiful melody, now they're imitating the sound of the people in the church singing. They have the vibrato at the end of the note. They're shaking notes, and it's a do, dee, dee, boo, dee, dee.
I think of this bitch's name.
Then the music gets another
What is
power
that?
and feeling.
Fuck.
And the way they perform things almost always have
What up, pimp?
a thing and the
Is
opposite
that
of that thing.
tying your
mashed together.
pants, or you just have it singing?
Now you have the people getting the spiritual sound of the church,
What in the fuck?
and they also are getting that secular sound of the blues. And the musicians who could understand both of those things and put both of them in their horn side by side so they could represent that angel and that devil. That was the ones they could.
Over the next century, the blues would become the underground aquifer that would feed all the streams of American music, including jazz.
What's that bitch's name? I can't think of it.
There are differences between the colored man and the white man, which named concert hall would be, in the opinion of the white
Oh
people,
my god, it came up right
to
away.
ignore the truth. New Orleans Daily Picayune. Eventually, Jim Crow conquered New Orleans as well.
Dog.
In 1890, the Louisiana legislature decreed that blacks and whites must occupy different cars on trains traveling within the state. 2 years later, a New Orleans Creole of color named Homer Adolph Plessy set out to test the new law, boarding an excursion train and insisting on sitting in the whites-only car. He was arrested, tried, and convicted. In 1896, in the case of Plessy versus Ferguson, the Supreme Court of the United States upheld his conviction. Separate but equal facilities, it said, were constitutional. That decision would govern life in the American South and in New Orleans for nearly 60 years. City theaters and restaurant baseball teams were forbidden to compete against one another. The state legislature then passed a law barring all would-be voters whose grandfathers had been slaves. Where 95% of the city's black men had been registered to vote, and these Creole orchestras, which existed at one point, suddenly disappeared, and these clarinetists had no work, so they were essentially forced to go into the black community. And that level of technical fluency forever changed the nature of the music. Creole musicians merged their classical virtuosity with the blues-inflected music of black bands. Together, they would transform every kind of music played in New Orleans. The blues had a strict kind of beat, and they were often slow, and they said exactly what they meant, and they meant exactly what they said. And the musicians sometimes had to fill in space from one phrase to the next one. And so it was that they began to fill in that space. It was that moment when in a group, an individual might to shine on his own. You know, he had that space, he had that time, so fill it. And the individual began to fill the space with inventions that still stayed within the spirit of the piece. Other musicians in the same band were carrying on what we were pressing. It was as he had to direct. Some older musicians would call what they played ragtime to the end. But the eventual result would be a brand new music. Not spirituals, or the blues, or ragtime, or any of the other kinds of music heard in the streets of New Orleans. One musician remembered putting something over on the other. Like the city that gave birth, like the country that would soon embrace it. This new music will always be more than the sum of its parts.
Jazz is the quintessential American music. And the important thing that you have to begin with is that it can only happen in America. It's not an African music, obviously. It's not a European music. Provinces that come from all different kinds of cultures. And all of those come together in jazz. But in jazz, unlike all the other folk musics of the world, it blossoms into an authentic art.
When you come right down to it, the man who started the big noise in jazz was Buddy Bolden. Yes, he was a powerful trumpet player. And a good one, too. I guess he deserves credit for starting it all.
And out of all of this comes Buddy Bolden, dark-skinned Negro from the church. Buddy Bolden's innovation was one of personality. So instead of playing all this fast stuff, he would bring you the sound of Buddy Bolden.
Buddy Bolden, the first musician celebrated for playing jazz music, was born in 1877, the year Reconstruction ended. Only one dim photograph of him survives, and little is known about his tragic life. But from the first, Bolden seems to have been different from every other cornet and trumpet player. Louder, bolder, more innovative, and eager always to surprise and delight his listeners with the richness of his musical ideas.
Buddy Bolden invented that beat that we call the Big Four, that skip on the fourth beat, or so legend has it. The Big Four is when you accent the second, fourth beat of a march. In a straight march, you'll be going don't-ch, 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 don't-ch. With the Big Four, you go don't-ch, 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 don't-ch. Is where jazz music started to really get its lilt. Before the trumpets, they were playing. But now I have the Big Four. So when I phrase it, I'm gonna make it sound like me, and I'm gonna play with another entire feeling and groove, and use all the different growls and shouts and cries. So now it becomes. sound not like trumpet, but like Buddy Bolden. Now, you're also listening to the clarinet. So the clarinet might play a little something and you have to stop playing. So you might say, he's playing at the same time. Everything is organized a certain way, but in every second, all of you are making a decision to make that music stronger and to organize that music more and more. That's jazz music.
Like other New Orleans musicians in the first years of the 20th century, Buddy Bolden played everything. Waltzes, mazurkas, shalishes, polkas, rags, and spirituals. But he was best remembered for his hot music, and he played it all over town. Perseverance Hall, Masonic Hall, Jackson Hall, and the Union Sons Hall, which at night became the Funky Butler Dance Hall. Nobody took their hands off. It was plenty rough. You paid 15 cents and walked in. Hey, since then you're sitting on the low stand. They had their hats on, you were rested. Couldn't sleep. All of a sudden, Buddy stops. Knocks on the floor just trying to get the beat. They'd all sit up straight. He played Me Pally. And I'd never heard anything like that before. George Michael.
But after midnight, the night people took over. And that's when the blue light, it's a different kind of frenzy. It's one that's kind of internalized with a hot, humid, sweaty night. Everyone's kind of moving languorously on the dance floor. No one's trying because they literally want it to last all night long.
Mold in this cornet that just went through you. Just like you were in church or something. By 1906, Buddy Bolden had become the best-known black musician in New Orleans. Now hailed as King Bolden. But the children would gather in front of his house each morning just to hear him practice. Bolden was especially beloved in the black section of the wide-open red light district of New Orleans called Storyville. There was nothing like it anywhere else in America.
New Orleans was the hotbed of that type of sexual activity, and we weren't Puritan. In jazz music, it says, this is what we do, and it's beautiful, and it's also terrible. She saw all of these things. That's what gives our music its bite and its feeling, and that's what the world wanted from our music. It didn't hide what went on under the sheets. The apogee of Bolden's career coincides with the best years of Storyville. Everybody wanted to come to Storyville and sort of check this thing out. It was like the Casbah in North America. Well, there was a sporting life associated with Storyville, and Bolden lived it. But there was a cost to be paid, and Bolden drank heavily. He began to miss gigs.
Bolden had always been a heavy drinker, but now he started to develop headaches, began talking to himself, quarreled with the members of his band, and worried constantly that other musicians' innovations would overshadow his own. He seemed frightened of everything, even his cornet. In September of 1906, he set out to play in another parade, just as he had done for years. But somewhere along the way, He abruptly walked away from the other marchers. His mother did what she could to calm his fears, but nothing seemed to help. 6 months later, she was forced to call the police, afraid her son would hurt her. Then the first jazz band would never play his horn in public again. He would spend the rest of his life in the Louisiana State Insane Asylum at Jackson.
When you hear General Morton singing Stars and Stripes family, he said, I think the way he did it, something like he said it's a beat. Instead of saying, he said, that's it. That's it. When you hear that, you know what that is. Every group of people has figured out something that defangs the wolf at the door, as it were. You know, the Irish have their way of doing it, the Russians do it another way, Chinese do it their way. The idea that, well, here we are. What choice do we have? Well, we can sit up and say, boy, these white folks sure doing some terrible us today. Or we can say, you know, you got a choice.
Yo, Fusion Bot. Remember when I played like a Fusion Bot? It's like I could do a million. Like a million.
Piano was mounted also as an instrument for a lady. I didn't want to be a sissy. I wanted to marry and raise a family and be known as a man among men. So I studied other instruments. Until one day I saw a gentleman play a very good piece of ragtime. And I decided then that the instrument was good for a gentleman, same as it was for a lady. Jelly Roll Martin.
I believe in Jelly Roll Martin, really.
His music has the flavor of New Orleans in it. He was aware of everything that was going on around him. He took.
What do you call those things? I've had a talk show.
Rain on Monday, then we'll get some sun Tuesday through the end of the week. It's 53 in Anaheim, 52 Laguna Beach. You've got flowing in the Cajon Pass on 15. Northbound side
And what channel?
remains slow away from Glen Helen Parkway.
Yoshi.
There's a crash right at the 215 merge, but it's not really affecting the driver. I mean, you're still slow ahead beyond the back all the way to 138. Downtown's doing all right. A lot of people bailing off the freeway and using Cajon Boulevard. That's pretty crowded right now. Looks like it's moving slightly better than the 15 northbound. In Pomona, the 71 southbound and KFI in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
If you want to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage. Everyone has different reasons for selling. Some people want to downsize and move. Some have inherited a property they want to get rid of. Whatever your reason for selling, Seller's Advantage.
Past, it is now lost forever. There was a time when land was sacred, and the ancient ones were as one with it. A time when women and children in the Great Spirit were here. To light their fires in these places with no boundaries. When they forced, whereas then, as it were, they would appear. When a warrior could walk from horizon to horizon, on the banks of the Rumba. When the deserts were in bloom, from the streams, pure from the freshly fallen snow. In that time, when there were only 7 ways, I saw my heart conquers to come. Whether it was to be good or bad, what was certain was that there would be change.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. British people. Oh. Don't get this. Okay.
In the wild, untamed atmosphere of the early American West, certain one's punishment, either jail or a meeting with the hangman. Some outlaws like Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid tried to accomplish their crimes in more
It was
gentlemanly
wrong
fashion.
It might be. You could do outfit.
An outlaw
For 150 years. Al's not gonna fucking die. He's a puppet. They should do a fucking Kermit the Frog tonight. Kermit tonight or something.
Or he rustles cattle, or he robs train, or whatever. An outlaw is somebody that the law is looking for. The
Oh,
West
fuck,
is not a
motherfucker.
lawful place.
Oh.
And most citizens of the West were
You're a
at
winner?
the top of the list for leaving bodies in his
What's
wake.
that thing called?
Billy the Kid.
Look at me. Recommend. Bastards.
Billy the Kid has come down to this as a towering mythological figure, and yet he
I thought I was gonna win.
the Irish slums of New York City,
Oh, I'm
by
fucked.
Indiana and Kansas. His mother was either married or unmarried to a man named McCarty. Billy
Those
looked
kidding
at
bug port.
It's only a matter of academic interest whether or not it starts in New Mexico. At the age of 12, he stood up with his brother to witness his mother's marriage or remarriage to William Henry Harrison Andrew.
You lost.
He was intelligent, he was literate,
This could all be for no.
things were going along in
And you're gonna die.
fashion. And then his mother died and his family fell apart. Billy the Kid got into juvenile
Yo,
crime.
dog.
After a couple of trivial offenses, the sheriff teach him a lesson, threw him in the local jail. He broke out. He went up the chimney and headed out for Arizona. And so Henry Antrim of New Mexico was now a teenage fugitive, living in the vast.
I liked how I was like, hey, dog. You're jogging 125,000 people right now, and he's like, there's no one here.
Henry Antrim become really the kid. Everybody called him Kid simply because he was a kid circulating in an adult society.
My friend?
He ran into the law a couple of times, but nothing of permanent
Lounge music becomes really big.
until he and Wendy Cage.
Really? Bossa Nova becomes big. What is this thing called? Hey, Pam, you suck dick. Everybody thought that you suck dick. And then everybody was like, oh, this guy sucks dick. Yeah. Yeah, this guy. He sucks so much dick. One time when Marcel. This is a bullshit. I've never known something to be so bullshit. This is bullshitity. Cheer. Hey, pimp. Ever call yourself pimp and then be like, hey, pimp. Gumbo, Arizona PPS. What wouldn't it be cool if like Arizona had this really sick ass station? It was like, let's just let everybody watch it on our fucking player, and everyone will love us because we're from Arizona. I fucking hate. No, I like Arizona too. Sometimes too much. Right? What is that supposed to mean? Easy there, Sony. Oh. Go on vacation, leave on probation. Oh, it's available to purchase. Excuse me. And then, officer, Yeah, over here. Yeah, I'm here with my family and me. And said, motherfucker. Really? Mm-hmm. Do you think you're one of the greatest pimps of all time? I do. Do you think you're one of the greatest pimps ever? And then I just looked at him and I was like, do you really think you have to ask that question? And then he, before I even had to say, do you even have to think you have to ask the question? He just apologized. And he said, of course you're one of the greatest pimps of all time. You're the sickest motherfucker I've ever met. And I'm going to jerk off on my fucking floor right now. He's like, oh, you want it bad. You're one of the greatest pimps ever. Scale 1 to 10. Are we greatest pimps of all time? Well, let's think about it. I'm at the top. And then, my friend would be like, oh, dog, Yeti-o. My friend was like, hey, dog, Yeti-o. I was gumbo, you fuck. Dude, what in the fuck was that? What are you doing? You guys fucking pile driving each other next part? Pile driver. Some bitch would be like, oh, Rabbi, I need you to pile drive me. Okay, calm down, woman. I love you.
County Sheriff's deputy shot during a confrontation with a person in Lake Elsinore this afternoon has died.
Was that Andy Dick?
Came just 2 weeks after another sheriff's deputy was shot and killed by a man with a long, violent criminal history 2 weeks ago. A 17-year-old high school student in Tarzana has been taken to the hospital after apparently overdosing at school. That happened this morning. And her Kevin McCarthy's invitation to deliver the
Voodoo. I'd be like, hey, Voodoo, wanna get fucked? And he'd be like, what in the fuck are you saying? I'm like, oh my Christ. Omicron, give us the signs, bright on. Dude, you're a content king. One day this is gonna be so funny, or you're gonna fucking come on yourself. Give us those bright colors. Give us those greens of summer. Make you feel all the world. So sunny day, oh yeah. I got a Nikon camera, a little thick photograph. So mama, don't take my Kodachrome away. Mama, don't take my Kodachrome. Leave your boy so far from home. Mama, don't take my Kodachrome away. Mama, don't take my Kodachrome. Ooh. Mama, don't take my Kodachrome away. Mama, don't take my Kodachrome. Leave your boy so far from home. Mama, don't keep my Kodachrome away. Hey. Keep my Kodachrome. Leave your boy so far from home. Mama, don't take my Kodachrome away. Mama, don't take my Kodachrome. Ooh. Mama, don't take my Kodachrome away. Okay, we got this one, dog. Mama, don't take my Kodachrome. Leave my Jojo far from home. What's this motherfucker's name? It's called The Gift, bitch. Just like that one. What's it called? Think about Johnny Cash. Really? Keep your boy so far from home. Mama, don't take my Kodachrome away. Hey. Mama, don't take my Kodachrome. Keep your boy so far from home. Mama, don't keep your Kodachrome. Keep your boy so far from home. Mama, don't take my Kodachrome away. Hey. Mama, don't take my Kodachrome. Keep your boy so far from home. Mama, don't take my Kodachrome away. Hey. Oh, dog, it's all right there. Okay. Best thing ever. Shout out to all the... Oh, this is Bilby. Shout out to Asia. Shout out to China. It's Wynton Marsalis.
Jazz music, jazz vibes, America.
My friend, he was like, dog, I like it when we listen to it like two at once. It was really fun.
Give us a painless way of understanding ourselves.
Right? And then one of them is loaded at the same speed. My friend Yosh,
The real power of jazz and the
I
innovation
love him.
of jazz
I love
is
Wynton
that a
Marsalis.
group of people
Really? Heard him in schools too.
improvised
Oh,
art
yeah.
and can negotiate their agendas with each other.
Why?
And that negotiation is the art. Like you'll hear all the time that Bach improvised, and he did improvise. But he wasn't going to look at the second viola and say, okay, let's play Ein Feisty Bird. They were not going to do that. Whereas in jazz, I could get together. I go to Milwaukee tomorrow, and it'd be 3 musicians. I walk in the bar at 2:30 in the morning and say, what you want to play, man? Let's play some blues. Well, all 4 of us are going to start playing. And I might say, give us a painless way of understanding ourselves.
Oh, Yoshi. Yoshi, you want to play this again?
Everybody just
Yoshi.
comping and playing and listening.
Let's play them all at
You
once.
never know what they're going to do. So
And then it'd be like,
4 of us can now have a dialogue. We can have a conversation.
Yoshi would be like, man, you want to suck this dude's dick. Like, no. This is cool.
It is America's music, born out of a million American negotiations between having and not having, between happy and sad,
Ellis Marsalis is the thing.
between the old Africa
But yeah,
and the old Europe. That could only have happened
he was
in an
actually bigger.
entirely new world.
Wynton, and then Wynton became bigger.
It is an
But he died
improvisational
not long
art,
ago.
making itself up as it goes along, just like the country that gave it birth. It rewards individual expression, but demands selfless collaboration. It is forever changing, but nearly always
No.
listening to the nines.
Everyone knows my voice, but no one knows my name. Keith David. Very easy name. I'll never forget his
It
name.
has enjoyed
What?
huge popularity and survived hard times,
Tomorrow.
but it
I
has
know I
always
associate it
reflected
with something now. Who the fuck?
Or you're curious, we've been following
My friend, his name was yours, but he's not yours. They are my own. They're my own.
there has been no other update
Americans
for tomorrow as of yet.
at their best. Jazz, the
Fuck,
drummer
I can't believe I won the lottery.
washes away the dust of everyday life. Above all, it swings.
Jazz music celebrates life, human life, the range of it, the absurdity of it, the ignorance of it, the greatness of it, the intelligence of it, the sexuality of it, the profundity of it, and it deals with it. In all of it, it deals with it.
My friend, his name is yours, but he's not yours. He is my yours, but he's not yours. He is my yours. And never broke.
You're looking at an experimenter, you're looking at a scientist, you're looking at all those things because it's a creative process. It's hard.
My friend, his name was yours, but he's not yours. He is my yours, and he's not yours. He is my yours. I am never broken.
But who really was?
In the
Turned a whole bunch of extraordinary musicians into his own personal instrument. Wrote nearly 2,000 pieces of music for the play. And in the process, became America's greatest composer. A Russian Jewish immigrant's boy from the Chicago slums, who was taught the clarinet just to keep him out of trouble, but who grew up to teach a whole country.
My friend, his name was yours, but he's not yours. He is my yours, but he's not yours. He is my yours. I am never broken. My friend, his name was Joe. Not yours, he is my yours. But he's not yours, he is my yours. I am never broken.
Then destroyed himself.
Never broken.
A dentist's difficult son from East St. Louis, Illinois, whose lifelong search for new ways to sound made him the most influential musician of his generation. And then there was the fatherless waif of the streets of New Orleans, whose unrivaled genius helped turn jazz into a soloist sound, who influenced every singer, every instrumentalist, every artist he came after, and who for more than 5 decades made everyone who heard him feel that no matter how bad things got, everything was bound to turn out all right. After all,
How about you fuck yourself?
and yet, who knows very much of what jazz is really about? Or how shall we ever know until we are willing to consider everything which it sweeps across our path? Ralph Ellison.
People from all over the world came to New Orleans. Pirates, adventurers, gamblers, exiles, criminals, Frenchmen, Spaniards, Germans, Englishmen, Irishmen, Indians, Chinese, Italians, West Indians, Africans. In the hundreds of tenements in the rear of the Front Street buildings, there were people of all nationalities living side by side. And there was a whole lot of interbreeding going on.
Yeah, I think it one night, but it was a real fun 6 months.
Jazz grew up in 1,000 places, but it was born in New Orleans, which was in the early 1800s the most cosmopolitan and the most musical city in America. But New Orleans claimed that all men were created jazz.
This bitch. Girls Gone Wild. Jacuzzi party.
The whole conception of improvisation is a part of all of
Hey,
America.
Girls Gone Wild jacuzzi party. But this bitch is going
If you were a slave, you didn't learn how to improvise.
Train her vitamin D was
You came on the land, you didn't speak the language. You had all kind of foods and stuff you weren't used to eating. You had another whole system to deal with. If you can't improvise.
Jazz is about freedom. It's about a certain kind of liberation. There have been other people, of course, have been oppressed in the United States or have gone through brutal treatment in the United States. But only African Americans were enslaved. Only African Americans were legally a people who have a legacy and history, historical consciousness of having been unfree in a free country.
Beginning in 1817, slaves in New Orleans were permitted to sing and dance every Sunday afternoon in a place called Congo Square. To the curious whites, who sometimes turned out to see and hear them, the slaves' music, filled with complex percussive rhythm, recent arrivals from the West Indies. Their music Other slaves had been brought to the city from the interior of the American South, bringing with them work songs, spirituals, and the call and response of the Baptist Church.
Wow, cool me. You got bit, but run.
New Orleans was also home to a unique and
prosperous community of free people who call themselves Creoles of colors. Many were the light-skinned descendants of French and Spanish colonists and their black wives and mistresses. They identified with their European, not their African ancestors, and they looked down on the darker-skinned blacks around them. Some owned slaves. Many Creole musicians were classically trained and prided themselves on being able to play music for every kind of dancing.
That scans.
There is a meaning to the New Orleans Museum reported in 1838 for horn and trumpet playing. Citizens of every color and nationality marched to the music of brass bands.
$14.
City streets were filled with parades
You
of
feel like
every
they're the
kind.
greatest pimp of all time?
Weddings, funerals, feast
Has there ever been a better pimp than
and
you
the
are?
6 to 8 week carnival
In
season
the greatest,
that each spring
it's need to
led
list
up to
all the
Mardi
great
Gras.
pimps. There's you.
In the decades before the Civil War, New Orleans had 3 flourishing opera companies and 2 full-fledged symphony orchestras.
My friend, his name was George, but he's not George.
There was so much music, so much dancing that a northern visitor called New Orleans one vast waltzing and galloping hall.
Cocaine Bear is going to be so big.
It's a romantic city.
Barracuda.
The vendors in the streets will sing R. People are really integrated in the way that they live. One block, you have an Italian family, various types of Negroes, you have Creoles, you have Germans, you have everybody all intermingled, and they can't escape each other. And also, you had a tradition of wildness in New Orleans, like gambling and people showing their behinds in different various ways. But you also had a lot of churches, religious persons. You had foodporn. You had all these things coming together now. And they're sharing this culture. They're sharing all of this like gumbo. Everybody's going to eat some gumbo.
New Orleans theaters also featured minstrel music. So-called plantation songs, written by white and black songwriters, performed by whites blacked up as blacks, blacked up as whites, playing blacks. On the surface, minstrelsy seemed simply to reinforce ugly racial stereotypes.
Minstrelsy was the most popular form of American entertainment for about 80 years in the United States, beginning in the 1840s. It produced the first body of serious pop songs, Stephen Foster, James Bland, others, songs that we still, all of us to this day, know. It produced a national humor that we all know. Why did the chicken cross the road? Who's that woman I saw you with last night? Because you had minstrel troops very much codified, all doing the same kinds of songs, same kinds of humor, crisscrossing the whole country, not just into major cities, but to all the places where there was a hole where they could perform. It was like early television. Everybody heard the same songs. Everybody heard the same jokes. This has never happened before, and it wouldn't really happen again until the movies.
Despite its overt racism, the minstrel show was a blend of lively music, knockabout comedy, and sophisticated elegance. A bizarre and complicated ritual in which blacks and whites alike would interpret and misinterpret each other.
Dance and the form of music. It seemed like it was uncomplimentary. Actually, it was something centrally American about it. And that was the beginning of a long relationship between blacks and whites, and black entertainment and white appropriation of it. And this strange dance that we've been doing with each other since really the beginning of our relationship in America. It's too close, it's too deep a story. So you have to degrade the relationship. You have to do degrading things so that you can live with the tremendous affront to humanity that slavery was.
The first big minstrel hit was written down and performed by a white man known as Daddy Rice, who said he'd first heard it being sung by a black stable hand. Rice named the tune after the man, Jim Crow. On January 26, 1861, the state of Louisiana seceded from the Union. But just 15 months later, a federal fleet seized the Mississippi and forced New Orleans, the largest city in the Confederacy, to surrender. Union occupation signaled the new birth of freedom for the city's black.
Abolition of slavery that made jazz music possible. It comes from a consciousness of those who are outside of something, but in the middle of it. These are people who are American in the realest sense, but they've been denied access to recognition as Americans. But that doesn't alter the fact that they are American, and the fact that they have access to all of the information that Americans have access to.
For 12 years after the Civil War, in the period known as Reconstruction, federal troops occupied the South, enforcing civil rights and overseeing America's first attempt at integration. But in 1877, in a collapsed overnight, rule was brutally reimposed. Sharecropping replaced slavery. Every aspect of daily life for African Americans became segregated under a simple Jim Crow. For a time, cosmopolitan New Orleans escaped the worst of it.
Wait, this is your boy. This is no, you like this guy. Look at this bear.
Suddenly, I discovered that my legs were in a condition of great excitement. They twitched as though electricity and betrayed a considerable and rather dangerous desire to jerk me from my seat. But it stopped.
In the 1890s, two new styles of music reached New Orleans. Two styles without which there could have been no jazz. The first, created by black piano players in the cities of the Midwest, was jaunty, propulsive, irresistible. It drew from everything that had gone before: African-American spirituals and minstrel songs, European folk melodies, and military marches, all set to fresh, insistent, syncopated rhythms. It was called ragtime, and it would be America's most popular music for the next quarter of a century. Spread first by itinerant musicians, and then by the sale of sheet music, it was instantly popular with young dancers all over the country. We loved it.
It comes down to 171 cases, which is still extraordinary.
Out of fight, how would you make it up to me? Contestant number 1.
Ground radar.
I missed you.
So I would guess
parents did not. Ragtime has syncopation gone mad. And its victims, in my opinion, can be treated successfully only like the dog with rabies with a dose of lead. Whether it's simply a passing phase of our decadent art culture or an infectious disease which has come to stay, like leprosy. I'm alone can tell. Edward Baxter.
About the same time, New Orleans musicians began to hear the blues. A steady stream of refugees from the Mississippi Delta was now pouring into New Orleans, in flight from Jim Crow laws. People for whom laboring on the city docks promised a better life than any they could hope to have back home chopping cotton or cutting cane for someone else's profit. The blues was part of their baggage.
The blues is about sculpting meaning out of a situation that seems to defy your being able to find meaning in it. Black people, since the end of the Civil War, searching for an aesthetic. They're searching for an aesthetic that will free them of minstrelsy, freedom of the burden of minstrelsy, freedom of the degradation of minstrelsy. What emerges from that is a form called the blues. And it's a very useful form. It's elastic. You can do a lot with it because it's simple.
The blues is an utterly American form, built on just 3 chords, most often arranged in 12-bar sequences called choruses, that allows for an infinite number of variations.
And it's a form that in order for you to really be able to involves more than just technique. You have to have some kind of feeling with it. So you create this kind of basic language through which and on which they can construct all kinds of things.
I'm checking you out.
It's like a roux in a gumbo. You don't have roux, you don't have gumbo. Now you might have a soup, you might be jelly. But you don't have that roux, you do not have no gumbo.
The blues was the profane twin of the sacred music of the Black Baptist Church, filled with call and response, shouts, moans, exhortations, and signifying. One was praying to God, and the other was praying to what's human, and the one musician said. One was saying, "Oh God, let me go," and the other was saying, "Oh Mister, let me be."
There was a big difference between
Roll that
having
shit
the
up in
blues
the
and playing the blues. Playing the blues was about getting rid of the blues.
Roll that beautiful bean
The
footage.
lyrics may have been tragic in their orientation, but the music was having a good time. So the blues was really a matter of stomping the blues away.
The blues could be about anything. A beautiful woman, a mean boss, the devil himself.
Look at how cool this
Intensely personal, meant to make the listener feel better, not worse. And each performer was expected to tell a story.
motorcycle.
When we sing blues, we're singing out our feelings. Maybe we're hurting and just can't answer back. Then we sing blues and home. Yes, to us, the blues are sacred.
Blues are about freedom. Blues are about freedom. And there's liberation in reality. And when they talk about these songs, when they talk about being sad, the fact that you recognize that which pains you is a very freeing.
I need super hot chips to teach me.
It's just, it must be
I'd be like, oh yeah, that's not fucking hot, do not talk.
pretend like I have these problems and these situations. When I hear the blues makes me smile.
Oh yeah.
Blues came along and said, honestly, there's nothing like you know, but at the same time, out of our own resources,
In New Orleans, musicians would find a way to deepen the message of the blues by playing it.
We have musicians playing all these instruments that left over from the Civil War, like the military instruments, and the trumpets are played in a militaristic style. Then all of a sudden, instead of playing in the straight military style of the Kenwalk melody, now they're imitating the sound of the people in the church singing. They have a vibrato at the end of the note. They're shaking those. Then the music gets another power and feel. In the way that profound things almost always happen, a thing and the opposite of that thing are mashed together. Now you have the people getting the spiritual sound of the church, and they also are getting that secular sound of the blues. And the musicians who could understand both of those things and put both of them in their horn side by side so they could represent that angel and that devil. That was the most they could play.
That would feed all the streams of American music. Jazz.
There are differences between the colored man and the white man, which neither education nor law can abrogate. Said by the opinion of the white man to ignore the truth. New Orleans Daily Picayune. Eventually, Jim Crow conquered New Orleans as yet. In 1890, the Louisiana legislature decreed that blacks and whites must occupy different cars on trains traveling within the state. 2 years later, a New Orleans Creole of color named Homer Adolph Plessy set out to test the new law, boarding an excursion train and insisting on sitting in the whites-only car. He was arrested, tried, and convicted. In 1896, in the case of Plessy versus Ferguson, the Supreme Court of the United States upheld his conviction. Separate but equal facilities, it said, were constitutional. That decision would govern life in the American South and in New Orleans for nearly 60 years. City theaters and restaurants were now strictly segregated. Black and white boxers and bicycle racers and baseball teams were forbidden to compete against one another. The state legislature then passed a law barring all would-be voters whose grandfathers had been slaves. Where 95% of the city's black men had been registered to vote,
Just 1% was now eligible to go to the polls. And the world of the Creole was turned upside down too. All now found themselves classified with black as second-class citizens. And all these Creole suddenly became black people overnight. These Creole orchestras which existed at one point suddenly disappeared. The clarinetists had no way, so they were essentially forced to go into the black community. And that level of technical fluency forever changed the nature of the music. Creole musicians merged their classical virtuosity with the blues-inflected music of black bands. Together, they would transform every kind of music played in New Orleans.
The blues had a strict kind of beat. They were often slow, and they said exactly what they meant, and meant exactly what they said. And the musicians sometimes had to fill in space from one phrase to the next one.
He was
And so
like,
it was that they began.
mind if I call you, what up, Chan, man?
That by just they began to embellish it.
Yeah, you're right. Yoshi.
When in a group effort, an individual might just shine on his own.
Yoshi.
He had that space, he had that time to fill it. And the individual began to fill the space with invention and still stay within these other musicians in the same band. Hearing one.
You're one of the greatest tips of all time, baby.
Trombone will do. And so the spirit of improvisation as a means of expressing who I am, how clever I am, all the bounds and bonds of the song.
What up, Pip?
There was as yet no name for the music black Creole musicians began to play together at the dawn of the new 20th century. Some older musicians would call what they played ragtime to the end. But the eventual result would be a brand new music. Not spirituals, or the blues, or ragtime, or any of the other kinds of music heard in the streets of New Orleans from one musician to another. But everything all at once, each one putting something over on the other. Like the city that gave it birth, like the country that would soon embrace it.
That's the greatest.
Will always be more than the sum of its parts.
You just some days I know I'm just born better than you are. Play Chan music.
You have to begin with.
It's Chan.
That it can only happen in America. It's not an African music, obviously. It's not a European music, obviously. It's something that comes right out of the soil, as influences that come from all different kinds of cultures. And all of those come together in jazz. But in jazz, unlike all the other folk music of the world, it blossoms into authentic art.
When you come right down to it, the man who started the big part in jazz was Buddy Bolden. He was a powerful trumpet.
Banana. I love this girl.
I guess he deserves credit for starting it all.
And out of all of this comes Buddy Bolden, dark-skinned Negro from the church. Buddy Bolden's individuals have a personality.
So instead of playing all this fast stuff, he would bring you the sound of Buddy Bolden.
Buddy Bolden, the first musician celebrated for playing jazz music, was born in 1877, the year Reconstruction ended. Only one dim photograph of him survives, and little is known about his tragic life. But from the first, Bolden seems to have been different from every other cornet and trumpet player. Louder, bolder, more innovative, and eager always to surprise and delight his listeners with the richness of his musical ideas.
Buddy Bolden invented that beat they called the Big Four. That skip on the fourth beat, also legend has it. Big Four is when you accent the second and fourth beat for March. And straight March, you go. Big Four, you go. So on that fourth beat, the drum and the cymbal hit together. And that point is where jazz music started to really get its lilt. Before the trumpets, they were playing. But now I have the Big Four. So when I phrase it, I'm gonna make it sound like me, and I'm gonna play with another entire feeling in groove, and use all the different growls and shouts and cries. So now it becomes.
There you go.
To make it sound not like Trump, but like Buddy Bolden. Now, you also listen to the clarinet. So, clarinet might play a little something, and you have to stop playing. So, you might say, he's playing at the same time. Everything is organized a certain way, but every second, all of you are making a decision to make that music stronger and to organize that music more and more. That's jazz music.
Musicians in the first years of the 20th century, Buddy Bolden played everything: waltzes, mazurkas, schottisches, polkas, rags, and speed. But he was best remembered for his pop music, and he played it all over town. Perseverance Hall, Masonic Hall, Jackson Hall, and the Union Sons Hall, which at night became the Funky Butt Dance Hall.
Nobody took the heads off. It was plenty rough. We paid 15 cents and walked in. Man, 6 of them were sitting on the lower stand. They had their hats on for the rest. Pretty sleepy. All of a sudden, Buddy stopped. Knocks on the floor and struck the game. They'd all sit up straight. They played Make Me a Ballad. Everybody rose and yelled out, "Oh, play it, and I'd never heard anything like that before. George Becker.
But after midnight, the night people took over. And that's when the blues and the slow drags really began to predominate. And so the repertoire changes. And Bolden gets away from the polite and he gets into some of the more impolite. It's a different kind of frenzy. It's one that's kind of
internalized with a hot, humid, sweaty night. Everyone's kind of moving languorously on the dance floor. No one's trying to wear it out and spend their energy too quickly because they literally want it to last all night long.
On those old, slow, low-down days, a fellow musician recalled, Bolden had a moan in his cornet that just went through you, just like you were in church or something. By 1906, Buddy Bolden had become the best-known black musician in New Orleans. Now hailed as King Bolden. Other children gathered in front of his house each morning, just to hear him practice. Bolden was especially beloved in the black section of the wide-open red-light district of New Orleans, called Storyville. There was nothing like it anywhere else in America.
New Orleans was the hotbed of that type of sexual activity, and we weren't hearing it. In jazz music, it says, this is what we do, and it's beautiful, and it's also terrible. And jazz is real. It deals with that man and that woman. It deals with depraved things because the musicians saw all of these things. That's what gives our music its vibrance, and that's what the world thinks about it. It didn't hide what went on in the machines. The average coincides with the best years of Storyville. Everybody wanted to come to Storyville and check this thing out. Like the jazz bar in North America. Well, there was a Storyville life associated with Storyville, and but there was a cost to be paid, and Bolden drank heavily. He began to misgate.
There's a Satan Carlton box.
Bolden had always been a heavy drinker, but now he started to develop headaches. Began talking to himself.
On mirror.
Quarreled with the members of his band.
Can you editing your draft out?
And worried constantly that other musicians' innovations would overshadow his.
Yoshi.
He seemed frightened of everything, even his corner.
My brother's name Yoshi. My friend, his name was George, but he's not George.
Just as he had done for years. But somewhere along the way, he abruptly walked away from the other marchers. His mother did what she could to calm his fears, but nothing seemed to help. 6 months later, she was forced to call the police, afraid her son would hurt her or himself. Buddy Bolden, the man who had led the first jazz band, would never play his horn in public again. He would spend the rest of his life in the Louisiana State Asylum at Jackson.
Yeah. Nah, me.
Nah, me. Singing Stars and Stripes family used to say, I think
Hey yo. Hey yo.
Every group of people has figured out something that defines the wolf at the door. You know, the Irish is their way, another way, the Chinese their way, Jews their way. It's that Negro. There's something about the idea that, well, here we are. What choice do we have? Well, we can set up one white folk show and one hotel for us today. Or we can say, you got a choice.
sir, as an instrument for a lady. I didn't want to be a sister. I wanted to marry, raise a family, and be known as a man among men. So I studied other instruments. Until one day I saw a gentleman play a very good piece of ragtime. And I decided then that the instrument was good for a gentleman, same as it was for a lady. Jelly Roll Martin.
His music has the flavor of New Orleans in it. He was aware of everything that was going on around him. He took the feeling of what Buddy Bolden brought to the music, and he put that in his music. And he put the sound of the street vendors.
On a silver star.
25 to the ride, you know, whatever they would say, he'd have all that in there. And even though he was a Creole, unlike a lot of Creoles who would be dicty, he wasn't that type of person. He was attracted to the nightlife. And they always say, you know, night people out to get the day people. And that's how he was. He was a night person.
Jelly Roll Morton was born Ferdinand Joseph Lamoth in New Orleans in 1890. And he claimed that all my folks came directly from the shores of France. But he was really the son of an unwed Creole mother who traced her ancestry back only as far as Haiti. He was raised for a time by his conservative great-grandmother, who favored the formality and tradition of French opera. But her great-grandson had something altogether different in mind. Morton was only a teenager when he secretly took a job playing for whores and their free-spending clients in Storyville.
So he loved being in the sporting houses. He loved being in the clubs. He loved being around the rough house people. He loved to pull his knife out. He loved to talk. Yeah, he loved to play the funerals and the parades and singing. That's what he liked to do.
He told his great-grandmother that he couldn't come home at night because he was working as a night watchman.
Well, you know, Jelly Roll told his grandmama that he was a night watchman and he wasn't lying. But he didn't tell her what he was watching. Because he worked in these houses of prostitution, he had the best seat in the house. They had little people, and he would play to the choreography of the prostitute. And he would get tips based on how successful he was. So if he really came up with something hip when they do a little twist or turn there, they give him a little extra money.
Morton quickly became an exceptional piano player, effortlessly blending ragtime, minstrelsy, and the blues into a new, complex, improvised hybrid. No one thought more highly of Morton than he did. I'm the master, he'd like to say. Anything you play on your horn, you're playing Jelly Roll. And in later years, he happily told anyone willing to listen that he had in fact invented jazz. He hadn't. But he did write a host of tunes that would become jazz standards. And he was the first to put his company. Some of his music incorporated habanera dance rhythms from the Caribbean, which he called the Spanish Tinge.
Where'd you up to you, the Spanish
Tinge?
Tinge?
You don't have the right seasoning for jazz.
I'll give you a right seasoning in your puss.
Morton became an all-around entertainer. He played piano, he sang, he danced, and insisted that everyone call him by the distinctive nickname he'd adopted.
Big Dick Williams.
Description of a certain
Everybody calls
of
Jelly Roll Johnson Big Dick Williams.
motion. You know, in other words,
If you're done for
Jelly
your
Roll
pizza,
means,
my entire pizza.
Jelly Roll means exactly the kind of erotic motion and pressure that you would prefer above all others. So that's what that means.
That's the key of balls. you feel like you're a pimp? I said no, I'm a pimp. I'm a Jelly Roll Johnson a pimp.
Threw him out of the house forever.
Famous pimps.
Morton traveled everywhere. Memphis,
You say,
New York, Kansas City, Oklahoma City.
what are we doing here,
Los
dog?
Angeles.
Famous pimps, Wiki. Famous
To
pimps.
support himself,
Famous
he blacked out
pimps.
and performed as a vaudeville comic. Gambled at cards, hustled pool, pimped,
Is Elizabeth Holmes, Polly
and peddled a
Adler,
cure for consumption door to door.
Bitter Burrows,
A sticky sweet elixir
Scotty Bowers,
made up of salt and Coca-Cola.
Belly Corn,
But he also continued to play the piano.
American Pimps,
As a result,
Heidi
everywhere
Fleiss,
Jelly Roll Morton
Margaret
went,
Gordon, Luke
his music
Lamb,
went too.
Christian Envy, watch out for Christian Envy, Bella Kirk, Kid Kat, Scotty Bowers, Sugar Bitter Burrows, Tom Polly Adler, has got magic wand. He's very harder to his heart.
Why is the jazz music game that was jazz band?
Enrico Marty, Mother Dale, Justin Paris, Willie St. Clair, Phil Morslin, Iceberg Slim, Sally Sanford, House Ryan, and Wilson Camano. Doesn't need a perceived protection of a pimp.
The music that Buddy Bolden and Jelly
I'll
Roll
give you
Morton
some
played
fuck.
in New
The
Orleans
Jelly Roll Morton and
was
Jeff Ward
sometimes
Johnson,
called
douche.
ready music,
Hey, dog.
gut bucket music.
Red Camano.
To others, it was just hot music, filled with energy and fire. But some soon began to call it jazz, claiming the name came from the jasmine perfume supposedly favored by prostitutes in Storyland.
Jasmine perfume.
Jazz eventually became jazz, though no one is absolutely certain why.
It used to be J-A-S-S. You know, you scratch the J off and it would just say ass. So they changed to J-A-Z-Z. But I think that the original meaning of jazz was procreation. And you can't get no deeper, profounder than that unless you're contemplating the creator.
There's been a lot of debate about what the word jazz means. The origin of the word, some people said some African word that means speed it up or something like that, because the thing that struck people early about jazz, the
This
earliest
motherfucker, Gerald Early,
was that
looks
it
like
seemed fast. It seemed like a speeded up music.
Greg Oden.
Film came along and
Greg
kind of
Oden.
speeded up pictures, speeded up photography.
I'll give you some
And this
speeded
music
up.
that seems sort of speeded up.
By 1910,
By 1910, my good, I guess, the
best known white groups were led by Papa Jack Lane, a drummer, blacksmith, and sometime boxer, who began organizing his Reliance brass bands while still in grade school, and kept at it for more than 40 years. New stars began to emerge. Freddie Gibbard, Kid Ory, Joe Oliver, and a child prodigy whose huge, aggressive sound would astonish everyone who played with him for the next 50 years. Sidney Bechet.
Sidney Bechet, bitch.
Well, Sidney Bechet, you hear, the poet of New Orleans music. He prodigy. He could just play better than grown men. So he'd be taking lessons and he'd be like, well, what can we say? How do you play it? And he just was hot and fiery and would come out through his home.
Sidney Bechet's Creole family had hoped music would be a hobby for him, not a profession. But he seems never even to have considered anything else. Too impatient to take instruction from anyone for long, Bechet taught himself the clarinet, stunning his parents by keeping up with Freddie Keppert's band when he was just 10 years old. At 16, Bechet left school and devoted himself full-time to music. He soon earned a reputation as a musician unlike any other in New Orleans.
When you talk about the jazz musicians, you always are talking about the personalities, Robert. But he also had a real biting attack.
Look at how pimpy you are.
Sidney Bechet loved to moan some blues out his home.
One of the greatest pimps I've ever seen.
Giving the musician the freedom and power to have their own voice was really very innovative when jazz first emerged in New Orleans.
Yeah.
Because the way things were usually done, a composer would tell the musician what to do.
You's a crazy ass pimp.
In the teens,
Hold
when
on,
Sidney
dog.
was first getting a reputation for himself, all the New Orleans musicians looked to him as the real prodigy. He could take a clarinet that was on its last legs and find notes that no one even suspected might be inside
What the fuck is that? There's Nolans.
Like Jelly Roll Morton, Sidney Bechet eventually left his hometown
Remember when you were like that?
and began
Members
playing
only.
vaudeville shows.
You ever said, hey, Doc, remember when you were like us?
South and Midwest. Jazz music was moving out from New Orleans
Thank you.
across the country.
That was a good one.
One musician, one performance at a time.
Pelicans. Worst name ever. Shortest sports team name? Hayes.
After the Victor Talking Machine Company had introduced the Victrola in 1901, the
Does that
recording
count?
industry had become big business. The artists who sold the most records were the operatic tenor Enrico Caruso and the band leader John Philip Sousa. No one had yet thought of recording jazz. Audiences would have to be there, in person, to hear and appreciate it.
No one would record jazz. You fucks. No, that's kind of like what this is.
1913.
Like, the recorder was just then, and this is just like a camera.
Can it be said that America is falling prey to the collective soul of
Somebody
the
will
Negro
understand that.
through the influence of what is popularly known as ragtime music?
Like, no one ever recorded radio.
Such a national disaster, it should be definitely pointed out and extreme measures taken to inhibit the influence and avert the increasing danger, if it has not already gone too far. American ragtime music is symbolic of the primitive morality and perceptible moral limitations of the Negro type. In 1914, the year World War I began in Europe, ragtime was still America's most popular music. Nearly every middle-class home had a piano, and sales of sheet music skyrocketed. New York City was the center of the music world, and hundreds of new tunes flowed from the songwriters and music publishers clustered in a warren of offices near Times Square, known as Tin Pan Alley. The new songs spawned a host of provocative new dances. The Texas Tommy, the Turkey Trot, most of them had been born in black dance halls and honky-tonks, but they were embraced by young dancers of all races.
Couple dancing is
is that it was sexy. And Americans were very much in reaction to the Victorian morality. And the dances, you know, the men and women were very close, and that was one of the things that made it popular with young people, but also made it anathema to a lot of the older people. This was the generation of my parents, and I know that it was a big problem for my grandparents, because my parents were running around doing a lot of things they shouldn't be doing.
The thing that bothered the middle class, especially the white middle class, was that it seemed to be Africanizing American culture.
It's so funny.
The vulgar word with it is niggerizing American culture. These people, you guys are acting like niggers doing this stuff.
Easy.
And that upset the white middle class.
Easy there.
And it also upset the black middle class, because the black middle class didn't want
That's
to see
our
it
word.
this way.
You watch yourself there.
Is dancing itself to death. People are too frivolous because they feed on too much trash. You can see the effects of the tango, the Chicago, the turkey trot, the Texas Tommy, and ragtime music, not only in their conversations, but in the movement of their bodies about the home. Reverend Adam Clayton.
We were
Tajikistan. It's not Tajikistan. It's Tajikistan.
There was nothing
It's
rejected about
Tajikistan.
it. Irene
It's
Castle.
Orcas Island.
In a British
Yo,
podcast
dog.
of Vernon, where elegant
Orcas
dancers,
Island, dog.
well-mannered,
Yo, dog.
and reassuring to worried parents,
Yo,
alarmed
dog.
at the gyrations they
I'm gonna be that guy.
to master.
Yo. I'm gonna be that guy. I'm fine. If I'm saying I'm in a Conestoga wagon, I'm in my Conestoga wagon. Oh, wow. Oh, dude, I survived. That's the first time I survived.
Drop the turkey trot, the grizzly bear, the bunny hop. These dances are
Yo, dog.
ungraceful and out of
Choose
fashion. Vernon Castle.
The castle were a sensation, but much of their success was due to the all-black orchestra, which traveled with them everywhere, and to its remarkable leader, James Reese Europe. Europe was a clergyman's son who was raised in Washington, D.C., where he squeezed violin and piano lessons in between the odd jobs he worked to help support his family after his father died.
Look at this
Europe's
house.
career took off fast. By the time he was 23, he was the musical director for black shows that had become the latest fashion in the world. And well before he met the Castles, he was the preeminent society orchestra leader in New York, playing for the Astors and the Vanderbilts.
The Euro gang were absolute reading sharks. They could read a moving snake. And if a fly lived on that paper, he got a place. But the people wanted to believe that Negroes could learn to read music but had a natural talent for it.
Sports?
James Reese Europe was not content just to play ragtime. He wanted more. He was convinced that it was his duty to reveal to the world what he called the musical proficiency of the African race. By working with the Castles, Europe saw his chance to bring his orchestrated version of African American music to a far wider audience. The Castles were happy to give him that chance and supported Europe at every turn. Together, they turned W.C. Handy's tune, the Memphis Blues, into the accompaniment for what would become the most popular of all the Castles dances, the foxtrot. And it helped create an insatiable hunger for new dances, new kinds of dance music that would pave the way for the revolutionary sounds that were beginning to come out of New Orleans, that would pave the way for jazz.
My friend was named Yosh. My friend.
Buddy Bolden, you have Freddie Kepler was a Creole trumpet player, and he did a lot of things like laughing, and he played with the music, certain type of music we call wah-wah. And I just laugh that I use all the time. I got this from Freddie Kepler record, and Freddie Kepler he playing either.
Fucking bitch from Utah? My friend, his name was yours, but he's not yours.
In 1914, Freddie Kepler, one of the best jazz musicians in New Orleans, left his hometown and carried his big brass sound with him all the way west to Los Angeles, where he and 6 other refugees from New Orleans played in a band called the Original Creole Orchestra. They toured in vaudeville for 4 years, then settled in Chicago, where Kepler was billed as King Kepler. He hit the highest and the lowest notes on a trumpet that anybody ever did, Jelly Roll wouldn't remember. And it was said that patrons who sat too close to the bandstand asked him to move back when he began to blow.
Okay.
Freddie Kepler was pretty big, really strong. One night, he's playing the trumpet, he blew. If I can understand, blew, and the mute, this mute, flew out of the bar onto the dance floor. And the next morning, it was in the newspapers. Nobody did that.
But for all his power and artistry, Kepler was so fearful other cornetists would copy his fingering that when he played, he was said sometimes to drape a handkerchief over his hand.
Hold on. My friend, his name
In December of 1915, the Victor Talking Machine Company offered to record Kepler in his band. So, it was Kepler's big chance, but unexpectedly, he turned them down. He was said to have been frightened that other musicians would buy his records just to steal his stuff. Freddie Kepler passed up the opportunity to become the first jazz musician to make a record. A little more than a year later, on February 26, 1917, jazz was finally recorded. A group calling themselves the Original Dixieland Jazz Band assembled in the Victor Studio in New York City.
Oh, that was not good. Really? Yeah. I don't know how it's done. Yeah. This is
the band consisted of 5 white musicians from New Orleans, led by the cornetist Nick LaRocca. The son of an Italian shoemaker, LaRocca was ambitious, hard-driving, and unconventional. He had taught himself to play jazz by practicing in the outhouse, away from his father's disapproving ears. Once they got to the Victor Studio, the band played 2 well-known New Orleans tunes, Dixieland Jazz Band One Step and Livery Stable Blues. The music was hot and lively. The engineer had insisted they play especially fast to fit the whole tune on one side of a record. Released on March 7th, 1917, the record was an immediate hit. The emphasis was on comedy. LaRocca made his cornet whinny like a horse. Larry Shears crowed like a rooster with his clarinet.
My friend His name was Yours, but he's not yours. He is mine.
He was the first jazz
He's not yours.
I ever heard.
Broken. In the end, only kindness.
I was 6, living in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Yoshi, did you like
And
that
I
when
can
you
still recall my sensations as I heard for the first time the sardonic driving horn of Nick LaRocca, the impudent smears and growls of Daddy Edwards, the barnyard crowings and whinnyings of Larry Shields. I must have played it 100 times before I remembered to breathe. I quickly wore out 2 copies. For better or worse, jazz had entered my life. Ralph Burton.
The record sold more than 250,000 copies at 75 cents each, more than any single record had ever sold, more than John Philip Sousa or Enrico Caruso.
She had 6 songs using
Shout
jazz.
out Paco.
Irving Berlin was writing songs to catch on to this new fad. Americans almost immediately were jazz crazy. It was clear that this was the kind of music that people wanted for dancing. So that if you were going to be a dance band musician at all, you had to play jazz. But what was really important about this was the way that young people all over the United States were simply swept up by this music.
The new music, whose roots ran back beyond Congo Square, was at last being heard by all Americans.
My friend is in.
New bands sprang up everywhere.
The study needs to be done. Why
Louisiana Five, the original Memphis Five, the New Orleans Rhythm Kings, the New Orleans Kings of Rhythm, and the original New Orleans Jazz.
I know, but I feel honestly that they should like be like, okay, well, our can taste like this, so change the formula, so it always tastes consistent. Really? Yeah, why don't they?
It was a new century, and there were high hopes. And young people really wanted that kind of freedom to create a culture of their own. This is really the first time in American history that happened.
It was a way for people
My
to
friend,
break.
his name
It
was
was a way to break from Europe. It was a way to break from old Victorian mores. It was a way to break from a whole bunch of other stuff. It was sort of clean in that respect. And America no longer had to look back to its past. No longer had to look back to Europe or anything else. Black people, when they invented this music, weren't looking back to Africa. They were looking at America and looking at the future and looking at what they were as Americans. Europeans came to this country and became Americans who were attracted to this music, found that this music a way to break from Europe. Finally, the Emersonian doctrine of create your idea from the American scholar finally came to fruition with this music.
My friend, his name was.
Jazz is the assassination, the murdering, the slaying, the syncopation. I even go so far as to confess that we are musical anarchists. Nick LaRocca.
My friend,
the original Dixieland Jazz Band now billed itself as the creators of jazz and undertook a tour of England. They were a sensation there too. But the band slowly fell apart. Eddie Edwards, the trombone player, was drafted into the army in 1918. The pianist, Henry Ragas, died of influenza in 1919. Larry Shields, the clarinet player, quit in 1921, weary of the road. And in 1925, Nick LaRocca himself would suffer a nervous breakdown, abandon the road, and return to the construction business in New Orleans, as if he had never been a musician. But until the day he died, LaRocca would insist that his music, and all jazz music, had been an exclusively white creation. Black people, he said, had
had nothing to do with it. Many writers have attributed this rhythm that we introduced as something coming from the African jungles and crediting the Negro race with it. My contention is that the Negroes learned to play this rhythm and music from the whites. The Negro did not play any kind of music equal to white men at any time. Nicola Rocco.
Well, race is
What do you want to say to them?
race is like,
Hey, dog.
for this country, it's like to be well. There's always something you don't want to do. And it's always that thing that's so much about you confronting yourself. It's tailor-made for you to and of your courage and of your success.
What's that?
It's trial. Is can you confront it with honesty? And do you confront it and do you have the energy to sustain and attack on it? And since jazz music is at the center of the American mythology, it necessarily deals with race. The more we run from it, the more we run into it. It's an age-old story. You know, if it's not race, it's
My
something else.
friend.
But in this particular instance, in this nation, it is race.
Shortly after midnight, on January 1st, 19 and 11-year-old boy had been caught firing his stepfather's .38 revolver into the air in celebration of the new year. He was not unknown to the police. And the next morning, a judge sentenced him to an indeterminate term in the colored
What do you
wave
like
zone.
yourself? Perhaps. Yeah, dog.
His name in the
My
neighborhood
face, Lars.
was Louis
My
Armstrong,
gosh.
and he would one day transform American music.
Take over and drain your banking and investment account.
you done? What? Holy fuck. Honestly, why? That's why I
First frame was shot was an interview with Little Marcellus. Starting is the most difficult thing because you're dealing with the subject in the situation of civil war, baseball, or jazz. The 3 panels of this big triptych that will have occupied 16 years of my life. It's not just a historical question, it's an aesthetic and artistic one. How do you begin? At one moment, I just said, put in a shot, a still photograph of New York City at night, which is sort of the beating heart of jazz. Not where it was born, that's New Orleans. Not where it grew up, that's Chicago. But where it really became what it could become, the art music, America's art form. And it begins with that, a simple tune by Louis Armstrong, a beautiful thing called Stardust Memories. And then the voice of Winton Marcellus coming in and talking about this unique American art form that's about improvisation, the great American genius. And that seemed to be enough to get us off. And then we could wrestle and argue and fight over the historical questions and who was more important this and the difficult questions of how you leave somebody out and which songs to play and the really, quite literally, million decisions that have to be made before a film like this is done, from the thousands of photographs that are shot and eventually used, to the choice of music, to the talking head bites that we put in. It's literally a million decisions, and all of them absolutely central to making a good film.
Would being done be a thing?
Birds along maybe 7, 8, 9 years ago. I don't even remember how long. And when I first saw him, I said, man, you should do one of these on jazz. He was talking about the Civil War. This was right after the Civil War had come out, and I was a tremendous fan of it. And so I was elated when he decided that he would do a documentary on jazz, because I felt that he would do the type of work that's required to do justice to a subject that has been that has received scholarship this far beneath the art for so long.
Well, I think in order to do a film like jazz or Civil War baseball, you have to be an optimist at heart. You have to stay with it. This is about process. And so we wanted to basically sample lots of influences. We drew on a whole body of consultants, most of them we couldn't put in one room together because they ended up fighting. But we listened to them. We sort of sampled and selected and got, I think, a big rolling machine of a film. If you come into the editing room 2 years ago,
Stop. I'd be like, stop. To the other guy, if you really thought that this, you wouldn't, if you were guilty, you would think it. You
can't quite identify, but they're there. And then at the end, you have something that is durable, that lasts, that you hope will speak to many people. And there's something intensely satisfying as opposed to having a daily deadline to turn something out quick. You may not get it completely right. Here we have an opportunity. We hope to get it completely right and to work on something with our hands and with our minds, and most importantly, our hearts, until we get it right.
Every project has its challenges. This was the hardest thing I've worked on, I would say, because I felt an enormous responsibility to get it right. In making a film for a general audience, we wanted to make sure that we instructed people about the music and taught them how to listen, but never got too technical so that someone who wasn't musically trained wouldn't be able to follow what we were saying. And that was easy because I'm not musically trained. And when we were able to explain something that even I could understand, I figured that was a pretty good barometer that we would reach people. But other than that, it was open season. And there are 50 intersecting parallel stories that you could be touching on at any given time. It was kind of an awesome responsibility and pretty terrifying, I have to say, because I felt that it was such an important subject and so little understood that we really had an obligation to get it right. We don't have an agenda. We don't have a preconceived notion of what the film should be. When we started it, we didn't think we were going to know that this was the road we were going to take. And so we kind of let the story speak to us. The saving grace was that the music was there, and whenever we didn't know what to do, we just worked with what the music was telling us, and it seemed to pull us through.
The great part of this is that it's always, if you love the process of this detective story, go to literally hundreds of archives all across the country, and sometimes it's a great big resource where you might spend days and days filming, like the Library of Congress, 5, 6, 7 weeks for the Civil War, and then there would be one place where you find a photograph of one Union officer at somebody's private home in the wilds of Maine. In jazz, it's private archives, it's school libraries and archives of individuals who have this. Jazz has also benefited with the attention, superb attention of dozens of great art photographers who follow the musicians around, and so we're helped out by their work in immeasurable ways. Oh, I have an idea. There's a simple secret in the re-photography of these old photographs, and that is I try to listen to them as well as look at them. I know that sounds sort of corny, but I think it's possible to look at that photograph and believe, like a feature film director, that you have a wide shot, a medium shot, close-ups, and cutaways. And that's what I try to do. And as I look through my camera and spend a day or 2 days or an entire week filming in an archive, I spend most of my time in the viewfinder, and I'm always listening. If it's in jazz, it's the clinking of glasses, the strumming of the bass, the blare of the trumpet, it's the horns out, dozens and dozens of sources, some private, some public, some commercial, some governmental. We've done 70 or 80 interviews, jazz musicians that have now, since we've interviewed them, died, 6 or 7 people we've interviewed have passed away. People essential to our story, as well as Marcellus or Gary Gibbons, the critic for the Village Voice, or somebody who's able to speak knowledgeably about one period, the 50s, a wonderful drummer named Stan who toured Charlie Parker, who witnessed his genius and his destructive end.
Charlie Parker, his sound, his music, to me, my first night was the Pied Piper of Hammond. I would have followed him anywhere, over the cliff, wherever.
It's wonderful kind of triangulation syntax with all this work. It's all about digging, it's all about looking, it's all about uncovering. And on the last day of editing, we add something we don't subtract because we've learned something new. We've just figured out a way to make it better or add a little bit of undertone so that it isn't just the kind of superficial presentation of biography that one sees on other.
I'm a fucking rider. You don't wanna bang with me?
So I have just a few little things from jazz. Remember that, folks?
Oh yeah, I love that. Right? This is just a great thing, everything that I like about documentaries. I don't want to do nature. I should say crime. I love the aspect of it, but at the same time, I'm working. I'm making some money. But I'm learning something. It's like being a student without having to go to school. I love that.
Keith David's episode 3, narration 4.1, take 1.
Across the country, from San Francisco to New York.
Listen!
And a little bit more warm than San Francisco to New York City. You love those places.
I've learned a lot working with Ken. It is for a long time. It's been like my everything. You can't question it. And it's been wonderful. It's been one of the better things I've done in my life.
Brace yourself.
This is you. Yes. You believe that
Did you hear your voice, man?
Listens to jazz, but it still has such a strange connotation to something. When you say jazz, they get all freaked out.
but you listen to it every day of your life, and you like it, and so then you don't know it. And jazz, like the blues, all of us, every day.
We have in our 10-episode, nearly 19-hour film, 497 separate pieces of music. We've got 2,000 archival film footage bits, and more than that in still pictures, most of it rare and never before seen. At the heart of it is this music. From the very, very beginnings as ragtime and the other music in New Orleans began to transform and metamorphosize into this music we call jazz, through all its changes and all its mutations and permutations up to the present moment. As a filmmaker, it posed the most difficult challenge because most of the time music is background. Here we had to move that to the foreground, and it had to work in many different ways. Sometimes we stop and just play a whole tune by itself. Other times we're talking about a specific tune, but talking in a moment in the pauses where we think we can get away with some chat. Other times we're speaking about a kind of music and you're hearing it in the background, and other times the music is just background music the way it always is. And as difficult as the problems were, this was just, heaven.
What we're doing is we've assembled William Marsalis and some of his most wonderful musicians to play some music for us for episodes 1 and 2 of Jazz. The period that we're covering, some of the musicians we're talking about in the series did not ever get the chance to record, particularly Buddy Bolden, who was the first great jazz trumpeter and one of the very first jazz musicians anyone knows about. He played in New Orleans from about the 1890s to 1905 or so, and that was before any jazz was recorded, so no one knows how he really sounded. But we do know through oral histories some of the tunes he was famous for playing, and so we've asked Whitney to come in and do his interpretation of what Buddy Bolden might have sounded like, and we'll be using the music as background in the series.
This is a huge challenge because music has always been important to me. While I have no musical training or real knowledge, I've always felt the films and always directed or arranged the assembly and the playing and the insertion of the music. But this is a film in which the subject is the music. And so how do you know when it's background and how do you know when it's foreground? How do you know when to shut up and listen? And how do you know when to talk to advance the narrative? But every once in a while, you just have to realize to get out of the way. Let's listen to this. In many instances, the musicians that we have interviewed have volunteered music right on the spot in order for Winton, say, to make a point. He sometimes does it scatting, he sometimes does it playing the one-man band. One of my most favorite talking head bites in the whole series is Winton Marsalis being the entire Count Basie orchestra. He's Fleets Edison, he's Lester Young, he's the Count himself, he's this person, he's that person, he's a trombone, he's a piano, he's a saxophone, he's a trumpet. It's fantastic.
What we're hearing here, we'll probably stop talking and let the music just play for a while. You'll be looking at pictures of New Orleans and you'll hear this beautiful music and you'll understand that that's what perhaps one might have heard if you're walking down the street in New Orleans in about 1902.
At the beginning of my baseball film, writer Gerald Billy said that when we study our American civilization 2,000 years from now, we'll only be known for just look at the Constitution's 4 pieces of paper written at the end of the 18th century that's able to adjudicate the most complicated problems of this 21st century. Baseball is a very simple children's stick and ball game, but with infinite chess-like combinations. And jazz is the music founded by African Americans, those who have had the experience of being unfree in this supposedly free land, and who had to art form that Americans have ever invented, and that is this jazz music, out of which every other form of music that we enjoy today owes itself to rap, hip-hop, R&B,
soul, rock, all have their ancestry in jazz music. I can't imagine not being a country. This is the soundtrack of America.
He never fired.
Was that correct? You said that she couldn't use it. Was it in her name when he was legal? It was
Okay.
your name. So you got a car. The car insurance was paid.
You be in a pen here. Look at your screen a pen.
We're gonna sing one of the good old good ones for you. Beautiful number. I ain't coming to Washington. I ain't coming to Washington.
You're talking about the deepest
He wanted that pussy.
and the highest level of legal sophistication. So that's a rare occurrence in the history of music. He was chosen to bring the feeling and the message and the identity of jazz to everybody. He brought it to all the musicians. He brought it all over the world. He's the embodiment of jazz music.
But the world had already changed. Grass could see through skin to bones. Sigmund Freud, listening to his patients as they spoke to him from a couch in his office, found new ways to understand the human mind. Pablo Picasso painted his subjects from every viewpoint, all at once. And Albert Einstein described a continuum of space and time. Jazz music became the soundtrack to that modern world. And in America, it became a national craze. Thanks to the phonograph record, it was everywhere. Black and white bands delighted dancers and outraged their elders in every American city. But when the First World War came to an end and the jazz age started in earnest, the music began to change. The story of jazz became the story of two great American cities. Chicago, where black New Orleans musicians found fame and a new white audience. And New York, where two very different neighborhoods, Times Square and Harlem, Washington, D.C., the privileged son of middle-class parents, a debonair piano-playing high school dropout, named Edward Kennedy Ellington, was beginning to write his own music and wondered whether he could succeed as a musician, where it had all begun. A teenage boy was playing cornet in honky-tonks, pulling in crowds, beginning... His name was Louis Armstrong, and to many, his extraordinary genius seemed like a gift from God.
therapy. For me, music has always been as intoxicating as alcohol or reefer, some kind of drug. The sound of music could stimulate in me love, happiness, creativity. And I think Louis Armstrong was sent here as a messenger of the good Lord to make people happy. And that's what he dedicated his life to doing. Armstrong is, in a way, American music's Bach, American music's Dante, American music Shakespeare. Why? Because he comes at a point in music's history. It's not birth. It's been around for 30 years. But it's the moment when it becomes an art form. He is the figure who codifies, who assimilates everything that's happened before, and he shows where the future is going to be. It's the most difficult of the way instruments to play, the most demanding, and he's played it with a power that it never had before, and it's not had since. I don't mean people don't play higher, but the sheer force and power that he played with, nobody, I mean, he was there. Although he always believed that his birthday was July 4th, 1900, Louis Armstrong was actually born on August 4th, 1901, in a section of New Orleans soul violence called the Backyard. His father, a day laborer named William Armstrong, had left the family, and his children rarely saw him. His mother, Mayanne, was only 16 when he was born, and she sometimes worked as a prostitute to support herself and her children.
Louis Armstrong talks about how sometimes he didn't know what he was going to eat. And then sometimes they were on a level of poverty where he didn't know what was going to come next. He used to his stomach growl. Knife fights, gun fights, razor fights. This is the environment that Louis Armstrong grew up in. He saw a certain side of life, but he saw everything inside. He didn't see the cliche of what's right about it. He didn't see that side of life from the standpoint of an outsider. Oh, this is such a terrible thing. He saw the whole thing of it. He saw the humor in it, the beauty in it, the ugliness of it. He saw it all, and he understood it all.
At the age of 7, he went to work for Kanovsky, a Russian Jewish immigrant family who delivered coal to the prostitutes of Stories. Louis rode in their wagon and blew a long tin horn to let the Kanovskys find they were coming.
You have to think about a little kid and realize that something is wrong. You don't know what it is. Even if I wasn't what's wrong with the color of their skin. I'm trying to put this picture in my mind. So you drove your car, could see him home and on the street in front of his house. Did you go inside? Did Mr. Garcia and Mr. Garcia was outside and so was Miss Tennant? The next thing I know, when I go out of the restroom, he's coming into the house
every evening
to have a conversation with her.
Armstrong never forgot the family's kindness to him.
Is that the way you said it?
All his life, you wear a Star of David.
Say yes or no.
Cherish Mrs. Kanovsky's lullaby.
Get back together again. Yes, perfect. And so when he says
One day,
that, my
Louis
thought
spotted a battered cornet in the pawn shop window
he says my
and
baby
asked
mom
the
here, my baby mom
Kanovskys
here. Let me put you
to
outside
give
in
him
the
$5
backyard
to buy
and deal with her. And then when I'm done, we can go. Did you go through the house to the backyard? Did you go right again to the backyard? He said my mom told me there, but I knew how to get there because I've been there. So you walked to the
going into it,
what's the next thing? The next thing that happened, to my understanding, I hear them arguing. I hear her say comments such as, "Mom, you want to be with me? Are you breaking up our family? We have kids together. Who is she? Where is she?" Those are the comments I'm hearing from her. And I'm hearing, "Just leave. Just leave. You're not supposed to be I'm just here." From the backyard. What's going on? You're listening.
Really? No, it's a lot.
What I had is going
Look at that.
and you know, they say, can you imagine me being in the room like that took time too.
So I couldn't get into the house through the back door. So I went around to the fence to try to
Oh,
get around the gate so I
fine.
could go to my car and leave. I couldn't get out
General
the gate.
Pimp.
the children
You fucking pimp.
heroes. They look for
Oh,
people to
lady.
emulate. And in that community at that time, and you to emulate the guy with the pistol who, you know, whipped his horse and bar in front of everybody to show what a man he was. Or the musicians. Because the musicians were very highly respected. They were an essential part of the community. Every family funeral was a musical event. Musicians were important. They dressed well. They were treated well. At age 11, Armstrong dropped out of school for good. Formed a vocal quartet that sang and danced on the street corners of
Fucking
Blackstone.
G, dog.
And listened to the new jazz.
Fucking G, dog. Fucking G. Fucking G, dog.
Got into trouble. I remember running around with a lot of bad boys, which did a lot of crazy things, he said. And in 1913, he was arrested for firing his stepfather's pistol on New
Whoop her
Year's
ass.
Eve.
Whoop her ass.
January
What
2nd,
is
1913.
my hand was
Six white boys were arrested in Canal Street for disturbing the peace.
Oh, yeah.
Last night instead of Louis Armstrong, an 11-year-old Negro who was
Chin music.
charged a revolver at
Try the
Rampart.
chin music.
Being an old offender, he was sent to the colored waif's home. New Orleans townspeople.
Shouting all kinds of things that didn't matter out his way. And then next thing I know,
Within a few months of his arrival at the colored
Like chin music.
Armstrong was the best cornet player in its marching band,
Okay.
even though its manager was convinced that no boy from the band would ever amount to anything. Soon, he was the leader.
from different angles.
When Armstrong led the band to his old neighborhood for the first time, all the whores, gamblers, thieves, and
Lady,
beggars were waiting
you
in
know,
class because they knew that they had something for the end.
I'd be
They ran to
before
wake
she
up
was
Mama
pulling it off.
so she could see me go by, he remembered. They
I
never
give you a
dreamed
black shirt
I
roll
would
down.
play the
I
cornet,
give you a
blowing
belt
as
shirt
good as I
music.
could.
Alright, dog, I thought you were gonna win Mega Millions. And
I can still remember he was playing Maryland by Maryland. And he sure was swinging out that melody. Somebody sing it.
The onlookers were so proud to see that little Louis, someone from their neighborhood, had done so well that they dropped enough coins in the boys' hats to pay for brand new instruments and uniforms for the whole band.
The only way to sum up music came with two favorite words, good and bad. Now, if it sounds good, you don't worry what it is, you're going to enjoy it. I mean, without anything special.
my friend, his name was Yoda.
In 1914, the year the First World War started in Europe, Louis Armstrong
Judge Joe Brown would be big. Who else is big? Judge
They began playing in
Simon
parades
did it.
and dance halls and in city bars
Jason.
frequented by
He's
a
in the
rough
People's Court.
and the Black Betty King, a 6'6", sometime parade dog who acted as young Armstrong's protector for a time. His new friends, he played his musical ideas.
The thing that made him so great as a musician is that he heard what everybody was playing. And not only did he hear what they were playing, but he heard what they were trying to play. And all of that he heard. And people loved it because, they could feel that coming out. So he might be with Black Betty.
What's the
Armstrong's love for his name's jazz, the Kid Ory Band, Buck Perry, Bunk Johnson, Freddie Kemper, and Sidney Bechet. But of all the bands Armstrong heard, Harlem was a tough band. The roughest pig on it,
Roar,
He had begun his career as a trombonist, then switched to the cornet and became a perennial favorite in one of the city's toughest clubs, Pete Lala's in Storyville.
Katy Perry song.
Armstrong remembers delivering coal to one prostitute who lived next door and lingering as long as he could just to hear Oliver, his idol, play.
Have you ever been on West Side of Diamond Public? Look at that one. My friend George. Here's my George. My George. I am my George. Yoshi. But he's not George. What a website.
And I said, hey, what are you doing? And he said, hey, didn't really know what to say. So he said, my friend just letting me use this.
Big, aggressive looking man. He had a gorgeous sound. He had a lot of authority. And I think he kind of under his wing.
He didn't see young musicians than anyone I know. Between engagements, Oliver would sometimes stop on the street and offer Armstrong advice on how to play.
Well, I had no time bringing anything into this. That's why I hold on to it.
In 1918, the year American troops went to war,
Ain't you a pimp?
his reputation grew, and soon he too had offered to work from out of town. But Armstrong had no thought of ever leaving the war. He was married now to an ex-prostitute named Daisy. Besides, he had seen too many other musicians fail. Wasn't nobody gonna get me but Papa Joe. Armstrong
Dude, I have an hair sticking out of my head. I can feel it.
Powered up and down.
Yeah, dog.
New Orleans, all the way north to St. Paul,
Really?
Minnesota.
Yeah, might be the total.
Always back home again. Armstrong remembers that we were the first colored band to play most of the towns of the
Sarah to
South.
be after. Meg 18th and Toy Sport were really good friends on Friday night. And they'd watch a movie. It was a family movie night. And what did they watch? On fucking Friday though with Becca, and she was so excited when you're like, she's had all these emotions built up as a little kid. And she just started crying. I was like, what's wrong? And she'd be like,
These were the young Texas trumpets, named Jack T-Rack,
Mother, don't do it, Becca.
standing on the porch levels one moonlit evening. They heard the distant sound of a cornet somewhere across the water. You couldn't see anything. Just a vague
My
form of
friend, he was named George, but he's not George. He is my friend. He is not George. He is my friend.
unlike anything he had ever heard before. It was Louis Armstrong descending from the sky at dawn.
Why would you so happy with these people?
Jazz so much captured the absurdity of the modern world. Because, of course, the modern world had become absolutely absurd because of World War I. As Americans prepared for war with Germany, African Americans living in Harlem persuaded the governor of New York to grant them their own unit, the 15th Infantry Regiment. They would also take their own regimental band, orchestrated in New York, who had begun to incorporate elements of jazz into his infectious, syncopated ragtime music.
This motherfucker was savage sexual. He's David. My friend, his name was George.
The regiment arrived in France on New Year's Day.
What up, David?
Europe and his men played the Marseillaise with such drive and excitement that the waiting French crowd took a while to recognize it. American officers were so impressed with Europe's unique sound that they sent the band on a tour of army camps and French villages. They played French and American marches, Plantation and the song Europe had made famous. Soul rousing crash of cymbals, cornet and clarinet players began to manipulate notes in that typical rhythm which no artist has ever put down on paper. Then, as the drummer struck his stride, his shoulders shaking in time, the audience was standing no longer. The jazz germ,
My friend, his name was George.
in all muscle, calling what is known as American I am satisfied that American music will one day worship private noble system for instruments. Otherwise, such sounds were
West Side. What's up? How did that come from? Whoop. And then I whooped.
On April 20, 1918, Lieutenant James Basie accompanied a French night patrol across no man's land under heavy enemy fire, and became the first African-American officer to face combat. The men of the 15th Regiment would survive 191 days of fierce conflict, receive the Croix de Guerre, and be chosen by the French High Command to lead the Allied forces to the Rhine. By the end of the war, 171 men of the 15th Infantry were decorated for bravery, more than from any other American regiment. The men took special pride in naming the French name for and when they came home at last from February 1960 for a victory parade up Fifth Avenue to Harlem, New Yorkers, black and white, poured into the streets to cheer them. Europe and his Hellfire band cut 24 records and made a triumphant tour of the country, spreading their hot new music and drawing big, cheering, intimated crowds everywhere they went.
James Ventura was similar to many of the great figures in America music in the East, always trying to synthesize elements around that just seemed to disappear. And when people start to hear this band content, music that becomes strict, stiff ways, glad this is because they don't take fashion, they can't hear. Everybody's going crazy. And James Ventura is looking at the response of the people, and he said himself, listen.
James Ventura had big plans for peacetime, to merge jazz and ragtime into a wholly new kind of African American music. We won friends by playing music which was ours and not a tale of others. And if we are to develop in America, we must develop along our own lines. On the morning of May 9, 1990, Europe was in Boston, the first black regiment to fight in the Civil War. On the evening before the ceremony, Europe was confronted by one of his drummers, a high-strung man named Herbert Wright. The two men had words. Wright accused his dog of stabbing Europe in the neck with a penknife. That night, James received collected that. The loss was very calculated, said the New York Times. Ragtime may be Negro music, but it is American, more alive than much other American music. And Europe was one of the Americans who was contributing most to its development.
West Side. West Side. West Side.
New York gave him an official funeral, the first ever granted to a black citizen.
West Side.
Thousands of mourners,
We'll start hip hop.
turned out to see the procession pass from Harlem.
Motherfucker just grabbed the microphone on shit. Alright, there we go, Paul. Get in the ball. And just go. Here's your dick.
From their porter's place and said the praise.
On my legs, I also have
Oh, yeah, you look good.
I went straight to the doctor. After I took those pictures in the elevator, I went to the hospital. I had various injuries to my
Cheers that greeted the health office did not echo long. Ku Klux Klan was on the march now.
You look good, baby.
New York State and New England, Washington, D.C., as well as in the old Confederacy, determined to crush the aspirations of every minority. During the summer of 1990, African Americans were their most frequent targets. More than 70 blacks were killed by white mobs during the last 9 months of the year. 10 of them returning soldiers, still in uniform. We returned from slavery in uniform, which the world's madness demanded of us, to don the freedom of civil guard.
Nice iPhone.
Especially now.
With your punk ass. Punk ass pussy.
Encourages me to steal we return from fighting. We return fighting. Make way for democracy. We saved it in France and by the great Jehovah, we just saved it in the USA. W.E.B. Du Bois.
Hey, wait for privacy. Did you want to reveal your favorite person?
Out of the continued violence against African Americans, a mutual surface grew. The old Negro goes, says abject cross, pleading have availed the cause of nothing. Harlem Crusade.
The times are changing.
Cancel City calls.
Called upon his people to abandon any hope of help, fight America, and look to success. No more fear, he said. No more begging and pleading. Everywhere, African Americans began to build their own institutions. Banks, businesses, baseball teams.
We had people creating music that's really celebrating in its own way democratic possibilities, liberation, freedom of the spirit. So we really had an
How is
experience
this not a
everything that democratic society had to offer. But you could look around and see the promise embedded in the society. Jazz is a kind of lyricism about the great American promise and our inability to live up to it.
After their efforts to great struggle, are still too much disturbed to be content with the tranquil existence. But triumphs and stunts and sensations of the morning, twisting the human limbs into strange, fantastic shapes. When America is turning out a merchandise at an unprecedented speed, airplanes are beating successive records, and ladies are in so great a hurry that they wear short skirts which enable them to move fast and cut off their hair to save a few precious moments of the day. When the extremes of Bolshevism and fascism, and the whole world is rushing helter-skelter in unknown directions.
Getting this pussy.
Then in 1920s, the best thing that can happen for jazz, they passed the most idiotic law
What up,
in the
pussy
United States, prohibition.
You ever been a pussy player?
Well, from a handful of saloons around the country, you now have thousands and thousands of speakers, especially in all the major cities.
You're the pussy player.
City alone, Manhattan,
You're the pussy
5,000
player.
speakers. And in the
I'll be a
competition,
team
you want to
captain.
bring in people who have music. Suddenly, there's tons of work for jazz musicians. So the jazz age became a kind of umbrella term for this whole loosening up, this whole lubrication, thanks to a prohibition when everybody was making more than they should, just to defy
turmoil. Jazz hurried along its course, riding exultantly on the edging stream. Nevertheless, the end of civilization is not yet. And jazz will either be trained and turned to artistic success, or else vanish utterly from our midst as a living force. But even if it disappears altogether, it will not have existed in vain, for its record will remain as an interesting human document. The spirit of the age, written in the music of the RWS Mental, the appeal of jazz. America was jazz crazy. But the jazz most Americans were crazy about was still primarily a novelty. It would take the soaring genius of musicians like Louis Armstrong to broaden its message, deepen its emotions, turn it into art.
But if you interrupt him, I'm going to dismiss your case. We don't do that.
So I told my girl to sit there and received the TRUMAN big corrections. She said, okay, there are some areas that are, in the rooms that need to be touched up. So I did. So I came back the next day, patched everything, and repainted the room permanently again. And then she was still
My story is the best thing story.
I patched everything, and I just
My wife met, fell in love, and got married. God bless them. With this wonderful little boy. And they held him in the palm of their hand. Spoiled everything. He ran out the front door, out across the front lawn, out across the street. The minute he got on the other side, somebody said, hey, Eddie, come this way. And the boy was really got to the next corner. Hey, Edward, right. Look that turn left.
On April 29th, 1899, Lady Hale, the greatest of all Americans. Jazz music's most prolific and least known.
His father, James Edward Ellington, was a butler who sometimes catered at the White House. He was a man of modest means, but raised his family, his son said, as if he was a millionaire. His mother, Daisy, was utterly devoted to her sons, and she would always remain the most important person in his life. As though I were some very, very special child, he remembers. My mother would say, Edward, you are blessed.
And I asked him how his childhood was, and if he was a bad boy, he was reprimanded. Joy, I was raised in the palm of her hands. My mother never let my feet touch the ground.
Daisy hovered at his bedside whenever he fell ill. Took him twice each Sunday to the 19th Street Baptist Church.
What up, pimp?
And saw to it that he took regular lessons.
My grandfather must have exhibited some abnormal quality from the very beginning to his mother and his father. I think his mother was
you want to learn about the Grand Canal?
And she recognized that there was something different about him. And she was going to give him every opportunity to use this difference and to take advantage of it.
My mother used to buy sheet music and play it on the piano, and I always remember her playing Meditation, Make Me Cry. That's a picture of my mother over there on that wall. Taking that, she moved to New York.
Daisy told her son he must allow nothing to stop him. Unpleasant facts and potential barriers were simply to be ignored. He could do anything anyone else could do. And because she believed that, Ellington would always believe it too. And good manners. As representatives of the Negro race, we were to command respect for our people, Ellington remembered. They had race pride there, the greatest race pride.
It really had a great deal to do with racial prejudice.
You keep learning, you keep reading the thing on
be
it.
taught.
You're going to learn more shit about it.
Your manners, your sense of what you are capable of will carry you past these slights and insults. Always carry yourself as if you're above them, because in fact you are.
He had that sense of himself right from the beginning, and if he hadn't had that sense, he would never have been able to accomplish what he did, because he had to push through so many obstacles, and he had to learn so much himself in order to do what he did. And in the end, he left us with this enormous body of absolutely superb music.
Ellington was getting another kind of education as well. He may have been brought up in a respectable middle-class family, but at 14, he secretly began visiting Frank Holliday's pool room at 7th and T Street.
What's this motherfucker's name?
And slipping into the Gaiety Burlesque Theater after school. Ragtime piano players became his heroes. Ellington spent hours leaning over the piano with both my ears 20 feet high, he said. He loved playing the piano because girls seemed to be attracted to piano players, and he was attracted to girls. Ellington began to dress with some started to call him the Duke. And he also began to compose his own music. His first piece was called Soda Fountain Rag.
Damn, his real name is
The Soda Fountain Rag?
That's a tight ass name.
Well, yes,
Really? Yeah. He was a nice stock boy. He was a supervisor at the Mercantile Exchange. Chicago Mercantile Exchange. New York Max. Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Chicago Board of Trade. New York Mercantile Exchange. It is the world's largest financial derivatives exchange.
And formed his own group, the Duke's Serenaders, and announced,
Do you remember?
Get out of the way,
He had a friend here,
because
and
here
then
comes
here.
the Duke.
Here.
His
Really?
arrogance and eager salesmanship got him jobs playing ragtime and sweet dance music at country clubs,
Keith
embassy
Sweat.
dances, and White
Keith
Washington's
Sweat has
most
been doing
elegant
this shit
parties.
for so long.
From the first, Duke
Oh,
Ellington seemed
dude,
able
Keith
to
Sweat.
move effortlessly
I thought
among
you
the
were
city's
20.
many worlds, rich and poor.
Whoa.
He did not want to have
Oh,
anything
yeah,
to do with
Keith
it.
Sweat's
If you were to compliment
bitch.
someone, the best thing you could say about them was that they were beyond category. They
And what was she?
In January 1923, Duke
Yeah,
Ellington, married now and with an infant son, paid his way into the segregated section of the Howard Theater to hear the New Orleans master, Sidney Bechet. Ellington never forgot what he heard that night. It was all soul, he said, all from the inside.
Yeah.
Bechet seemed to be calling somebody, whatever he played.
These people.
It was my first encounter with the New Orleans idiom, Ellington remembered.
What else?
It was a completely new sound
Who
and
is this
conception
show?
to me.
As
the fervor of the jazz age accelerated, Ellington's
Yeah.
own career was beginning to take off. But he was frustrated, playing the kind of music Washington society wanted to hear. Knew he had something to say. Began to look for new worlds to conquer.
Louis Armstrong was one of my first idols. And I really idolized Louis, and I wanted to be like Louis.
My friend was like, yo,
And I read this story
Lester
about
Bowie,
King
that
Oliver.
son.
So whenever I would practice,
Nobody knows
I would
that.
practice with my
Son, I didn't bark at him,
aimed out
motherfucker.
the window.
Then that motherfucker Lester Bowie came up, and I was like, motherfucker, say my name again, bitch.
Louis Armstrong boarded the Illinois Central at
On the monk.
When he got the telegram from Oliver, joined me at the Lincoln Gardens in Chicago.
Didn't get it.
His mom packed him a trout sandwich. He got on the train and he was gone.
Well, I thought you were gonna be a
He carried
millionaire.
only his coronet case and an old valise that held his patched,
Dog.
threadbare tuxedo.
We weigh so much.
His mother, Mayanne, made sure that he was wearing long underwear. She had heard that where he was going, even in midsummer, it was cold. Armstrong was joining an exodus of African Americans in flight from the suffocating poverty and repressive Jim Crow laws that continued to grip the Deep South.
You go fuck yourself.
Since the beginning of World War I, hundreds of
Who was
thousands
your
of men
favorite?
and women had boarded trains
Did
and
you
headed
have with,
north in search of jobs
Tina Fey?
and freedom.
She'd be thinking, from
It
where
was
is she?
called
Really?
the Great Migration.
Where do you think? Chicago?
Chicago to many black
But no,
people,
that's a lie.
especially following World War I, early
That's
20s.
oh, Upper Darby
The place to go.
Township,
People
which
who
is like
feel
a home
hear
rule.
the whistle of
Delaware
the Illinois
stuff.
Central going from New Orleans to Chicago. Chicago, that's where it is. Chicago, where the work is, the stockyards, the steel mills, the farm equipment, the heavy industry.
Does Philadelphia, does Pennsylvania border Virginia?
Chicago, hot butcher for the world. Every job at the stockyards, stacker of wheat, center of nation's railroads, 1,000 passenger trains each day passing through Chicago. Pullman car porters, of course, and chefs, and working the tracks, and of course the steel mills. Chicago was the place where you could get a job possibly, but life would be different.
It
There's
seemed
not
to
one.
an anxious Louis Armstrong that he had never been so far from
Oh,
home
yeah, there
before.
was.
And when he stepped down at 12th
used
Street
to be one.
Station and no one was there to meet him,
Really?
he asked himself if he had made a mistake leaving New Orleans.
There is no
The tall buildings
common
intimidated him.
border
He remembered wondering
between
if they were all
Virginia and Pennsylvania,
universities.
but between 16 and 1683,
Now he gets to Chicago.
there
He gets
was.
off the train. And everybody's like,
So it's a good question. You know, she said,
Undertaker.
good question. Virginia,
Off
Pennsylvania,
back, black
really?
coat, suit.
So for
hair
most of
kind
its
combed
time,
in
it
the
did
front.
have
He
one.
really doesn't understand city
Really?
ways yet. It took him about
For
2
most
minutes to
of
become the king of the
Virginia's
city.
time,
But
it
that's
had a
another
border
story.
with Pennsylvania.
He asked a red cap how he might
That
find
was such a good, no. Cool dog. Cool dog. I really want Ohio to border.
An ornate dance hall at 31st and Cottage Grove in the heart of the South Side. A lively, sprawling neighborhood where thousands of black newcomers from the South had settled. When he got to the Lincoln Gardens and heard the music drifting out onto the street, he went in and said to himself, "No, I ain't supposed to be in this band. They're too good."
There needs to be a canal.
Oliver spotted him.
Between
"You little fool," he said. "Come on in here." I was home, Armstrong remembered. Joe Oliver's band would remain Armstrong's home, his training ground, and his university for 2 years. With Armstrong, King Oliver's Creole jazz band never sounded better.
Did you ever know Yoshi?
The two men perfected a duet style by which Armstrong seemed instinctively to know just what his boss was about to play and was always ready with the perfect complement to it. Nothing like it had ever been heard in Chicago before.
Joe Oliver got a second cornet player. And they making breaks together and doing a lot of things together. You got to hear I was interested in Joe Oliver, and I don't know what he played. And I practically knew everything he played. So I put notes to it. Surprised him. I could make duets to whatever. I'll make a duet to that. And all the musicians thought that was great. They tried it and everything, but they didn't concentrate like we did. Couldn't do it. Unless they wrote it down. But we didn't write it, never did write it down.
News of what Oliver and Armstrong were doing in the Lincoln Gardens spread all across the city. And soon, a few white listeners came to hear them as well.
And he's got George, he is my own.
As the door opened, the trumpets
came
one above, soared above everything else. The whole joint was rocking. Tables, chairs, walls, people with the rhythm. It was hypnosis at first hearing. Armstrong seemed able to hear what Oliver was improvising.
Look at this really
reproducing himself at the same time.
Oh, it's on the canal. Suck on my fucking balls.
Each other like suspicious women talking about the same man. Eddie Condon.
One dazzled young musician remembered there was so much music in the air that if you held up a horn, it would play by itself. On April 5th, 1923, King Oliver, Louis Armstrong, and the Creole Jazzers. Richmond was not especially friendly territory for jazz or black Americans. Much of Indiana was controlled by the Ku Klux Klan. But now, Louis Armstrong was about to be recorded for the first time.
So they go into the recording studio, and the first thing that they notice is one of the great mythological tales of early jazz is that the band used to record around a horn, and then you would cut the sound into a wax disc. They couldn't work with Armstrong standing around the horn because he overpowered everybody else in the band, so that he had to stand 10, 15 feet behind the rest of the band, open the door and have him in the hallway so that his sound would be balanced against the other musicians. They make a record, and I think this is unquestionably a landmark moment in the history of jazz, called Chimes Blues. Armstrong is assigned as his first solo the trio string. He's not required or asked or they desire him to improvise a single note. But he plays this trio string with such bravura and such rhythmic intensity that when you listen to it, you hear the future. It's more intense and exciting than all the improvisation that the entire ensemble is doing around him. And that might, that holy sound that he has, At that moment, you know that something is in the works and it's never going to be contained. And it's only 2 years later that he finally goes into the studio under his own steam and virtually codifies what jazz is going to be for the next half century.
What's number one? Hawaii? Chicago? What do you think number one is? Mississippi. Fine, he's 10. What's the coolest one on here? Oh, they got Puerto Rico. Shouldn't even be on here. Job. Mo.gov. Mo.gov. West side. My friend was on the west side. West side, west side. West side, west side, west side, west side, west side.
And I think what you finally have out of this is what musicians call telling your story. You're supposed to tell a story. You're supposed to be saying something personal. And this is what you have with Louis, this quality of a human being standing there talking to you and telling you a really coherent and fascinating story. That, I think, is the essence of Armstrong's genius.
Today at 1:30. Damn. Seattle 49ers. Who's going? Niners. Chargers, Jaguars. Who's going to win? Jaguars. Dolphins, Bills. Who's going to win? Cowboys, Buccaneers.
You could hear it. Everybody heard it.
I don't want to talk about that one. Really? Giants, Vikings.
Chicago, January 21st. Moral disaster is coming to hundreds of young American girls through the pathological, irritating, sex-exciting music of jazz orchestras, according to the Illinois Vigilance Association. In Chicago alone, the association's representatives have traced the fall of 1,000 girls in the last 2 years to jazz music. New York American.
Bills Bengals is canceled on Monday, January 7th. Yeah, dog, you knew that, dog. You know that, dog. Wicka, wow. Jim West, that's Barado. So there's a bunch of games to do.
Seemed that much more like a virus or
Hold on.
disease, which is what the people who hated jazz said. This is a disease that's coming out that's affecting the country.
Oh my goodness, man. A Buffalo man was gifted Super Bowl tickets. He rescued 24 people.
If you ride northward the length of Manhattan Island, going through Central Park and coming out on 7th Avenue or Lenox Avenue, cannot escape being struck by the sudden change in the character of the people.
So they already bought him Super Bowl tickets? That's weird.
But when you emerge from the park, you see them everywhere.
Ready, dog?
And as you go up onto these two great arteries leading out from the
Who's going to win?
you see more and
Jack.
more Negroes walking in the streets, looking
Really?
through windows, trading in the shops,
They just have a good
eating
quarterback.
in restaurants,
How about the
going
Chargers?
in and coming out of the theaters.
Okay, I think the Chargers.
Until nearing
Really? I thought you said Jackson.
135th Street, 90% of the people you
How
see,
about
including
Cincinnati
returning officers, are Negroes.
and Buffalo? For sure.
You have been having a
Really?
glimpse of Harlem, Negro metropolis.
Oh, and then one of them has to play bye to Kansas City got about in jail to play a game.
Most of them lived uptown, in a particularly beautiful old neighborhood called Harlem. It was the home of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People.
No,
The Urban League had its headquarters.
he's gonna say, I know,
So
Mike.
Marcus Garvey's
Only
Universal
kindness
Negro
matters in the end. And I would say
The
that's
writer
correct, dog.
James Weldon Johnson, the poet
Only
Langston
kindness
Hughes, the writer Zora Neale Hurston, and the scholar and civil rights activist W.E.B. Du Bois all lived in Harlem, as did many other artists eagerly examining what it meant to be black and American, part of what would come to be called the Harlem Renaissance.
What were the
Jazz
four
musicians
original
were drawn to
NFC
Harlem too.
chickens?
There were plenty of theater and nightclub and dance hall
Bears?
jobs, and Broadway
Green
and the
Bay?
record companies were only a subway ride away. But to many middle-class blacks, jazz was an embarrassment, a vulgar, low-life music, unworthy of a race now committed to uplifting itself. But jazz could not be stopped.
And then the AFC.
The blare of Negro jazz bands penetrated the closed ears of the colored, ear intellectuals until they listen, perhaps understand. Let them cause the smothered Negro middle class to turn from their white, respectable, ordinary books and papers, catch a glimmer of their own beauty. We younger artists who create now intend to express our individual dark-skinned selves without fear or shame. If white people are pleased, we are glad. If they are not, it doesn't matter. We know we are beautiful and ugly too. The tom-tom cries,
Bears, Packers,
and the tom-tom laughs.
Cardinals.
Langston Hughes.
The musical heroes
Giants,
of Harlem
Bears, Cardinals,
were the masters of a dazzling virtuoso
Packers,
piano style.
Lions, Washington Club, Eagles, Steelers.
It was
Very
orchestral
good job,
piano
dude.
one of its stars remembered. Full, round, big widespread chords moving against the
There were
right hand.
14 original teams, and so got 8 teams. So there were originally 14.
Its practitioners called themselves ticklers, brute, or warlike, befitting the perennial piano wars called cutting contests they waged among themselves.
Chicago Bears and Arizona Cardinals.
James P. Johnson was the elder statesman, a composer and conductor, as well as a pianist, who had made something altogether new out of ragtime. He had, in fact, written the tune that would define the jazz age. And his playing had helped inspire a young Duke Ellington to become a musician. Player so much, one of them remembered, that his wife would sometimes have to come to Harlem from Queens and go from street to street until she heard the piano.
New York Football Giants.
Johnson's greatest rival was his good friend William Henry Joseph Bonaparte Bertholoff Smith, Willie the Lion Smith, who sometimes said he had earned his nickname for bravery in battle during World War I, and at other times claimed he had been named the Lion of Judea because of his devotion to Judaism. Smith and Johnson customarily battled to a
Professional
draw.
Football Club in the United States.
It was never to the blood, the young piano player remembered big event, Harlem rent parties. All-night dances held in crowded apartments where the cost of admission helped hold off the landlord.
The Saturday night rent parties that I attended were often more amusing than any nightclub. In small apartments where God knows who did because the guests seldom did, but where the piano would often be augmented by a guitar or an odd cornet or somebody with a pair of drums walking in off the street. And the dancing and the singing and impromptu entertaining went on until dawn came in at the windows.
They won Super Bowl 2018.
The drummer drummer Sonny Greer and the saxophonist Otto Hardwick moved to Harlem, anxious to see if they had what it took to make it in the city.
Do you feel like
jazz
you're the
musicians
biggest
would soon
of all
call
time?
the Big
I
Apple.
know it.
Harlem, in our minds, Ellington remembered, had the world's most glamorous atmosphere. We had to go there. His first job in New York was to accompany a vaudeville musician named Wilbur Sweatman, who insisted that members of his band use powder to lighten their complexions. When Sweatman insisted that members of his band use powder to lighten their complexions.
Hey, dog.
Scuffled for work, sometimes hustling pool to feed themselves, but always listening to the stride piano masters. Willie the Lion Smith took a shine to Ellington and his friends. He steered Ellington toward pickup jobs, encouraged him to try his hand at cutting contests. In the fall of 1923, Duke Ellington, Sonny Greer, and Otto Hardwick moved downtown to play the Hollywood Inn, a cellar club just off Times Square. They were now part of a six-piece band called the Washingtonians that specialized in sweet dance music. It was led by a banjo player and small-time impresario named Elmer Snowden.
How about pimping
When the
all
men
the
discovered
pimps?
that Snowden was pocketing more than his share of the band's pay, they forced him out and made Duke Ellington the new leader. It was at the Hollywood Inn, Ellington said, that our music acquired new colors and characteristics. He was absorbing everything. The ragtime he'd heard as a boy in Washington, the more sophisticated style of the Harlem Stride Masters, and the looser, blues-drenched New Orleans sounds of Sidney Bechet and Louis Armstrong. All of it would soon be reflected in his music.
In the beginning, he played society music. So we're going to be playing along with that kind of vibrato, and then he heard. He said, "Oh, okay, I want to do that. I want to hear that clarinet. I want to hear musicians hear that sound."
The most important addition to the band was a young trumpeter from South Carolina, a disciple of King Oliver, who carried Oliver's muted effects to new and startling heights.
Oh, yeah, he is. Yeah, she not here.
I guess that makes me Chuck Barris. Sorry for JP Morgan and someone else. Carl is in Canada.
His name was James Bubber Miley. That was when we decided to forget all about the sweet music.
And Duke said we just threw all that polite music out the window and went for the hot stuff. And the whole band changed when Bubber came in.
The band would stay at the Hollywood Inn for 4 years.
The Hollywood Inn was a terrible place to play. One of the things that you have to remember, of course, there was no air conditioning in those days. So a place like that in the summer would be absolutely unbearable. And they had to close it in the summer because there was no way anybody could stand it. But what they would do is sort of every torch it, shut it down, collect the insurance, and open it up again in the fall. And they got to the point where they would tell the guys in the band, they'd say, Sonny, to Sonny Greer, the drummer, I think you better take your drums home tonight. And the guys would clear out their instruments, and the next day the music would be in flames. And that was the kind of joint. It was rough.
After one of those continued high fires, the the Hollywood Inn closed, then reopened as the Club Kentucky, featuring the new hot sound of Duke Ellington. If anybody can tell us where a hotter aggregation than Duke Ellington and his Club Kentucky serenaders can be found, in a sense of rhythm that is almost uncanny, the boys in this dusky organization dispense a type of melody that stamps the outfit as the most tarred in town.
He drew from everything that was happening. From the movies, from Broadway, from religious music, from the blues, from Louis Armstrong, from King Oliver, from Jelly Roll Morton, from the competition with other bands. You know, like somebody come up with a little something, you know, like, oh, that's good. I'll take that. Put it over here and turn it into this. And then somebody hears his version of that. Well, I'll take that back. And I'll turn it into this. Oh, well, that's not a bad idea. And so that was going on too.
By 1924, Duke Ellington was making a name for himself in New York. He had begun to record and managed to sell some of his trained conductor and Broadway composer. During long taxi rides through Central Park, he urged Ellington to get formal training at a conservatory.
His name is Yoshi.
Ellington didn't feel he had time for that. And when you find it, avoid it, and let your inner self break through and guide you. Don't try to be anybody.
The greatest practitioners of this music have been African American. It comes from a particular kind of African American experience with democracy, with America, with capitalist society, with a whole bunch of other stuff. But it captures something about this culture and this society and this life that as soon as other people heard it, said, yeah, that's me.
He met Priscilla when she was 12, and it was not a good situation.
Big as a yawn and just about as lively, loaded with shade trees, clipped lawns, and a groggy-eyed population that never came out of its coma, except to turn over. Mesro.
Far from the Lincoln Gardens, where Louis Armstrong and Joe Oliver got together every day after school in the spring of 1923 to listen to jazz in an ice cream parlor called The Spoon and Straw.
It was just an ice cream parlor, but they had a Victrola there, and we used to sit around listening to records. One day we put on some new records by the New Orleans Rhythm Kings. Boy, when we heard that, I'll tell you, we were out of our minds. It was wonderful. We stayed there from about 3 in the afternoon until 8 at night, just listening to those records. And we decided we would get a band and try to play like these guys.
I've never seen such a pimp. You fucking pimp.
The aspiring young musicians included Jimmy McPartland, struggling to
What is
master
it?
the cornet,
Yo, dog.
pianist Joe Sullivan, clarinetist Frank, the Austin High Gang.
Those boys, those high school kids heard something they never heard in their life. They may have been in the school band, possibly playing marches and stuff. But when they heard that, to them, it represented a vitality I'd never experienced before. And they soared with, Jimmy would say, we just flew.
The Austin High Gang's first heroes were the New Orleans Rhythm Kings. They were white musicians who modeled their own distinctive style in part on the music King Oliver was. Soon, the members of the Austin High Gang and dozens of other young white kids decided to find out for themselves the source of the new music they found irresistible. They risked the ridicule of their friends and the disapproval of their parents to travel to the Lincoln Gardens to hear Joe Oliver and Louis Armstrong play.
Louis Armstrong and his music. We have to realize that this is some of the most abstract and sophisticated music that anybody has ever heard, short of Bach. But they've been taught their entire lives that nothing of any good can come out of some niggas.
So here are these
kids. And here is this.
I understand the theory, but there's nothing to support it other than, legacy and people who throw things together.
Okay, just a couple more real quick. Part of the covenant,
New music that is not legitimate in any way. Well,
My friend, his name was Josh, but he's not Josh. He is.
when they first went to hear it, it was just part of something, the sort of excitement. Oh,
My friend,
they want to join this world. They want to be jazz musicians. They want to become part of something that's new and great. They have to sense that. And that these black people.
Cinderella, the one who you keep out and you push down and you kick, that's the one with the moral authority, with the gift. That's as old as night and day. That's as old as dust. And it's not about black or white. But here it is now, that same myth in black and white. Because that's the greatest trumpet you've ever heard. That's what you want to play like.
It was by and for neighborhoods, bicycles. The heat of music gave them a reason to feel slightly uncomfortable until they had pushed their way close to the bandstand and had been recognized by Oliver. A nod or a wave of his hand was all that was necessary. Then the customers knew that the kids were all right. With education, joy, and a liquor's tasting gin purchased from the waiters for $2 a pint. Oliver Condon.
What's that motherfucker's name? You spend the thing?
A blend of New Orleans music with a more agitated, aggressive northern sound. It would soon be called Chicago style.
As they began to develop, they did develop a style of their own energy, and they were wild men, Condon said when we came to town, the Republicans ran for cover. But when they were young, they were among the first to go out into this.
One musician proudly remembered the jazz capital of the United States. But while whites were able to go to the South Side and hear the music of King Oliver and Louis Armstrong, blacks were not welcome in any club downtown. There was, in fact, no jazz band in America in which blacks and whites
said that we could not play together, black and whites together. But it had nothing to do with our respect for each other as musicians, individual musicians. So after hours, when the clubs would close, the musician, black and white, would get together. White musicians could come to the South Side, and after hours, when they got off from their jobs, they would come, and we would trade courses, and we would get some of the academics from the white musicians, and then get some of the creativity from the black musicians. And we had what we call breakfast dances went on for it. And this is why Chicago was the basis of putting this together, because we found out the music is an auditory art. We can't.
We first met, Jazz and I, at a dance hall dive at the Barbary Coast. It screeched and bellowed at me from a tree platform in the middle. Raucous, yes. Crude, undoubtedly. Musical, as sure as you live. Paul Whiteman.
Paul Whiteman was a friend.
Go ahead, caller. Yeah, we got Hillary Clinton here. Go ahead, caller. You're on the air. Go ahead, caller. From where was Hillary Clinton? Chicago. Was she?
Immediately,
Yeah.
he was thinking of converting it his way.
Whiteman was convinced
He was born
that he could find a way to orchestrate jazz, to make it even more commercially dictable as classical music. His arrangements were intended, he said, to make a lady out of jazz.
His
concern all the time was that this is an amazingly important art form. We just need to be able to score it. We need to be able to get teams of musicians who can play it. We just need to be able to take it from its primitive state.
His first big, heavily orchestrated, it sold 2.5 million copies. More. Paul Whiteman's orchestra soon became the most celebrated and most imitated in America, launching a whole new trend in society dance music. On February 12, 1924, a big crowd turned out to hear the Paul Whiteman Orchestra play what was billed as an experiment in modern music at Aeolian Hall in New York City. The concert included a brand new specially commissioned work by a young New York songwriter, the son of Jewish immigrants, named Joe. Gershwin's composition was something altogether new, a classical piece suffused with jazz feeling, and it would become one of
If I were on a United flight, I would want them to play this when we were about to take off.
the concert was a huge, was billed as the king of jazz.
And of course, it's driving many blacks at the time and since crazy because, it's all too obvious. Paul Whiteman equals king of jazz. Whiteman himself actually never seems to have pretended to be any such thing.
Critics would one day accuse Whiteman of diluting jazz, of stealing from black Americans. But Whiteman himself always acknowledged that he didn't jazz.
But that there was an art form that they were willing to take on its own terms and wanted to express and actually wanted to respect and elevate. This is what makes Paul Whiteman important. He wanted to take the music on something like its own
What
terms.
up, pimp?
This was going to redound on everyone associated with this music, whether you're white or black.
What up, West Side?
Whiteman gave behind-the-scenes work to black arrangers and wanted to hire black musicians for his orchestra. But even in the jazz age, that was impossible. Named Fletcher Henderson opened at New York's premier ball,
Man now.
Roseland.
Motherfucker, you don't have time to learn. Man now, sky's clear.
Had come north to New York to pursue a graduate degree
Where's
in
the
chemistry
thing?
at Columbia. But when his savings ran out, he turned to music and was swept up in the jazz craze. At Roseland, he made himself famous for playing dance music with a polish unmatched by any other black band leader since James Reese Hewitt.
There were two kings of the band scene in New York. There was the white king, Paul Whiteman, who had the best white musicians in the country. And there was Fletcher Henderson, the king of the black musicians, who had the best black musicians in the country. And they were friends. And they helped each other and traded arrangements and so forth.
One evening, Whiteman took his band to hear Henderson's, then told his men if Fletcher was a white man, he would be a millionaire. But like Duke Ellington, Henderson grew restless with the polite dance music he was playing. Fletcher Henderson began to look for a soloist, a jazz specialist, he called him, who could help him out. He knew of a trumpet player in King Oliver's band in Chicago, whose genius other musicians were beginning to talk about.
44 points.
It would take him a while.
That was so good.
But when he persuaded...
Oh, look at this, yo. Good to see it on the replay. Flying around and stuff. Cinema. Landing, guys. Look at this thing. This is like, psych, bitch. Right on the fucking thing.
Jazz is the ultimate temporal art form.
That was so
It's about
sick.
the human experience of time.
God.
How is time embodied?
So you listen to Lewis play the quarter notes, and suddenly your whole experience of that day has changed. You
What's
hear
the
playing
show?
this one quarter note, and
Did I clear it?
time's not moving along.
No.
Normally moves along.
I mean, I just barely. It was really good. Let's try it again.
He was the first person to embody abstraction musically. Other people use abstraction in music, but over time, composers started taking an idea and putting it over time. And he left with just this pure vision of what the melody could be.
Is this that one that you were doing?
His sound, spiritual presence. When that light is in your sound, you just hear
Yours, there isn't a. Where? Oh, you're fucked.
The band also
Try to turn around.
a piano player
You've never done that. There's a
She
mountain.
was unlike any woman Louis Armstrong had ever met.
All along, I've been hearing from all the musicians about Little Louis, what a good trumpet player he was kind of.
Gain some elevation.
So we brought Little Louis over
We'll
to
whip this
Trinidad.
bitch around.
Little Louis was
Oh, Louis.
226 pounds. So I said, Little Louis, how come you call him Little Louis as big as he is? I wasn't impressed at all. I didn't like anything about him. I didn't like the way he was dressed. I didn't like the way he talked. Anyway, they came up on the bandstand,
Yoshi, I can't find it.
girls will
Yoshi, I can't find it.
and stuff. And the first thing Louis spotted was my knee, and he was looking.
Lil Hart was ambitious, articulate, and like Armstrong, unhappily married. Despite her first impression, she fell in love with him. On February 5th,
Yoshi, I can't
1924,
find.
Louis Armstrong, just divorced from his first wife, married Lil Hart in Chicago.
I can't find it, Yoshi.
Once married, Lil went to work on her new husband.
Lil decided she was going to make Louis over, and she looked more like a Chicago slick than a New Orleans hick. And then she decided, that he ought to be out on his own. He ought to be out from underneath the wing of Joe Wallen.
I probably would have never paid any attention to Louis playing if King Oliver hadn't said one night that Louis was playing
Yoshi, I
better than him.
can't find the fucking
He says,
thing.
well, as long as I keep it,
What would you do in a real world?
I'm still king.
Lil urged Armstrong to strike out on his own,
Try to
but he was
land it, I
reluctant
guess.
to leave the man he still called Mr. Joe. He owed him a lot, he said,
Yoshi,
and
you
wasn't
call
sure
it.
he could make it on his own. But Lil persisted. I don't want to be married to a second trumpet player, she told him.
Is that it?
I want you to play first. Then, in the spring of 1924, Armstrong got an offer he could not ignore. Fletcher Henderson wanted him to come to New York. Debut in New York was not auspicious.
We drummer Kaiser Marshall had a car and brought us downtown to meet Louis. He was big and fat and wore high-top shoes with hooks in them. When I got to know the back,
engines.
I said to myself,
Let's try to land it.
who the hell is this guy? It can't be Louis Armstrong. Down red.
Oh, there it
Louis
is, Yoshi.
Armstrong, raised poor on the streets of New Orleans, could not have been more different from his sophisticated new employer. But almost from the start, Armstrong was influencing every other jazz musician in town.
I came to New York in 1924. That was the first time that I heard that and waiting for his courses. So when he got his courses, he was standing up and playing like hell. And the people were just raved.
Josh, is that it?
Armstrong's transformed the band.
No.
Henderson's arranger, Don Redman, now began writing new pieces that showcased Armstrong's soaring horn and his unprecedented sense of rhythm, what Henderson himself called Armstrong's New Orleans punch and bounce.
Try to crash it.
Armstrong began Shanghai Shuffle. I think they made him play 10 chords. And I stood silent, feeling almost bashful, asking myself if I would ever be able to attain a small part of Armstrong's
Yoshi, that was cool.
Coleman Hawkins.
Armstrong transformed the orchestra, transformed all of his musicians, and ultimately transformed all the musicians in New York, both playing jazz and even popular musicians. He brought, first of all, a tremendous rhythmic excitement. Armstrong was an economist, you know. He played very few notes, but every note counted and it stood for something. Then, equally important, he brought the blues, the little gift ever to come out of America. And he played it with such conviction and such feeling and force that everybody wanted that.
Armstrong's great contribution is impossible to note here, but it is the characteristic that most clearly defines jazz. Swing.
Swing is getting the right note at the right time, not before or not after. So in jazz, which is a rhythmic music, you got to have the time and you got to have the pulse. He's gonna be playing and say, do 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 do. You can't say do 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 do. You gotta say do 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 do. Keep that going. Don't move. That's what. And when I tell you,
One musician said, knew what swinging was till Lewis came along.
Louis Armstrong's arrival in September 2024 is pivotal because he's the most important jazz musician on the face of the earth. He's coming to the country's biggest city, playing with its most important band and teaching them how to swing. Uptown, he plays dances for the young black adolescents and turns careers around like Brett Stewart, Gene Rogers, the men he played, the saxophone section, Gillington, Russell Proko. He was a violinist when he heard Fat Armstrong. Plus, New York was the hotbed of recording activity, and great Louis Armstrong gets big freelance record dates. He records with Bessie Smith, Make It to Roseland, or Go Uptown. Jazz arrives as Louis came to New York and taught the world to swing.
now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a little trip through the jungle this time, and we want y'all to travel with us. That tiger's running so fast, we're going to take a few quarters through the jungle. So I want y'all to come with me. Yes, sir. It's going to get a little for you this time. Let out there, boy. I'm ready. Yes.
Fuse the sound of blues with American popular song. Louis Armstrong extended the range of the trumpet. Louis Armstrong created the melodic and rhythmic vocabulary.
Because rhythms and melodies and a sound, a way of extending his voice into the trumpet, all of which was original with him. And the result is so overpowering and so spiritual, it's enough to make the angels weep.
As long as I know what this is. Oh shit. What's gonna happen now? So I gotta, sorry everybody, I gotta put in my passcode. It is dark. Hot,
I'm watching the sea, but what I love is somebody to see. There's a living, I suffer one in search of my love and covered by starlit skies. Oh, baby, every mind, patiently waiting, hoping it's all done. Are you forgetting? If you remember, when you return, I suffer one come back to me.
Landed the first time. Oh, I forgot about it.
What occasions the focusing attention on the Negro? Granted that white people have long enjoyed the Negro entertainment as a diversion. Is it not something different, something more, when they bodily throw themselves into Negro entertainment and cabarets? Now Negroes go to their own cabarets to see how white people act. And what do we see? Why, we see them actually playing Negro games. I watched them in that epidemic of Negroism, the Charleston.
turkey. They Geechee, black bottom, and scotch. They skate and buzzard and mess around. And they do them all better than I. This interest in the Negro is an active and participating interest. It is almost as if a traveler from the north stood watching an African tribe dance, then suddenly found himself swept wildly into it, caught in its tribal rhythm. Maybe these Nordics at last have tuned into our wavelength. Maybe they are at last learning to speak our language. Officially, the American Mercury.
I think that when the Martians come down here and they start attacking people, they're going to look for everybody who can play some blues. They're going to say, now who can play some blues? Because we need that feeling up here. If you can't play the blues well, it might zap you, you know. But if you can play some blues, you pull your heart out, just help you.
Jazz had been born in New Orleans and brought up in Chicago and New York. But by the mid-1920s, it was being played in dance halls and speakeasies everywhere. The blues, which had once been the product of itinerant black musicians, the poorest of the Southern poor, competing for the listener's dollar. Dancing consumed the country confident that the unprecedented prosperity of the Roaring Twenties would never end.
Roshis, hold on to your hats, kids.
Dance bands regularly crisscrossed the wide open spaces between St. Louis and Denver, Texas and Nebraska, playing one-nighters. They were called territory bands. The Coon Sanders Nighthawks, the Alfonso Trent and Doc Lee and his singing novelty orchestra,
I hear it.
Walter Page and his Blue Devils, and Andy Kirk's Clouds of Joy. There were all girl orchestras on the road now too, including
45,
Baby and Hollywood Redheads, a band billed as the 12 Vampires, and the Parisian Redheads, who really came from Indiana. Records and the radio brought jazz to locations so remote that no band could reach them.
This is completely fine.
Jazz continued to change. An exuberant collective music now came to place more and more emphasis on the innovations of supremely gifted individuals. For the first time, improvising soloists and singers struggling to find their own voices and to tell their own stories would take center stage. Two extraordinary singers would emerge. Bessie Smith, whose huge recorded voice made the blues big business in Black America, and Ethel Waters, whose blend of elegance and soulfulness opened the door for African Americans to a world of entertainment that had previously been almost exclusively white. A troubled high school dropout from Iowa named Big Spider-Man would inspire a generation of young white musicians to believe that they too could contribute to the music. Duke Ellington would take his youthful band into Harlem's most celebrated club, give its white patrons far more than they bargained for, and help create a whole new language for jazz. Meanwhile, Louis Armstrong would make a series of astonishing records that would change all of American music forever.
As late as the 1920s and probably some years afterwards, you have all of the Harvard Brahmins, the Northeastern musical establishment, routinely meeting and discussing where is American music. How are we going to develop a truly American music? Of course, they're assuming that they're going to find the great American musician in the only place they know to look, which is the Academy, their home. And they assume it's going to be in the only tradition they know, which is in the European tradition. So they're not at all conscious of the fact that at the same time that they're agonizing, looking for an American Bach, that he's there, but he doesn't fit their description.
you listen to his sound, and all the musicians imitated him. Everybody on every instrument tried to play like him. Clarinet, saxophone, bass, drums. Duke Ellington once said he wanted to do his Armstrong on every instrument. The rhythm was great, the syncopation. The key just his rhythm. You take something like just the way he played.
By 1925, Louis Armstrong had become the greatest star in Fletcher Henderson's great band, playing nightly for white dancers at Roseland, the most popular ballroom in New York. Just to hear Armstrong. And shook their heads in disbelief at the power with which. But he was no longer happy in the Henderson outfit. He disliked the sloppiness of the others. Not at all. I was always serious about my music, he remembered. He felt that he was not being featured often enough in the band. And he liked to sing now, too. But Henderson thought his style too black for Roseland. In November of 1925, Armstrong... He insisted that he be billed as the world's greatest trumpet player. Such praise embarrassed him. I never did want to play with Erskine Tate's orchestra, and Tate asked him to go on stage when he soloed. Armstrong refused to do it. He wouldn't leave the pit. He shone a spotlight down on him anyway. And when it found his gleaming horn, and he began to play, sometimes hitting 50 high C's in a row, as the crowd counted along with him. Audiences went wild.
That's what you jumping through. Line up a block every night. That high. The guys would kiss that show every night. You see, it's that note. And I knew ever, why? They said, pocket on the
One night, a promising young horn player from Nashville had the misfortune of being asked to substitute for Armstrong.
One of the cases, how would you like to work from the Vendome Theater? I'm going to take off Thursday. I didn't want to do it, but I felt about needing some money in my pocket, Big bag, fiddles and everything. They didn't notice me. I was sitting there with my cornet. And so they came down to Louis' introduction. Teach brother Celeste. So I got up.
Oh, that might be
better. Cornet. Screaming. I never saw anything like that for 1 second. And it stopped. It died. The whole floor died like that. Nothing did. They didn't notice it. I was nothing. I felt like dropping dead.
It was at the Vendome that Armstrong introduced a new novelty number called Heebie-Jeebies, in which he sang and also improvised sounds with his voice in a way few had ever heard outside of New Orleans.
Man, we're coming in hot. Hot damn.
I think it was true that during the recording of a song called Heebie-Jeebies, music slipped off the music rack and onto the floor. And time in the studios in those days was so precious that there was no stopping and retaking. So he just started to play the words with his voice like he would with his trumpet. And that ended up being called scat.
Well, we're playing Heebie-Jeebies, and I got this music. And I don't know, it's going to keep working, come here, Don don't make a reason. Scat play, or they call it scat. But we used to go like instruments. So when he said, Keep on. I know that's how you achieve going over. And when we finish, you say, well, that's all. This is where scanning was born.
Armstrong's recording of heebie-jeebies was released in 1926 and was a hit in black neighborhoods all across the country.
Hershey, we're not coming in straight. Come on, straight, you motherfucker. I'm gonna red bear in this motherfucker. Oh god. Oh fuck. Hey, Sky Warrior.
For months after that, Chicago clarinetist Mesro remembered, you would hear cats greeting each other with Lewis's ribs. Armstrong scatting, Mesro remembered.
Baby girl.
Suddenly, outside a southern Ohio town, a great flood inundated the valley, and the railroad tracks were covered by water. The troupe had to be ferried by rowboat to the theater they were playing. The audience asked her to sing a blues about the flood. She said she was sorry she didn't know one, but as soon as she got home, her name was Bessie Smith, and her public, overwhelmingly black, mostly poor, always looked to her to save what they could not. Bessie Smith lived the kind of life she sang about in her songs. She had come up the hard way, singing for pennies on street corners at age 9. But almost from the moment she recorded Downhearted Blues in 1923, Smith was the unchallenged empress of the blues. When I was a little girl, the gospel singer Mahalia Jackson remembered, I felt she was having troubles like me.
What is that?
She expressed something we couldn't put into words. Bessie Smith sold so many records, got so famous, that she was cast in an early sound film, one of the first to feature black performers.
What the fuck is that?
Smith drank hard and had a fearful temper. If she didn't like the way things were going on stage, she sometimes tore the curtains down around her.
After her performance, she sent for me. And so I put my horn down and went up there. And she says, that's the only problem I had with Bessie. But she was a lovely person to know and could sing like the devil.
One sweltering July night in 1927, Smith and her troupe were performing under a tent in Concord, North Carolina, when a member of the band slipped out for a breath of fresh air. He spotted half a dozen members of the Ku Klux Klan headed their way. The musician ran inside and told Bessie to run. Bessie wouldn't hear of it. She stormed out of the tent, ran toward the Klansman instead, shaking her fist and cursing. "I'll get the whole damn tent out here," she shouted. "You just pick up them sheets and run." Faced with Bessie Smith and a tent full of her loyal fans, the Klansman fled. Smith returned to the bandstand and began again to sing. Nobody messed with Bessie, Anise remembered. Black or white, it didn't make any difference.
I play a lot of music for my children, but I think the music that I play for them that I most want them to listen to is blues. Something about blues as an expression of the human condition that is just so powerful. If there was no Ralph Ellison, no Harlem Renaissance, no Marcus Garvey, no Elijah Muhammad, no black people are similarly important people in the creation of modern man.
Yo, dog. Are you sure?
There's 14 million Negroes in our great country, and they will buy records if recorded by one of their own. Because we are the only folks that can sing and interpret hot jazz songs just off the griddle correctly. Perry Bradford. The records Bessie Smith and her rivals made were a sensation in black communities all over the country. Newsboys sold blues records. So did door-to-door salesmen. Pullman porters carried copies south with them and peddled them at whistle stops. The Chicago Defender urged lovers of before long, OK, Paramount, Vocalion, and Columbia had all developed specialty catalogs meant for black audiences, race records, just as they had already created special ethnic catalogs for other minorities. Race records were soon selling more than 5 million copies a year, and black entrepreneurs were eager to get in on the action. The pianist Clarence Williams became an impresario and made more money publishing music, managing talent, and producing records than he ever had performing. Black Swan, the first African-American recording company, was established with the slogan, "The only genuine colored record. Others are only passing for colored." All stockholders, all employees, and all artists were black.
And I had to travel by streetcar. I'd pass the Black Belt. I noticed places called Gallimore shops. I saw records there. Jazz, I thought. I found nickel and dime used records. They were called Vocalion, Bluebird, OK. And there was Big Bill Broomsey. There was Tampa Red. There was Memphis Minnie. There was Eddie Wheatstraw, High Sheriff of Hell, Devil Son-in-Law.
Meanwhile, across the country, from San Francisco to New York City, the jazz age showed no signs of...
It was an age of miracles.
It was an age of art. It was an age of excess. And it was an age of satire. We were the most powerful nation. Who could tell us any longer what was fashionable and what was fun? Scarcely had the state or citizens of the Republic brusquely shouldered them out of the way and danced into the limelight. It was a whole race going hedonistic, deciding on pleasure.
She worked together.
The
Mom and her
jazz
mom
age
worked
now
together.
raced along under its own power, served by great filling stations
Somebody gave
full
me
of
a
money.
picture and it asked her out or
F.
something.
Scott
Something like
Fitzgerald.
that. My mom's mad. Jesus, man. That would make your tits like as big as your head.
There were a lot of young white musicians around the country who were trying to play jazz. Some of them were very talented musicians, some of them were not, as usual. But most of them, certainly all the good ones, knew that the really great figures in the music were black. And they were trying to play like them.
They were first-star.
They heard Louis Armstrong, they heard Ethel Waters sing, or Bessie Smith, they heard Coleman Hawkins. They said, wow, these guys are doing something with these instruments. I want to play that music.
What were they playing?
Dick Spiderbeck was the first of the white musicians who had unmistakable genius. And so his importance to a lot of the young white musicians was, look, he proves it.
Yeah, pimp.
He proves that we can play this music. It's possible for a white musician to make a real original contribution to jazz.
Leon Dick Spiderbeck, one of the most promising and one of the most tragic figures in the history of jazz, emerged not from the great cities of New Orleans, Chicago, or New York, but from the rural heartland.
Going on.
He was born at 1934 Grand Avenue in Davenport, Iowa, on March 10, 1903. If his father, an industrious church-going Presbyterian, had had his way, his boy would never have played a note of jazz. From the age of 3, Bix showed unusual musical ability. By the age of 8, he was outplaying his piano teacher. But he could not bear authority of any kind, and never bothered to master more than the rudiments of written music, a failing. When his older brother returned from World War I with a wind-up Victrola and an armful of records, including Tiger Rag by the original Dixieland Jazz Band, Bix was transfixed. He played it over and over.
Pimp. I didn't get that. What is the etymology of pimp? Being a pimp, motherfucker.
The raw new sounds he heard. Before long, he was hanging around the riverfront, listening to the jazz bands that performed aboard the steamboats that docked at Davenport. The musician who made the biggest impression on him was Louis Armstrong, who was then just beginning to make a name for himself.
So what would he have heard? Some kind of explosion, I think, of rhythm and sound possibilities that must have matched things inside him that he knew had nothing to do with what his parents wanted for him. And to hear this music would have broken all of that, and that was clearly what he needed to become something, to become himself.
Jazz music became his obsession, and Bix was soon good enough on the cornet to play alongside older musicians. And he often joined them behind the bandstand between sets to drink bootleg gin. His parents were horrified, and in 1921, abruptly pulled him out of high school and sent him off to a strict boarding school in Lake Forest, Illinois. If the Beiderbecks had hoped their son would abandon music or the musician's life, they were quickly disappointed. Lake Forest was only a short train ride away from Chicago, where Louis Armstrong would soon be playing the best jazz in America. Within a week of his arrival at school, Bix was of what he called
But
real
I'm not
jazz
only pimp
niggas.
who knows a pimp does it well.
I'd go to hell, he wrote,
No pimp
to hear a good band.
Pimp etymology.
A musician loves music and loves that instrument.
Sweet Daddy Kane.
And when they hear someone that's great on that instrument, there's a mixture of great envy, respect, and love. And then you realize that you two are part of it. It's got to be exhilarating and terrifying at the same time. Because to accept jazz music means that at a certain time you would have to accept something about the humanity of the United States Negro.
Bix slipped into the city so often to see and hear his heroes play that he was expelled from Lake Forest. His father angrily ordered him home to Iowa to work in the family coal business. Bix could bear only a few weeks of weighing coal before he returned to Chicago to hear and play the jazz music he loved. Nothing else seemed to matter to him. His clothes were unpressed. He mislaid possessions, forgot what day it was, carried his cornet in a paper bag. Music was the one thing that really brought him to life, a friend remembered. Not even whiskey could do it. And he gave it every chance.
Everybody drank in those years, of course. Social drinking was something that, especially in the music business with its schedules and strange hours and everything, was rife. But Bix did it to extremes.
In 1924, Bix joined a band called the Wolverines, which played at roadhouses and clubs in Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio. When the Wolverines made their first records for Gannett, they were a hit, and Bix Beiderbecke was the star. Using an unorthodox system of fingering, he had developed a cornet style unlike anyone else's.
Shout out
Bright,
to Tom.
clear, and
Magic
crisp.
won the Players Ball.
The girl saying,
First Players
yes.
Ball was held in 1999 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
All my life, I've been listening to music. For the first time, I realized that music isn't all the same. That some people play so differently from others that it becomes an entirely new set of sounds. Eddie Condon.
The harmonies and the beautiful musical changes he did. That was something new. No one ever heard that. Play those beautiful changes like mixed by no one.
In 1926, Bix started touring with the Gene Goldcat Orchestra, the hottest white dance band in America.
When Pimp from across the country guys celebrated Bishop John won, now known as Bishop John Magic won. Every year, the award for Pimp of the Year is given out. One was the winner 6 years in a row. That's one of my favorite quotes of all time.
That band was unbelievable. I mean, they're still, if you listen to a record like, let's say, Clementine, to this day, it swings like mad.
The musical leader of the Goldcat Orchestra and Bix's best friend in the band was the saxophone player Frank Trombauer, called Tram. They were opposites in many ways. Tram was debonair and businesslike. Bix was disorganized and insecure. But for a brief time, theirs would prove one of the most creative partnerships in jazz. In 1927, as the stock market soared to record heights, Trombauer and Bix recorded their greatest hit, Singin' the Blues. Trumbauer's opening solo was light, relaxed,
Really?
and supple.
Alan John's going to play his ball? I'm going to see all the games, all the winners. This is like not how it is COVID. Really? Yeah, so everybody competes for 2. We still fucking is the hell that you do COVID. Fuck it. Alright. So officially, Jacksonville or who they playing? You don't even know who they're playing, yo. Jacksonville or the Chargers? For real, dog. Who do you think's going to win? Trevor Lawrence is a good quarterback, but the Chargers are a bigger market. We're going to visit Jacksonville. Oh, fucking, they're going to win. Because the NFL has such a crazy home field advantage. Fuck you, dude. Who are you taking right now? I hate picking NFL games. It's like picking between, like, flipping a coin on every game, basically. This one is the Chargers. You're going with the Chargers.
A success.
And
but his
you're going with San
estrangement from his
Francisco.
father, his persistent self-doubt, and his growing dependence on alcohol threatened to sabotage.
Bigs love
Who
jazz.
do the Bengals play, dog?
There are many kinds of love.
I don't know.
Joyous,
But
successful.
they're playing.
This a love that has more of its object than it can give.
Who's
I felt that what Bix wanted from music,
who's your team?
jazz never truly gave.
I hate. I am. What is it, Bills? My friend was like, you can't be nice for me. Why? Like you made fun of the team. Really? Did you make fun
It
of
was
him?
always the music that explained
No, I was really
things.
quiet. And then
What
the
it
next
is that
year.
takes you out of being just a kid and thinking it's all adventure.
And I think
You find there's a lesson underneath
his
all
mom
that
was
adventure.
like,
Coming to life alone, you go out of it.
just here at San Francisco 49ers winning the fucking Super Bowl 29.
There were records that Armstrong and Bechet made together, where Bechet plays with such brilliance,
29ers.
both in his sound and his maturity
Really?
and his concept and the complete
Was
absence
it?
of frills and any kind of
Or
sentimentality,
is he?
and the way he swings
Yeah.
and his understanding of the blues.
Or is he?
He was a very
Yeah.
profound musician.
Coach Sanders on his team? Yeah.
Back in November of
Mark
1991,
Jr.,
after nearly 3
Brian
years abroad,
Thomas, Brian,
he had just 10 shillings in his
Brian,
pocket, issued to
Brian,
him by British jailers
who
who
else?
had deported him after he served 11 months for a violent altercation with a prostitute.
Name one other player on that team.
He was still only 25 and had the cornet or trumpet was supposed to play the lead in New Orleans jazz, but not if Sidney Bechet was helped.
Steve Young.
His huge,
Chief
throbbing
coach,
sound
yeah.
overwhelmed everyone who played with him.
That's not what I
Unlike
asked.
anything anyone had
Yeah,
ever heard before.
I says I wanted one more player. Give me one more
But
player.
Coleman Hawkins, the saxophone star of Fletcher Henderson's band,
Beyonce?
was overheard saying that New
No,
Orleans
one
musicians
another
couldn't play. Bechet hurried down to the bandbox
Just
club
come on, she's
to
right.
challenge him and
One
played so
another.
still playing. He got a job with James P. Johnson, the Harlem Stride piano master, but quit when Johnson insisted he stick to the after he arrived 3 days late and claimed only to back.
I think I'm out of.
I heard that you had a dog that you said was more dog than my dog. So
It's
really,
higher.
that was silly. You combine that with that type of musical genius,
Waters.
which is the ability to hear,
Are you
to
done?
construct these perfect lines, to give his
No,
music
no, no.
organization,
No.
and to just let that soul come through. That soul, something.
Jay Rice? Ray said that.
In
Dwight
1925,
Clark was not.
Bechet's luck seemed to turn.
So my tail
He sailed again for Europe to join the all-black cast of a new Paris musical
Was anybody?
and the new music they made. It all struck them as exotic,
Was anyone else on the team?
primitive.
Yes,
La Reggae Negra made an international sensation of the American dance, the French call the Charleston, and an international star of its lead dancer.
It's already coming up.
French critics called her a black Venus, compared her to a snake, a giraffe, a kangaroo.
Really? Yeah, dog.
But she
Okay, so
paraded
is
along
that
the
in your story,
boulevards
though?
with a live cheetah.
Yeah.
Admirers speculated as to which animal was more wonderfully savage.
Oh,
Quite
yeah.
the imagination, Baker admitted
So,
privately.
there was
He
another
shows something
player.
when it comes to blacks.
Oh.
When Baker left the show to become a star on her own, Cairo, Berlin,
Jerry Rice,
Oslo,
Ricky Waters,
Moscow,
coached by
they were bringing jazz to regions so remote that passers-by sometimes wet their fingers and rubbed Bechet's cheek to see if the color came off. It was back in Paris, living in Montmartre, and in trouble again.
Young, Waters, Young,
He's supposed to be playing with this piano player.
Rice.
Except he's playing the wrong chord. Bechet's supposed to pull the pistol out and say,
Waters.
Sidney Bechet never plays wrong chords.
And he got in an argument with somebody
Is that the end of your story?
to a song. So the guy said the chord was one thing and Sidney said it was another. He said, well, meet me tomorrow at 4:30 and we'll settle this in a duel.
You can't name another
Got in a gunfight.
Can you name more cowboys?
During rush hour.
I think they can.
Not, I'll meet you here at midnight. Right? Nothing like that. If you're going to have a gunfight in Paris,
How many
a person who's not French,
bills did you name?
it would seem to me that you would want it to be as late as possible.
How about?
So as few French people as possible might see
What?
you.
That was only that team for a short amount of time. That was 1 year they had that team. Right? Yeah,
Bechet's
fucking
bullets missed his intended
Deion
target,
Sanders is
but hit another musician in the
hopping
leg,
from the best
slightly wounded two women who happened to be standing nearby. He was sentenced to 15 months in prison, but was released after 11, provided he left the country immediately.
But that's how serious he was about music. He's gonna kill somebody over some chord changes. So he be talking here like
You had to name one more.
if you telling me I'm gonna hit, and that's how his plan is. It has that light in it.
If you had to name one. Frank. Anybody else? Oh. No, I think this guy played on another team.
White people were hearing something in jazz that said something deeply about their experience. I'm not sure that it would have been this way if we were not a country of
That's about all I can do.
so many people felt kind of displaced.
I mean, it was 20 years ago.
He had this music to kind of capture some feeling of that. I think that was part of its amazing appeal was how it spoke to feeling out of sort and out of joint and maladjusted.
Chicago, 1910. The streets are inexpressibly dirty. The number of schools inadequate. Sanitary legislation unenforced. The street lighting bad. The paving miserable and altogether lacking in alleys and smaller streets. And the stables foul beyond description. Hundreds of houses are unconnected with the street sewer. The older and richer inhabitants seem anxious to move away as rapidly as possible.
Who else is there?
Jane Addams.
In 1902, a Jewish refugee from Poland named David Goodman, fleeing Russian persecution, had moved his family to the crowded west side of Chicago. It was there, on May 30th, 1909, that his wife Dora gave birth to their 9th child, Benjamin. The family lived packed together, sometimes in unheated basement apartments, forced to move again and again when there was too little money to pay the rent. There were days, Benny Goodman remembered, when there wasn't anything to eat. I don't mean much to eat. I mean anything.
The situation was just impossible.
Family income by playing in a dance band. He saw a way for his sons to begin their climb.
Well, Benny did go to Hebrew school, as is the custom of all good Jewish boys. They go to Cheder and they learn how to be a bar mitzvah boy. And in going to the Hebrew school, they had instruments there. And Benny went with his two brothers, and he was the smallest of the trio of boys. So he got the littlest instrument, the clarinet, which was very light. His brother Harry he was introduced to music.
Somehow, David Goodman managed to come up with 50 cents a week to buy his 10-year-old boy lessons from a classically trained German clarinetist. From the beginning, Benny was unusually talented and unusually serious about his craft. He practiced every day religiously, all his life.
Hold on, Mike Singletary.
He was clearly better than everybody else. He was one of these guys who was utterly confident, even when he was 12 years old. He was never shy about standing up and playing. He could walk out on the stage anywhere, even as a little boy. And he was great. He was completely confident in what he could do.
I guess he treated the music like a kid might who loved baseball. He was exquisite, and he was constantly a perfectionist. He was listening to jazz in Chicago. There was a lot of jazz. Louis Armstrong was there. There were a lot of wonderful musicians. And I guess Benny always adored and respected the way the black man handled his music. Because all through Benny's life, he went up to Harlem when he was in New York, or in Chicago, he'd go to the dance halls. And he treated
Goodman listened to all the great black clarinetists in town. Johnny Dodds, Jimmy Noon, Buster Bailey. By the age of 14, Goodman was playing with pickup bands made up of musicians far older than him, and he was making $15 a night, 3 times as much as his father could earn, working 12 hours a day in the stockyards.